Hello everybody, welcome back. And welcome back to some Room That Races. And maybe some other stuff. And tea drinking. Good times. Oh. Beautiful. Hello, Only Sims. Try the opal. Hello, Geeky Imp. Oh. Hello. Hello. I'm knackered. Fuse Media. Hello. Hello there.
Driving simulators in the soil. It's very hard being a worm. Every morning I have to wake up and it's all wet in the soil. I don't like being a worm. It's a bit boring being a worm. All I do is look at soil. Every day is a soil day. Soil in the morning, soil in the afternoon, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, soil, every day's a soil. Oh, it's only Sims, it's become a member. Time to sing.
What a beautiful silver motor bay. Only Sims has a DD girl, but she better watch out or she'll spin on him. Only Sims loves her, but her servo motors are too strong for his weak wrists. True DD girl with the DD wheel. AccuForce, Tech, Sinking Cubes in Magic. It's a DD girl. A dreamy girl, beautiful, powerful servo motor legs. 200 Newton meters of torque in his bed tonight. 200 Newton meters. Can he handle the force? Thank you for joining Only Sims. Appreciate it. Supple wrists. Better start working those wrists. What a time to be alive, guys. Thank you for being a member. I'll have to update the member list. We have like 200 members. I want like a graphic on the screen for all our members. Like a crowd. Maybe we can work on that today, I don't know. Something like that. It's nice and sunny outside. I haven't been outside. I was thinking I should really go outside. But then we could just sim race. Why go outside when you can just sim race? That's the real question. Should you take 60 milligrams? Probably not. I don't know how much. I don't know if that's a lot of coffee or not. I was looking into a whole plan to walk across Scotland that we've been putting off for like 2 years now. It's 73 miles. We'd have to get the Caledonian Sleeper train to Kinkerry. I think that's what it's called. Is it Kinkerry? No, it's not called Kinkerry. What's it called? And then we'd have to get another sleeper train from the other side. Oh dear. This is like a nightmare. My dream of walking across Scotland turns out that it's not a good dream. You have to book the sleeper train like 3 months in advance because it's always booked out. It's terrible. What a disaster. Do you want to touch our Kez? 60 million milligrams. Oh wow, that you'll be able to levitate. Well, they do seats on the sleeper train for £60, but why would you wouldn't want to sit in a seat for 12 hours, would you? And they don't recline. It's terrible. And then if you take any other way to get there, it takes like 2 hours to get. Once you get to Scotland, it takes like an hour and a half to get to the other side of the country because there's no like connections. You have to get a bus. So the sleeper train's like the best way of doing it. So then it's like £300 for a cabin each way. And then it's like, wow, bloody hell. You know. By that point, you might as well gone for a walk. You might as well have gone to America for your walk. You can fly. You might as well have gone to like Croatia or something. You know. It's crazy how these things work. Scotland's proper out the way. My rating's been going up through the roof. Look at this. Manual DD wheel. Can you stop the wheel at the top? You ready? Ah! Oh! No. Whoa! This is a new esport. It's a skill. Playing with his DD. This is the lorry driver technique, the one-handed rollover. This is the 1950s road driver technique, the chauffeur, the 1950s. The 1950s. Don't let go of the wheel because otherwise the car might go mental. And you're supposed to push it into the other hand. This is what they used to train in the like olden days of how to drive. And then you have the bus driver. You have the taxi driver. the palm on the wheel. That's like the Iranian taxi driver. The London cabbie. What's the other techniques? Oh, the American. We could do a video on this. This is the American. They hold the wheel at the top for some reason. I don't know why. You have the gangster. The John. We could make a video out of that. Yeah. There you go. It's content. What's my favourite? I hate YouTubers. All of them. They're terrible. I even hate myself. The leg driving technique as well. That's the other one. Yeah. Here we go. Join the server. Yeah, the knee steer. Well, it's more of like a. We could do a whole race doing leg steer, like foot steering. The ultimate skill test. Oh no! What's happening here? The American one, you have to simulate driving into a building and shooting everyone, right? That's the most American way of driving. Look at this. It's time to test this Opel. I've not driven this. See. She's French. Okay, it's a little bit oversteery. At last, hello Coyote Racing. Thanks for subscribing. I can't read that, but thank you for subscribing. Appreciate the sub. That's very nice of you, thank you. That car's shaking because it's scared of me. Have you upset iRacing fanboys again? What did you say? Did you tell them that their Sims probably not realistic? I've told you about this Coyote. They're probably homophobic as well over on iRacing. It's full of Americans. Americans are well homophobic. Not all of them, obviously, but I think the Brits are less homophobic than the average American. If we were to like do a poll. So you've got to be careful. There we go. You paid this today. You love the feeling of the car. It's amazing. Nice. You criticise the cost of the game. Oh shit. Oh well, that's it. How dare you question the price of the game? It's dangerous. These brakes aren't squeaking. These are finely tuned brakes, I'll have you know. These are in mint condition. There's absolutely nothing wrong with my brakes. The brakes are just like metal. They're nails that dig into the brake disc. There's no rubber. I'm eating I'm muting the stream because someone rang the doorbell. That's what happens, Coyote Racing. Well, what you learn with a lot of people, not everyone, but a good number of people, what you think is you make a good argument and the other person goes, oh yeah, I don't have a counter argument for that. That's interesting. Or, oh, I'm not sure if I agree with that, but I can't think of a counter argument. So fair enough. Whatever. That's what you'd think people would do, right? Like if Coyote said to me, Game of Muscle, gliders are actually shit. They're too dangerous, and your love of gliders is moronic. And he gave a good argument. I'd be like, well, okay, you know, I like feel like I disagree, but maybe he presents good evidence. But yeah, no, the reality is what happens is people, they will just straw man what you've said in order to maintain what they thought already. It's really funny. It's constant, and they will, and online they'll just misinterpret what you say constantly. For years. That's the really interesting thing. Right. It's really weird. Exactly. You just want, in a sim, you just want a little bit of controllable slip at the limit that's snappy to get in and out of, but at the limit there is a zone of controllable slip. That's what you need. That you can turn left and right and use a brake and accelerator to control. That's it. And you want that to be quite as sort of snappy as possible. Because that's the behaviour of real cars, and that's what's fun, is that you get the car into that state. That's what makes it fun. Unfortunately, a lot of simulators just don't support that. Yeah, I think the thing is with PMR, well, it might end up being terrible. I like what they've said so far that they're doing and what they're trying to do, and I have talked to the developers quite a lot, so you know, I guess a lot of people haven't had that opportunity, but so I think they're trying to do, you know, they're trying to genuinely do something that I think's the right way, but then obviously it's very technically difficult to make a game, and I think the reality is PMR probably will be lacking in many ways. Will have lots of bugs, or who knows what netcode will be like, who knows what moderation will be like, you know. So, but yeah, like at the end of the day, if it's got the online ranked racing that generally works, that's quite compelling for a lot of people. I think with iRaces in particular, there's a lot of people on iRacing that are actually casuals, but they've got nothing else that they can do jumping racing with, and they would happily play something else. This car's really close to going over its limit. It's not as forgiving as the BMW. Is this game? Well, this is a much older title than Evo. I mean, right now this is a better game than Evo, if that makes sense. Yeah, we're going to Dortmund. We're all booked in. We've people are sponsoring all our content for Sim Racing Expo. Anyone that's donated recently, they're all sponsors of our content. They've already covered all our transport and our kebab. Well, I hope you pre-ordered PMR using my Giants affiliate link. I'm personally, I'm personally, I'm not pro pre-ordering. I don't see the point. I mean, it's good for the publisher and the developer to pre-order, but on a consumer perspective, I don't think pre-ordering is generally a good idea, so I don't really promote it. You're off to some nude beaches. Typical coyote. Sim Racing Expo or nude beaches? I'm not allowed on nude beaches because people run. They start screaming. They're like, "Ah, there's a serpent on the loose!" So ever since the incident of 2009, yeah, you know. No, I have been to nude beaches before. Not on purpose, though. Just happened to be at a beach that everyone was naked on. You have to be well careful on the throttle with this Opel. Breaking news. This is such a technical track. It's ridiculous. What is this overlay called? I can't remember. Joel Gortner told me to get it. I'll do what he says. No, I just use a single screen. Just type the name of it. We don't really, unless you're a mod, you won't be able to paste links. Bloody hell. Oh no! We're not going to get to finish this. Or do you get to finish the lap that you're on? No. CKTL! Thank you, CKTL. I'll put you on here. CKTL's a gold sponsor now. Thank you. Oh, we need to do this quickly. Oh, we're good, we're good. Thank you very much, it's super generous. I appreciate it. It's meant that I've not had to bother getting a sponsor. It's meant that I've been able to be super lazy. But it also means that when we get stuff funded by members, you know, I don't have to. There's no like what's it called, conflict of interest or anything. Here we go. Kapow! It's in the sandwich there. Oh, we're back in the sandwich, back in the sandwich. Woo! Like butter on the bread. Oh dear, the Opal's way faster than the BMW. Hello, C. Barry. Look at these cars as well. Look at the Audi. Looks like an 80s cassette player. This is proper racing. Why don't we have these cars in every game? I mean, the Opal. A bit welly. Now they're quite small cars actually, these. I've been on a racetrack with one in real life, the BMW. They're really, I wasn't driving, I was watching it in front of us. They're not that big. They're really, for the BMW's like the DTM BMW E30 or whatever is super fast down the straight. It's actually mental how quick they go, considering how square they are. It's quite the sight. Way more impressive than modern cars. Is it called Other HUD, this? I can't remember what it's called. Can't remember its name. Rehud. Who are you? What are you calling me? I beg your pardon? I'll have you know I had special needs as a kid. How dare you? How dare you call me that? Absolutely disgusting behaviour in chat. Gee, I had extra exam time and you know, I thought we'd moved past that type of language. Just because I'm dyslexic doesn't mean you can call me that. Okay, fair play, fair play. You got up the inside. Nice move. What a rehud. Bloody so offensive, guys. I'm crying. First of all, it's the planes in Microsoft Flight Sim. Oh, and now it's you guys. Whoa, sorry. I don't know why you're wobbling. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, I'm trying to avoid you, mate. What on earth was he doing? I was trying to avoid him, and then he's like going left, going right. Oh, he broke my suspension, I think. What was he doing? What on earth was he doing? I was trying to like avoid him. Then he started going really slow on the straight. So I like go left and then he goes the other way. Bloody hell. Well, we're still going. He's dead, I'm not. It's fine. What was that? What on earth was that? Maybe he was lagging really bad or something. Yeah, but when I drove into him on the straight was because he confused me with how slow he was going. It wasn't like me intentionally driving into him. He did a nice overtake on us. He did a really nice overtake on us, but then was really slow, so I was like, oh, he must have a penalty. It was really weird. That was very strange. Well, I think then he tried to intentionally wreck us, maybe, but I think he was just a bit confused. Well, we won anyway, so that's all that matters. He's dead now. Come on, you're not gonna wreck a bloody guy that spends his whole life playing driving sims, are you?
The pace car is out of control.
This car's like, once it's on the tyres, it's really agile, but when it's not on the tyres, it's not. It's good. It's a really fun car to drive at the limit. But it's also got really bouncy suspension that makes balancing it at the limit really hard. Or tricky. You wish you could watch YouTube whilst driving. You should try reading a chat room and talking bollocks whilst driving. It's really good fun. Yeah, I've just moved the brake bias further back. Racestream works really nicely with tactile transducers as well. For some reason. I don't know, some games seem to work better with SimHub than others. I don't know why. Automobilista 2's like that as well. For some reason, it feels really good on motion rigs. Maybe it's just the suspension code or something. Oh, we're getting a Tic Tac. Minty fresh. Oh, where's he going? I didn't touch him, guys. I didn't touch him. He lost himself. I didn't touch him. Just to be clear, he lost it on the throttle. That was not East Midlands Police takedown. That was him losing it. I did not touch him. I didn't hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. I didn't touch him. I promise. I promise. Your Honour. I showed him some lime. We'd have an incident point if we hit him. I'm not lying. I didn't do nothing. I didn't do it. It's probably like a 90-year-old doing their first ever sim race. Oh, this looks like it's fun. I remember when I was 70 years old and we were racing these cars. When I was 70, it'd be in their 50s or 60s. Oh, yes, I would take my son to the DTM. And now I can drive it. Oh, I've been killed by a child. I hate games. I wish I was dead. That's what happened.
Mind the gap.
Salad fingers. goodness! My gearbox. I like to use the whole gearbox up by the end of the race. Thanks for the sound alert. I need to make the steering faster on this car. I'm having to wiggle my hands too much. I haven't got the energy levels for that. This car needs some new KW suspension on it. It's too bouncy. That was it, yeah. The old forehead technique developed in 1994. Oh, it looks like it is. He's used his forehead. And Mansell is out. Blinded by the forehead. A bouncy castle, this. 7-second gap. We've only got 2 minutes though. Where were we before we got punted? I think we were in like the top 5 or 6, so all right for pace, I think. Maybe we can adjust the setup of this car, tighten the suspension. Oh look, G-Sync's working now. we didn't change anything. G-Sync's working with Race Room now. Out of the blue, 116 FPS, 117, 115. Welcome to computers, where they don't make any sense at all. Yeah, no, I saw the investor thing forever. Woo! We go. Hevel. Well, so it depends. So if you set G-Sync up properly with reflex and boost, what it will be is between 2 and 5 FPS under your refresh rate of your monitor. Because it will always try and keep it under the refresh rate of the monitor, so that you never get overshoot or, you know. Basically, so it'll be up to like 5 FPS below your monitor's refresh. You can achieve the same thing. So reflex and boost is basically pretty much doing the same thing as if you were to just get a if you were to put G-Sync on, then enable V-Sync and then cap your frame rate below your monitor. Achieves pretty similar results. There is some extra stuff happening with enabling reflex and boost in the NVIDIA profiler, but so for example, one thing is I believe it tries better not to over render into like deliver the most recent frame. But problem is, yeah, it's not quite that simple, Joel. Yeah, so G-Sync fundamentally is there's a chip in the monitor and a chip and the graphics card, and the graphics card communicates with the monitor and sends the synchronizes. It's just dynamic V-Sync effectively. That's the initial thing of G-Sync. However, since more recently there's more aspects to it, there's more aspects in terms of lowering the latency, and there's more aspects in terms of how you actually get the performance from the monitor to be even better. And the problem is online there's so much misinformation. Like, it's insane. Darling is subscribed, thank you very much. Yeah, it's really weird. Online there's just like, so a lot of people don't understand previously they didn't understand that enabling V-Sync with G-Sync was actually better for performance in many cases with most games, because they would be confusing that they would just think that V-Sync was V-Sync, but when you're using G-Sync, V-Sync isn't V-Sync. So yeah, that people, and then what happens is people don't bother actually researching or testing it themselves. They don't bother actually trying it themselves. They just repeat what they've read online based off misconceptions. Funny that. Funny how that works. And so even now you get people saying stuff that's just not the case when it comes to like V-Sync and G-Sync and how these things work. If you can only achieve 80 FPS, yeah, well then it will G-Sync will make your screen run at 80 FPS. But you will probably on a 120 Hz screen with G-Sync, once you start getting to 80 FPS, you'll probably start noticing some like stutter and timing issues. Well, so if you're not using G-Sync and you're just using V-Sync on its own, if you go below the monitor frame rate with just V-Sync, you will get really bad stutter, because the screen will wait for the frame to arrive, so it'll just be like. But this is where like frame gen can be quite useful if you've got like a 120 Hz TV and you're hitting 80 Hz or 70 Hz, frame genning that up to like 120 or 119 will make it look perceptively like a better frame consistency. So you'll get artifacting from the frame gen, but you'll end up with a smoother image. You will obviously have some latency from that frame gen, but above 90 Hz or above 80 Hz, the latency incurred from frame gen is going to be relatively negligible on the grand scheme of things, depending on the type of game you're playing. I mean, if you're playing Counter-Strike competitively, then obviously it's too much. But for a racing sim or flight sim, it'll be fine. That's the other thing as well. It depends on the type of game you're playing and also the type of input you're using. Yeah, so okay, some forms of frame gen as well can end up forcing the game to be at a certain was it like a solid, like an integer, like a round number, to then multiply that to another round number. So that can end up being problematic depending on where you happen to be with your performance. So there's the problem is I think that's why there's so much confusion on this, is there's so many different variables, and this is what happens with so many conversations online. This is like with physics and force feedback, right? There's like 20 to 30 different, well, maybe not, I mean, it's like 10 different variables where one thing is not the case anymore and another thing's more the case. So for example, if you don't care about power usage and you have like an absolute filthy beast of a graphics card and your monitor is like 120 Hz and your game effectively can run at 400 FPS at all times, or 300 FPS at all times, so it never drops below 300 FPS, 120Hz monitor, beast of a computer, it cannot actually be better, and you don't care about power usage. In some ways, it could be better to just use VSync, right? And you're guaranteed you will get 8 milliseconds of latency, right? Which for a driving simulator, utterly consistent image that's always the same timing could technically be better than a lower latency image that might have some variability to its timing. But then if you're in the other scenario where actually the game sometimes drops below 100, you've got 120 hertz monitor, the game sometimes drops to like 80, 90 or whatever, fluctuates at the start of the race or when there's smoke or something. In that scenario, you'd pretty much always be better with G-Sync enabled, because your image is going to look so much smoother and it'll generally just work better, and in a sense it would be lower latency. So yeah, so with sim racing, because it's mostly repetitive and timing based, frame timing is the most important component, really. Frame consistently. So you can even play driving games with a really bad frame rate, but if it's always the same interval between actions, it's actually quite predictable to drive. A good example of that, I was thinking about this whilst I was making a cup of tea today. Do you not specifically frame rates, but do you remember those little digital handheld controller things where you play like Sonic the Hedgehog games, where they're just LED games? Do you remember them? They're like little 90s LED games, and you would have like LED lights that would illuminate. Your character would go bit, 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 and the thing would be like moving, right? And those LEDs would update like every quarter of a second or something, would be the maximum speed, but the actual tick rate of the gameplay would actually be faster than what you see on the screen, right? So when you're playing those games well, and because I didn't have a proper games console, I spent a lot of time on them when I was little, you would learn the internal timing of the video game separate to the visual timing of the LEDs on the actual what's actually displayed on the screen. And yeah, the point of that is that as long as it's consistent, you could preempt what's about to happen before it actually happens visually, because it's consistently happening. So that's the thing with driving sims. It's so much of it is preemptive, and then obviously you can feel the force feedback and the steering. You can feel what's happening. So that like outside of frame rate as well. How to make the steering wheel of the car so what you want to do in the settings, go to controls, go to, so it depends what wheelbase have you got, because I've had with this game, Fanatec wheels can sometimes be a bit weird. Where is it? There's 3 settings. The same thing happens in all games that have G motor. Custom wheel rotation. So you can use this custom wheel rotation. You can set that to 900 and set your wheel to 900, but then it should do it by car. I don't know why this is blanked out. I imagine it's oh yeah, so it's set to match. You can force it here by going to fixed. Oh no, by going custom and then set this to 900 and then set your wheel to 900. But to be honest, when you've got it matched by car setup, it should work, but some cars it doesn't work, or some steering wheels it doesn't work. So you can do this match by car setup, then it'll just match the in-game. So, but yeah, you can force it by going to graphic. It wasn't graphics, was it? What setting was it? Which setting was it? Oh, cockpit. Graphics, then cockpit, and then you can set this to custom, and then you can set it to 900 and set your wheel to 900. Then I think that will line up. You could just turn the in-game steering wheel off, to be honest. yeah, it depends on the it depends on the firmware of the wheel you're using. So I think Moser works with this now, but like this problem is any game that has G motor heritage, which so like I bet you even bloody Project Motor Racing has this. All Madness Engine games, Project Cars 1, 2, Automobilista 2, Race Room, R Factor 1, R Factor 2, LMU, Need for Speed, Shift, is it? Like basically anything that has R Factor code at some point seems to have this weirdo wheel rotation thing. GTR Evolution, Race 07, Race On. It's pretty funny. And then there's a whole thing with PC sims. So back in the day, wheels would just do 270 degrees was like the Logitech Momo Black, and the spec set by Microsoft with the Sidewinder, which was like the first direct input force feedback wheel, was like the Microsoft Sidewinder. It was one of the really early ones, and in that spec it was 270 degrees of rotation. So those were the defaults for direct input, so developers basically built off of that. And so for like so many years everything would default to 270 degrees rotation. It was only with the G25, which came out in 2006 or so, that 900 degrees was like normal. And then you know, G25 I did 900. The T500 could do 1080. T300 does 900. 900 degrees is like 1.25 rotations, right? Or two rotations. The Driving Force GT was 270 as well. Driving Force GT was after the first one with 900, right? Yeah, because the Driving Force GT was the cheap version of the G25. It just had one motor and was more plasticky, whereas the G25 used two motors and that rail to synchronize it all. So yeah, the fun of wheels. Ever since DD wheels though, there's no need. So all those belt wheels would have a limit of rotation because they would normally have like a rail, which would also be the sensor for where the actual position of the wheel was, but they'd have to calibrate. In theory, those wheels could rotate forever. I think they were just using a rail to probably to synchronize both motors, but also to for measuring the input left and right. Then the rail would then like some kind of like optical sensor, because that was even before G25 was before people were even using like Hall effect sensors on everything. I guess they were quite expensive back then, so you couldn't really use a potentiometer, and it makes sense to use like a mouse. But then like a light detecting sensor isn't an absolute sensor. So it can just detect that there's been a change. So you'd need to know preemptively that if that sensor is picking something up, you need a mechanism that it's like, well, it's picking something up because it's moving that one way. Right? If a sensor's just on and off, it doesn't know if it's just on and off, right? It doesn't know that it's left or right, up or down or whatever. It's just on and off. So an on-off sensor can be great if you've got something that's only moving one way. Then you go, well, if this is blinking on and off at X speed, it's moving this way at this speed that's doing that. Billy Orish! Hello, Billy Orish! Coming at us with all his viewers. Billy Orish, do you play Race Room? Billy Orish, do you go zoom zoom? Billy Orish, do you drink lots of tea? Billy Orish has a rusty knee. Thank you for the raid, man. We're just playing Room of Racing and talking about steering wheels because we have no life. How you doing? Sim Racing Revolution. You drove a Moser R12 a few times and wasn't convinced. You what? You wasn't convinced it's way better than the G20? Well, your wheel was set up terribly if you didn't notice any difference. Room of the Racing. Let's go for the blue car, why not? I was
going to tweak some force feedback on this, actually. Maybe we can make a race room profile. It's not... Yeah, it's not about more power. What it's about is that it's... So the lower strength part of the forces... Jorg! Get out! So the point is... The lower mechanical resistance... To be fair, a G25 is actually very low in mechanical resistance. That's why it was one of the better wheels at the time. Much better than the T500. And even better than the T300 in some ways. But the point is with any DD wheel, like 8 Nm, whatever, they're super, super smooth. And they're very low in mechanical resistance. So that initial change of force, the very subtle change of force... is just more clear and more noticeable. And then also you do have like fast automatic rotation that's faster, so the actual rotational speed is quicker. So and then yeah, sure, if you want something a bit harder to push against, depending on the car that you're driving, that could be quite nice. Also, if you're using heavier wheel rims that are maybe more realistic, or different wheel rims, having the quick release and everything, it's quite nice. So there's lots of reasons why a 12 Newton meter DD wheel beats out a G25. Yeah, I mean you can use a mouse to be fast. This is like a common misconception. Is how do these things relate to speed? It depends what type of speed you're talking about as well. If you're just talking about hot lapping, and stuff, it's mostly an act of repetition. And like, so think of a pianist. We all know someone that's a bit of a pianist. If you could give a pianist like a proper weighted, so you might not know this, but pianos have the hammers that play the notes on a real piano. The lower notes are lighter. Sorry, the higher notes are lighter, the lower notes are heavier, they require more force. So the individual keys have different weight on them, right? Anyway, a pianist learns that, and whatever, that's just how they learn, right? You could give a pianist the shittest keyboard ever, and after 5 minutes, they would still be able to play really good music with it, right? So, but the point is, decent, and this is like a procedural thing, a piano is not reactive. It's, you can still do perfectly fine. Anything that's like a memorized process, you can preempt, right? But if you're it depends what type of driving you're doing. If you're doing esports, you would already have done so many laps that you already know the simulator's physics in your brain. You've internalized everything. You could drive with no force feedback and probably be very good. You know, like the brake pedal doesn't have any force feedback. Lots of sims don't even have force feedback for braking. So part of it is if you're repeating something and you're just memorizing it, yeah, it doesn't matter. But then if you are doing something in the moment and reacting by what's happening in the moment, which is probably what's happening for someone that's not spent 7 hours per car per track memorizing everything, well, in that scenario, actually the force feedback is really quite useful and also just enjoyable. So again, this is like the monitor thing and the frame rate thing. There's not one single answer. Like for each answer, you could give a counter version to explain it, to say, well, this is how this is relevant and this is how it's not relevant, right? So like the whole load cell pedal thing, right? If you're dog shit at braking, it's not going to make any difference. If you're really, really good at braking, it's not going to make any difference. You can get used to it. You're too much of a noob. No, you would notice it immediately. The difference between a belt-driven wheel and a DD wheel. If you set them up correctly, it's very obvious, the difference. But a lot of people set their simulators up terribly, or they're playing simulators with awful force feedback. So yeah, they're not going to notice a difference. Daniel, no, it's not. Again, that would just be like you're just making some argument from subjectivity. Sure, just do whatever you enjoy, great, but the key would be what are the objective components that someone's making in a statement, or what specific things are they saying, and then how are those things relevant? And then you could go, oh, okay, I can see how that's relevant or not. Right, we need to make this steering a bit faster on this, I think. You're struggling with your back on your rig. Well, so in terms of like speed, going faster in a simulator, if your goal was speed, like that, if you have an input device that has a wider range of input points of input, then that should give the user of that input device more range of input, allowing for more control. However, most people are so shit at sim racing, they could have like a pedal that was binary and it wouldn't make any difference. They could have a wheel that's binary, it wouldn't make any difference. They could be playing with a keyboard. You can be incredibly fast with a gamepad within like a lot of pace in a racing simulator, especially with how broken many sims are, does not come from trying to actively balance the car. It comes from memorizing the brake point, the turning point, and then getting on the throttle relatively smooth and being smooth on the brake, right? And that's because of a fundamental flaw in the software where in a real car, the crux to a driver that's actually really, really fast would be them feeling what's happening and adapting to that to some degree, right? Every time you go to a real track, the surface is slightly different, the tyres behave slightly different, there's stuff that's slightly different. It's very consistent as well, but also slightly different. So the margin in a real situation is a large part of it is like adaptability plus a knowledge of how to behave in the situation that you've then identified. So someone has a knowledge of how much the car's going to corner in X grip condition that they've already learnt previously. So the skill is them identifying the conditions through how the car feels through the bottom mostly rather than the wheel, but a whole bunch of things. Them identifying the reality and then them applying their sort of knowledge of car handling within those conditions, and then a degree of adjustment after the fact as well. The problem with driving sims is they're so static that most of that goes out the window, and it's almost entirely just memorize the inputs, right? If simulators emphasized more the balancing and the variability, you would then negate some of the rote memorization aspect of sims. But also, before even that variability component, there's a huge issue in that you have sims like iRacing where you literally, it doesn't support balancing at the limit. ACC doesn't support proper balancing at the limit. Only really AC1 and AMS1 and Race Room, Richard Burns Rally and stuff, they do. But then the problem with Richard Burns Rally, AC and AMS1 and Race Room is that it's overly simplistic, and so you can actually, once you've got up to actual pace, you again are no longer really balancing at the limit because you know already what the optimal thing to do is. So once someone's really good, they no longer need to balance because they've already memorized the thing that's the end state. So it would depend on your skill level as to where that balancing component is relevant, or at least in AMS1, AC and Race Room, if some like novel situation occurs due to you racing and having to take a weird move or something, you might have moments where the driver's doing something they've never done before and so are actually having to balance in that situation. But the problem with all this stuff is, like, I don't know, like less than 1% of sim racers understand this, so It's like- nah. Oh well. And they wouldn't believe what I've just said. I'd have to be a real race driver. I haven't tried it, but I can have a really good idea of how Neil's thing would drive just from watching it. Looks good. If I was doing Neil's thing, what I would do as well is I would probably make the brakes about 30% more responsive for that Formula car, and probably make it so that the car was a little bit more pokey, but it's, you know, it's still very slidey. What he has at the moment with his Formula car, I would use as a, if I was doing a game with multiple vehicles, I'd use that as a for like a rally car would be what that Formula car is, and then the Formula car would have like 30% stronger brakes and be a little bit tighter if I was doing multiple content. But if I was only doing Formula cars in a Formula game, arcade Formula game, I'd have them all handle how similar to what he has now. I think it's pretty good. The main thing is that this, like as Neil's explained in his video, it's just the aspect of having the basic automatic assist in some ways, due to how the grip curve will automatically slow the vehicle down and tighten the radius, so the driver is then actually able to push without it being unfairly punishing. I know, CKTL. There we go. Let's get in there. Isn't it weird though with sim racing stuff, how you could literally say, you could say how something is, you could really clearly explain something that's very evident, but unless you are a real race driver, the majority of people will ignore what you're saying because they frame, and this is with everything, people, it's not just sim racing, people frame what they trust or what they believe not based off the quality of the argument or the point being made, but off the authority. It's insane. It's so stupid. It's such a problem with critical thinking. Well, and then on the other side of it, if someone's got authority but they're saying something completely moronic, people just lap it up. I don't think Tony Kanan's ever actually said anything, to be honest, with physics, like not publicly. It's not about trusting an individual, it's about what the specific point being made is. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's all that matters. There's no trust, it's just what point is being made and is that point reasonable or not? And if you apply that to everything in life, things make a lot more sense. Hang on, just steering. Does lower faster? Decreasing. Oh, it's already on maximum. Higher is faster. Trust revoked. Here we go. Yeah, it's just a bit depressing though, like Nobody has time to apply that to everything in life. No, so you don't apply... You don't have incredulity to every single thing, but you do have time if... Yeah, okay, for sure, there's obviously a ramping scale of how much incredulity or is that right? The opposite. Skepticism. There's a ramping scale of how much skepticism you should apply to certain things, and the way that works is the bigger the claim is, the more evidence the claim demands, right? Like the larger the claim, the more outlandish the claim, the more evidence someone has to present, or the more reasoned logic the more reasonable argument they need to present, right? That's how that works. So, but yeah, everyone. That's just how you. Unfortunately, or that's just how it. It's not even unfortunate. It's just that's how it works. But the point would be to not just... You don't believe or not believe things entirely based off authority. And or it depends on the point being made. So, like, if a dentist says, right, you probably need to use some toothpaste with more fluoride in it, well, you'd be like, okay, well, they are a trained dentist, and, you know, it's their job, and, you know, and what they've said is that you've not, maybe there's some tooth decay or whatever, so maybe, you know, it's like, well, that all makes sense, doesn't it? It's not... It would be weird to be mega skeptical of that. If a dentist said out of the blue, right, I'm going to remove all your teeth, you'd be like, well, they're a dentist, and there's probably a good reason for them wanting to remove all my teeth, but I don't have any... There's no aching or pain, my gums aren't sore, and this seems quite extreme. So you'd be like, well, look, the consequences of this being wrong are pretty severe, so I think I'll be a bit sceptical. Like, I'll be like, well, it could be true, and I'm going to really pay attention to it, but, you know, it's quite a severe consequence as opposed to the consequences of having a bit more fluoride in your toothpaste. You see what I mean? So that's how you do things. Like, let's say you were foraging for mushrooms. The consequences of eating the wrong mushroom is potential death. So if someone says to me, well, this mushroom looks very similar to this edible one, it's probably fine, I've foraged mushrooms a lot, I'll be like, yeah, well, I'm not going to eat it because you don't seem 100% confident and you might die if you get it wrong. So, yeah, but but do you know what I mean? If you had a 99 to 100, like you were pretty sure on the edibility of a mushroom, and the person you were with was like a mushroom forager, and they said, yeah, this is a fine mushroom to eat, well, you'd be like, yeah, okay, I'm going to be less skeptical. Do you know what I mean? That's how skepticism works. It's not about being... It's proportional skepticism. But yeah, there is this... people tend to just go arbitrarily to authority with... That's it. And it's perceived authority, not necessarily earned authority as well. So just because someone seems to be in a position that's high up, oh look, it's a government minister or something, or you know, well, they must be telling the truth. It's like, why? Are we enjoying the racing, guys? We're just talking about skepticism here. People tuned in for some fun racing and all they got was a lecture about skepticism. Bloody hell. Yeah, nobody's eating bloody swans, are they? I know, I mean, they could be, but... Mate, I'm having to... Oh, I knew that was going to happen, you penis! The guy that blocked me... Fucking... He was completely unattentive to what's happening, so I'm trying to move out of the way for the crash, and he's just driving into me. What a penis. Totally brain dead to what's happening in front of us. Ugh. I had to move to the right because I knew the other car was going to do something stupid, and then the guy to the right of me is just like, oh, I'm racing you. We've lost the aerodynamics. Maybe the car will go faster. Jesus Christ, pay attention, guys. He was too busy racing me to be paying attention to the cars in front. That was a Swan Eater. Oh, my car's faster now. Jesus Christ. Yeah, some people get stuck in the what's happening around the car rather than what's happening in front of them. I should have just I should have broke. I didn't expect the car to the right to defend us whilst we're just doing that, but we should have broken, then he would have driven into them. Why would you fight us so hard when you've got cars spinning around in front? Bloody hell. They're eating the cats and dogs. Well, I saw someone on TV say something, so I believe it. Our car's fine, it's in mint condition. Our car's fine. You don't need aerodynamics on a Mazda. I don't even know what it's considering to be aerodynamics, to be honest. Ah, we're way faster. I should thank him, he's upgraded our car. What? Where did he come from? Wow, I didn't see him. He was in our blind zone all along. I mean, have you seen the stuff with RF? Is it RFK, the American politician? Like, it's insane. It's actually insane. Like, outside of what you might like, your political persuasion, that guy is insane. Like, yeah, it's mental. Like, just that complete abandonment of the most basic skepticism. Super dangerous. It's not even about if you're a Republican, Democrat, or whatever. It's not even about that. It's just like, how on earth can you have someone that's so like just inconsistent with the like non-scientific? It's crazy. Well, it's just dangerous. A lot of people are going to die, but. What to say? Anyway, less politics. It's more. My thing is just the critical thinking part of it and skepticism. I think people should vote for whoever they want to vote for, even if I disagree with what they vote for. It's up to people's, democratic will. But yeah, you should call people out that are being completely.
The pace car is out of control.
Inconsistent with the like facts and evidence. If you get into a past evident state, so the way it should work is you have evidence for things, right? And then people have different political views on what they want to do with that evidence. So someone might be like, well, we want to do, well, we want to do this sort of thing with our group of people. That's how we do it. It's a different culture or whatever. They've decided that it's that group of people. You might not like it or like it, whatever, but you need people to be operating on the same reality plane. Otherwise things can get really bad and really dangerous. This is Pac-Man Super MX5 edition. It's Larry Lambert from Brazil. Obrigado. She's always happy. It's terrible. How you doing, Larry? Guys, check out Larry Lambert's channel. I'm all right. Yeah, we were just complaining about. She doesn't speak English fluently, so this is confusing. Skepticism. I wonder what that is in Portuguese. What? You, Larry, you need to get into race room. Be really good fun. We're coming in there. We got no aero. We got binned in the wall, but we're coming back. Trying to give you a bump draft, matey. Hello, Philip van den Niekerk. How's it going? Working hard. Oh, you can actually cut that a lot without getting a track cut. He's left the inside. No, you idiot! You why leave the inside open and then realise you've left it open and then turn into the car that's gone into the gap you've left? What? Bloody sim racers, guys. They all do the same shit. Just cover it off. Don't leave the door open. If you leave the door open, someone's going to walk through it. That's how it works. Where's he going? The old reactive blocking is a really big problem in sim racing. I don't know why people don't just like the thing is you can just defend the corner and it's not even hard to do, and that's it, you're not lost any time. Was that the guy that blocked us? Let's give this guy a bump draft. Oh, don't reactively block, you prune. I'm bump drafting this guy through. There we go. See how that worked out for us? That's why you're bump drafting them X5 guys, because the other car, well, he's dead, apart from anything else, but I bump drafted this guy forwards to overtake that other car as well. So I got an overtake by pushing the car in front of me. That's how it works. I'm not sure why more people aren't doing that. We need to do some tutorials on how to drive. This is Watkins Glen. We've got no aerodynamics because the car's broken, but it seems that it's made us faster. Genius. What are you driving into him for? Let's keep pushing this guy forwards. You get fatigued. Just... Stop moving, I'm going to push you, mate. I'm helping you out. Let's go. If we can, we've only got one lap left, so we might have to overtake. I wanted to push him up to this next gaggle. Hello, BRT. Well, we might get 3 more places here. Sorry for missing messages, guys. We're so popular these days. There's too much happening in chat for me to keep track of everything. You know, it's really hard being a successful live streamer. You know. Oh dear. It's mostly women messaging us, obviously, in the chat. So apologise to all the hot women typing messages. Why? You... God, just defend one way, please. Well, it's actually time for me to announce that I actually bought EA. It was me. Thanks to all the donations and memberships, we were able to raise the 50 billion required. And this is going to be great for gamers. We just need to recover 20 billion worth of debts. But it's going to be fantastic, guys. So we're proud to announce increasing the price of Battlefield 6. And we're also going to be introducing more microtransactions into Sims 400. We're doing a special edition of The Sims where you're going to be able to do beheadings. Oh no, we lost the whole back of the car. That's why we had no aero. I think it looks like the Pontiac Stinger. The back of the car. The back of the car's gone. Is the replay working? Was it still broken? Let's see. Oh, there it is. It's working now. Back of the car had gone. The car had it's been modded. Why am I playing this, BRT? Joel Gortner said he would buy me a glider if I play it. So, you know. No, this is... What is this one called? Everyone's going to keep asking. I hate mods, because every time you use a mod, you'll get 300 people asking the same question. Let's do the GT3 here. We did Porsche before. Maybe we could try the... Try the Ferrari this time. You'll buy me a glider if I get to 2,000 rating. Bloody hell. It's not happening. Last time you played it wasn't fun. BRT. You need to learn how to have fun. Was the MX paid DLC? I don't know. I'm using a press version of the game, so I didn't pay anything. So, you know. That's how much of a shill I am. This is a British car. That's another horse head. We did have like good rating before. No, we're moving up. Oh, we lost a little bit of rating in that last one, but considering we got punted, that's not too bad. We have been okay. Hang on, is 2,000 rating basically impossible? That's why Jorg was willing to offer us a glider. 2,000 would be like the best person in Race Room. Well, that's not happening. Look at a reputation though. My reps. This is we're recovering the rep here. We went down to 71 and we're almost. Look at that. We were at 94, but our street rep's improving. We're taking over the streets. I like to this looks more like a defragmenting, or like, you know, those sorting algorithms. You know what I'm on about, don't you? Anybody tuning in that's not a nerd, they're very confused by that. Who doesn't like a good sorting algorithm? Right. That's how you know you're cool, when you know what a sorting algorithm is. Right, gutter free. Maybe we can do. Maybe we're able to do this as well. We'll see. We'll go back to DTM. Beautiful. You're always confused. Well, that's good. Hello, Daniel Merchant. We're good, thanks. Hope you're doing all right. What's the best sorting algorithm? You ready, guys? See? It's exactly the same. There's my race room rating. Oh, that's my rating going up. Insertion sort. Wow, it's pretty sexy. What about a juicy quick sort? It's pretty satisfying. This is what I spend my free time doing, watching this. Oh, look at this heap sort. Oh, that's good stuff. That's a good sort. Thing is, with these algorithms, it depends on the different algorithms. For those of you interested, that probably is only 2 people. It would depend on like the hardware as to which sorting algorithm might be better or worse. So, for example, let's say you had a hard drive that's spinning. It's easier for the hard drive to access with the physical head. It's easier for it to access stuff that's closer to where the head is. So, a sorting algorithm that can sort stuff physically closer to the head could be faster than a sorting algorithm that requires the head to go all the way up and down the platter, if that makes sense. Whereas if you're using an SSD, there's no physical head that needs to move, so a sorting algorithm that just takes the data from the extremes or different physical locations, so that different type of sorting algorithm can be used. So that's where it's interesting. There you go. That's the pertinence aspect of sorting algorithms and why you might use them differently for different things. There's loads of scenarios where different data organizational algorithms can be exciting. Like loading. So let's say you had a video game and you had to load objects into the visual, into what you can see on the screen graphically. You could have like in a flight sim or whatever, you could have loads of data for loads of stuff that's all over the place, but having an algorithm that can work out what to grab from where and where to display it and where to put it, that's where it's all like, what do you mean no one asked? These are the type of things I bring up in casual conversation with attractive women, and they love it. They're really interested. I can tell. You can tell by the fact that they just turn around and leave straight away. Well, the thing is, though, have you noticed how supermarkets have like the worst? They do it on purpose. If supermarkets were arranged in the best order for how you access them, it'd just be a much better world, wouldn't it? Look, a good woman would appreciate a good conversation on sorting algorithms. And well, I mean, you wouldn't need to explain it to her. She'd obviously know what they were, and she would say, "Oh, I prefer."
My favourite sorting algorithm is this sorting algorithm. I really like how it organises the data.
And then you'd be like, oh yeah, no, I agree, but I think I prefer this one. And you have a nice conversation about sorting algorithms. That's, you know, what more could you want from a relationship? There are a lot of women that are into sorting algorithms. I know a few. So, you know, it's possible. Chipmunk on reverb. Supermarkets are great exercise because you have to run through the whole damn store to get the 3 items you want. Well, they keep rearranging them, which is really annoying because there's nothing better. Well, there's probably a few things better, but it's not much better than when you've memorised the layout of your local supermarkets and you don't have to think at all. So then you're like, oh, I need to get some whatever, yogurt or like a cucumber, whatever, paracetamol. I don't know. It could be whatever you need to get, but you know where it is automatically. You don't even have to think. You don't even have to look. You're just like, oh, I walked there you go. And then they change it, and you all the stability and all the confidence you had in reality has been destroyed, and people put up with it. And I think we should protest this. I think it should be illegal to reorganise your supermarket when you have something that works perfectly fine. Like, why would you move the croutons from where the soup is? That's just stupid. You know? Exactly, Ryan. It's a great feeling. Knowing the layout of your local supermarket is a bit like balancing a car at the limit. You know, you're confident with what's going to happen, you know where things are, and you're going to get a good result out of it. When they rearrange the supermarket, it's like when you play iRacing. Yeah, why is pepperoni just like, they'll put it at the end of the cereal aisle? Why is pepperoni like the one supermarket item that's allowed to be placed anywhere? Could be by the drinks, could be by the cereal, could be in the meat section, could be next to the vegetables.
The pace car is out of control.
Maybe pepperoni has a mind of its own. It's the ultimate uncategorizable thing. Because it's both meat, but it doesn't need refrigerating, and it's also salty. And you could have it as like a main meal with like a pizza, or you could have it on its own. It's everything. Boom, pepperoni. Thanks for following there, whoever that was. Appreciate it. The French don't mess around with their saucisson. They put it in a consistent location. That's actually a good thing about Europe. They do. They're more consistent with their supermarkets. Like every time I go to Spain, you know, you walk in, there'll be like fridges with like fish first, and then you'll have like an aisle with some like paella pans and some rice and stuff. You know, like and then there's like the vegetable thing. Spain's pretty consistent. They don't change it. The Spanish know that there would be like a rebellion if they did. Yeah. The Spanish supermarkets don't dare mess with the population. The big supermarkets change around, but I'm on about like the sort of village size ones. Well, in Germany they have hello Novotny. In Germany they have sausage with cheese for breakfast, right? Which is weird to me. It's not really what I want for breakfast. I don't wake up thinking, oh, I want some sausage. I like some yogurt and fruit for breakfast. Jog, did you never watch Supermarket Sweep, the famous British TV programme with Dale Winton? You probably missed that. That was peak British TV in the 90s. That was about as good as it got. That was all that was on. 24 hours a day, Supermarket Sweep. Didn't have anything else. You go to the cinema, Supermarket Sweep. really popular in the UK. They had rules that they didn't tell the viewers though. Like they weren't allowed to just go to the alcohol aisle and put all the drink in the jar. They had to force them to pick up stuff they didn't want. If you were really clever and you're doing a supermarket sweep, you want the most expensive, smallest item. So you'd want like what's that spice you use that's really expensive? Is it jasmine? That's small and expensive. It's like the same price as gold. So put that into just fill your trolley with that. Done. You know, like a hi-fi and stuff is very big. It's not worth that much. You want stuff that's not perishable as well. Pepperoni, just fill your trolley with pepperoni. Lasts forever. Not quite forever, but lasts a long time. Saffron, that's it. Yeah. Fill your trolley with saffron. Lobsters go off. That's the problem with them. Yeah, luxury coffee's quite expensive and probably quite easy to sell. Oh no, we don't have a setup. Can someone give me some hacks here? Let's make the car faster. Oh, I'm so fast at driving. I don't think the setup really matters. You know, when you're as good as me. You watched a YouTube video on how long a person could survive alone in a city. Probably years, like decades. Yeah, you'd want to use up all the fresh food first, and then you'd want to save the tin stuff. It'd all be preserving. You'd want to smoke all the meat. You want to smoke everything. You want to, yeah. You want to preserve everything. Get all the fish and meats and build a big smoker. That's probably the first thing to do. And then water would be like a really big priority. So, yeah, it's probably the liquids is the sticking point. Grow your own vegetable. Well, how do you get the soil? You just realise, you know. Pickling could work the fish. Yeah, you got vinegar, haven't you? So you could pickle a lot of stuff. TC and ABS. I don't think I've bound ABS. Oh, we have. There we go. See. See, this track seems to be running okay now. We'll have to see with the when there's more cars on the track. I think what might have also been happening with our performance issues. I think OBS was having trouble hooking into it because we record whilst we also I use we use a separate PC for live streaming, but sometimes I record off the screen. But then it's weird that G-Sync wasn't working, whereas now it is. So I don't know what that was about. Very weird. Hello, Cat Debate. I need a cup. I've run out of coffee actually. I've got coffee beans. I need to refill my coffee machine. I need to give it a good clean actually. Whoop. Boop. Okay. For some reason, the replay mode with the livery... So there's a thing you can click for replays to take all the stuff off the screen, but it's not working with my other HUD thing, re-HUD. I don't know why. Let's just use this. Oh no. We'll do a full lap anyway. I need to practice with this car. We could definitely tweak the setup, like lower rear ring, I think. Seems to drive quite balanced, this Ferrari though. Such a hard corner to get right, that. to actually hook it up and not lose time through it. It's a good technical track, this, actually. There's quite satisfying corners on it. Hang on, are we being booted from the server? Why is it saying everyone's finished? What's going on here? I don't know what's going on with the server. It seems a bit weird. Hope it lets me finish the lap with the fuel. You what? Mod, do you think there's a risk of virus or hack for modding AC? No, just download stuff from Race Department or overtake.com. Just download it from there. The only mod you need is Pure Content Manager, Shader Patch, and Pure. And then after that, it's just from Race Department. Pretty much has stuff. And then just don't use any EXEs. If you're downloading stuff, it's mostly just copying stuff into the Assetto Corsa folder. There's content files. You're not running EXEs and stuff. So, how much fuel do we need for this race? Let's see if OBS breaks the game again. Give that a go. Oh man. How many laps did we do? 1 minute 40, so it's 15 minutes, so that should be like that should be more than enough. Like 35 litres should be more than enough. We'll play it safe though. I don't know why these guys are so slow. we didn't even do a good lap. Noobs. Losers. It's probably a low split. Yeah. Easy win for the Game of Muscle crew. Yeah, exactly. Actual lap time for this track will be like 1:35 or 36 or something. I don't know, maybe like 1:37s. I felt like I was 4 seconds off the pace with the lap I did, so. A banana would be good. Yeah, I might get a banana. And it will still get ploughed on T1, so. Oh man. I feel like I've been beaten around the head with a paddle recently. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's just how my face normally looks though, CKTL. That's just the effects of sim racing too much. Here we go. Hello, TSM Racing, all good? You idiot.
The pace car is out of control.
He just drove straight into me. Obviously, I'm going to be slower through the tight line through that corner. Just wrecked himself on me. I'm going to have to go slower through the tight line so the car on the outer line can go through the corner without me understeering into them. It's just how it works. Oh well. We took down our one. It's a good takedown. That was our competition gone. Probably caught him off guard because he was probably expecting us to just mega send it, but I moved right to the inside and we were well off racing line, so I obviously need to brake earlier to still make the corner. Is that a low strength of field? I don't know. I don't know how strong that field is. Yeah, if that was iRacing, exactly, car behind would have absolutely ploughed you and wrecked you. And you go, well, that's realistic now. But it's like, is it realistic? And is it fun? You could debate the realism of it. It could be realistic, but you could debate it. But the fun, the fun side of that is less than debatable. But then again, I think a lot of sim racers, I think they enjoy suffering. Like, see, even if I put the overlay on the screen or tattoo it on my forehead, people are still going to ask. This is the one thing with mods, as I say. Not that the people asking it's bad. It's not that it's bad that people ask, but people will ask relentlessly. Like every time we play AC, what's the password? What's the name of the server? What car are you using? How do I get the car? And you're like, oh. This is it's Rehud. Got car behind's giving us a race. That's good. It's not trolling. It's just people want to know the answer. They see something interesting. They want to know the answer, but it's natural to ask rather than to look around a bit first. It isn't on the screen, in fairness, right now. But with AC, it's like we literally have it on the screen, and you know, it doesn't make any difference. People are sort of blind to what they've already decided they don't know, so they're not going to receive the information. They'll probably not even notice the face tattoo. They'll be like, what's that on your face? It's the password to the server. Oh, what a battle! Mr. Trickter. He's in a BMW, so he'll probably drive straight through us. It's good to have a car to race against, though. It's a yellow car as well. Which track is this? Why are you asking? What? If you don't know, you don't know, do you? Why would it matter if... Okay, I'm not having a go at you. We were just talking about people asking stuff. This is Brands Hatch. This is Zolder. Zolder. Every single time. Zolder. It's Hockenheim. Really good track in Germany. Zolder, yeah, that's the answer. It's always Zolder. Well, it's not raining, is it? That's how you know it's not Brands Hatch or Silverstone. What's this guy doing? Oh, you're going to park it right on the apex. Great. That is how you backmark. Why? Like, you couldn't do anything worse than that. Like, why? Of all the choices, that is positively the worst position and speed you could.
The pace car is out of control.
It must be a real GT3 driver. Hello, Sir Lewis Hamilton. Oh dear, that's definitely a real GT3 driver in that car. It's exactly what they would do. It's pretty genius. Like, if you were trying to be the most defensive blocking line, that would be the thing. Right. Which you don't agree. Hang on, this is a conversation from an hour ago. What is extraordinary proof? Extraordinary proof is just, that's the point of that statement, is just saying you're being too pedantic. The point of that is just someone saying, and the more outlandish a claim, the more evidence it requires. That's a hyperbolic statement for the sake of making the point. Refresh the stream. Oh dear. Whoa! I'm going to move to the right so he doesn't go on my ass. He's looking to punt us. Do you think he'll do a clean overtake or a ramshackle? I think a ramshackle's inbound. Good driving, that. It's nice to have someone fighting you a bit. This is called a car. This is car class. 90s DTM Miata. Where's he going? Why am I in neutral? Whoops. Downshifted to neutral then. Could do with a bit of shift protection on that. Oh, he's driving into us. Why are you driving into me? Drive around me, not into me. Come on, man. You could have got past me easy then. He's all over the place. I have a good feeling. I have the great feeling of a BMW wedged into my exhaust pipe. My favourite type of feeling. It's a feeling that iRacing has really made me accustomed to. It's a joyous occasion. Ramshackle. I'm prepared for the ramshackle. Hello, AC Gaming only. Last lap. Oh, nice and easy. This has obviously been a masterclass from a high-skilled sim racer on how to dominate people online. You know, we'll be doing the Game of Muscle driving school. It's only £5 a month, and we'll have setups. And you too could be a race-winning sim racer. Yes. But only if you follow our guide, because we're going to expose secrets of sim racing that you won't hear anywhere else. Revealed, exposed. Obviously finishing on a PB just to demonstrate the skill and the talent that we bring. We were sandbagging for the whole race. Obviously. Thank you. The crowd go mild. Nice easy car to drive actually, the Ferrari. It's a lot more balanced I think than the Porsche. Digital ID. I'm well up for a digital ID. Digital ID. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Gentlemen and ladymen. Men and lady gentlemen. Yeah. I wonder if we do get much rating. It's pure elo system, right? So yeah, I mean Verstappen. I mean, I think Verstappen's cheating, to be honest. Like, imagine if you were like a kid and your parents are Formula One drivers, or you know, oh look at this guy who won well, good guy at sim racing. Yeah, you know, it's like if you were like go to five-a-side football with toddlers, and you know you're obviously going to beat them, so it's not really fair, is it? So you know, just showing off really. Once you've beaten everyone, what's the point of continuing to show off? That's why I don't bother beating everyone online so much. Right, do we do the Super Touring at Silverstone? Let's, what was the other Super Touring car? We did the... Hang on, is there an Opel here? No. Well, I think we'll stick with the BMW for that. I know there is the Opel. Is this rear wheel drive in the DTM as well? Yeah, I don't like all-wheel drive though. It's weird how it handles. I think I'll stick with the BMW. We'll go for the Tic Tac. Or maybe the GoldenEye. I need rear-wheel drive because I hate getting stuck in understeer. Right, we'll look at the stats here. Results. I need a cup of tea to celebrate. Oh, look at that. Ratings moving up. Every race is a new... Does it say how much we gained? 14? Oh my goodness! Look at those points! That's what you need AI to do, Murray Walker, on this. Here we are at the results for the Hockenheim Grand Prix. And it looks like, yes, James West is on pole position. That was an incredible drive for the Ferrari. And in second place, it's Olaf. His consistency overwhelming, 99.32%. Their team will be delighted with that performance. Yeah, just have the whole thing done like that. Yeah, I am actually AI Murray. It's Tarquini! It's an abomination. Your face is an abomination. So hang on, how does the ELO work? Is it yes! Is it the top 5 top my brain's not working. Is it like the top half game rating and the rest lose it? Or is it relative to what you've got? How does this work? How do numbers work, guys? These guys gained, but that's because their rating was so low. Star Wars Story. Ugh. What does a consistency mean? I don't know. What does that mean? Is this for rating or for... I don't understand. What's this consistency thing about? It's no explanation. Just says consistency. Like jam? Or like pancake batter? Oh. He gained, so he would, if he'd have won that, he'd have gained even more. My rep went up though as well. Look at this, street rep is coming back from nowhere. Will soon be the safest driver. With this data, the projection is suggesting that we're going to take over the internet. Gertron, yeah, that's Elo, but like
The pace car is out of control.
that's how Elo works. It is based on the people you race against, but then you can have an Elo system that's done by different distributions in the specific race that you're doing. Resistance is futile. Wow. Woo! We've got Super Touring race coming up. Yeah, so like in the purest of Elo systems, typically what would happen is everyone has a rating. So everyone joins the server, everyone's ratings go into a bucket, right? A bucket of rating, and then there's a percentage of that. Okay, maybe a better way of putting it. Everyone joins the server with their rating, and then a percentage of their rating that they can gain and lose goes into a bucket, and then the distribution of that bucket of rating is then distributed based off the finishing position of the people in that race. So you could have a choice between, you could have it so that all the Elo, all of it goes into the bucket for every single driver, and then you have to choose how much is then distributed across the results. So you could say, well, even if you lose entirely, you're still going to get returned some of your Elo, right? But if you win entirely, you're not going to win all the Elo that's there. Do you know what I mean? So you have to choose how it's distributed. Bucket of rate. It's in the bucket. Yeah. It depends. So like there's always pros and cons with these Elo systems. That's the thing. That's the key takeaway, is that none of them really work perfectly, but they can work in a general sense.
The pace car is out of control.
Most Elo systems tend to work better when you can do more. The more people, the more races you can do, the better quality the Elo tends to work. So one of the problems with chess, for example, is that uses like a pure Elo system, and when you do a game against a person, if they were higher rated, if they lose against you, then they can drop their rating and you gain your rating. But the problem is you might only do one game against one person, right? Not like 10, 15, 100 games. And so what you end up then is a big incentive to not play against people, because, especially if they're lower rating than you. What's the point? You're not going to ever gain you're not going to gain rating, right? So in a 1v1 scenario, pure Elo systems can de-incentivize competition. So there's a whole bunch of different ways of doing these things. Brazilian driver Victor Jens. Yeah, well, I mean, you don't have to be a race driver to understand that real cars can knock into each other and not just spin off the track, right? I really don't understand this thing with sim racers where only real drivers apparently can understand what's very visually obvious to anyone. You'd have to be sat in a real car to like know that cars can drive into each other. Like anybody that watched 90s touring car racing or any motorsport over the last 2 years can very easily know, like, it's very obvious that cars can drive into each other and it doesn't, it's not like the cars explode and it's instant death, right? I know, how could you know unless you have been a real driver that's driven into a car, right? I mean, how did they get the moon landing done when they hadn't done it already? That's the real question. How did they manage to get a space vehicle to the moon without having done it previously to know if what they were doing would be the right thing? It's actually, fortunately, some aliens kept going to them and saying, guys, we've been to the moon and this is what you need to do. And they were like, oh, okay, thanks for letting us know, because we wouldn't have been able to work it out otherwise. Exactly. The moon could have been made out of potato. Yeah. If only there was some kind of like consistency to reality which allowed you to apply critical thinking and reason to things to deduce a likelihood. That would be ridiculous though, wouldn't it? Oh, we need to go back to a circular wheel. I need a cup of tea. 5 minutes is enough time to get a cup of tea. This is why we have clicky wheels, just so you can do this. It's not annoying at all. It's like a horror film. Would you hear this clicking noise coming from your cupboard? You open the door and it's someone there with a wheel. Sim racing horror film. It's another YouTube video. Wow, we're coming up with well good YouTube video ideas today, aren't we? Let's go. Okay. You need to write Mazda, yeah, on the wheel here for it to be realistic. I need a cup of tea. 2 minutes. Oh, it's not long enough. We'll have a cup of tea afterwards. I know it is long enough. We'll be back in a second. Got some bananas here. What are the
Okay, let's go.
We'll just win everything we do. That's where we're at now. Just a winner.
The pace car is out of control.
Making the steering fast on this car helps quite a bit. I prefer faster steering. Thank you. Thanks, Novotny. Yeah, I think a lot of people are buying all this stuff when they don't really need to. They don't realise. Like, unless the complete pack is on sale, you're better off just getting VRP and buying some of the other packs for the content. Generally, these are more fun than GT3. Is this fixed setup? Yeah, I mean, depends. I don't. It seems to me like Race Room could really do with doing another big sale, but. What they need is like a pack that's like all the tracks and then one car or something in every series. I don't know. whatever would be the cheapest way to be able to drive everything in multiplayer. Or to even like design the ranks to go, well, yeah, we're pretty much, it would make sense to always keep the MX-5 because it's always going to be popular. So you just, you always have the MX-5 and then you do a pack that's like, I missed that corner. You have a pack that's like guaranteed that you'll be able to always drive all the MX-5 stuff. Yeah, it's too complicated. It's just way too complicated for the consumer. It's always been a problem with Race Room. It's never been obvious what someone should buy and why. The ranking stuff helps because you're like, oh, that's currently racing, I'll buy that and I can drive it. It's not about the price or anything. It's just confusing to people. That's the problem. Try and get a good lap in here. So remember to rev this out. It's the old Silverstone short layout. Hello, Dave Cam. You need to get in this, Dave Cam, and do some 90s touring car racing. Okay, well, there's sim rigs in Dubai. There's no excuse. How did you get all the alcohol through customs? Ireland got worse at this. Whew. You need factor 10 for Dubai. You need factor 500. Why is my keyboard not working? Oh, there we go. Beautiful. Here we go. You saw one in a mall, super expensive. Where are you in Dubai? At the moment. Are you going to any like historical stuff? You need to go swimming in the ocean. Dave Cameron is like a sun umbrella for Dubai. Oh, you could wear like one of those things on your head, the robes. Sorted. Can you imagine a northerner in Dubai? Big gum. Howie, man. Oh, look at all this sand, man. Oh, Howie. Here we go. Woo, got my tea. You get any nice tea in Dubai? That'd be interesting. They must do good tea. That I bet you probably could get some good tea. Wanna move? Oh, it didn't stick. Oh, it felt like a good move. Proper racing. There, what a move! It's just delayed, alright? We warmed it up. That's a Volvo. So good. Mate, you were never making that, you goit. He fucked it up and then just decided to throttle into us. He had to back out of it. Typical touring car driver. Typical Volvo. Bloody iRacing. Right, the battle's on for P3 here. P. James. Hang on, I'm P. James. Well, good, thanks. Hope you're good as well. Trying to get this bloody Volvo. We're trying our best to close back in here. Can't get the power down. It's that low speed corner I'm losing my time on. The grass is terrible in this, but the driving's okay, so we let it off. Bloody hell. That wasn't good for pace. Probably have to do some hot lapping. You have to do better than that. Come on. Son by son, do. We almost got a stated then. A World Touring cars, 90s. More laps here. Well struggling on that corner. Good overtake by him. A bit of a contact. Thought I might be able to get chuck on the inside a bit, but there was no room. That was a bit of a dive bomb. We had to give it a go. Fortunately, we didn't take him out. Order! Good racing. Order! We absolutely smashed him. I thought the car might rotate a bit more, but it didn't. Was he in a Volvo though? Volvo can take that. Volvo can take that easily. Yeah, good racing by him. Good driving. Disqualify this crazy guy. That was good. He did a good overtake and defended us really well. In race room, if the car that does the attacking move is normally the one that gets punted off, so it's quite good. Nice. D. Johnson with the win. Mr. Hayes Schwartz second. P. James third. Nice racing. Right. That was good fun. You have to be quite active on the steering with these cars. Oh, let's have a look at the results here. Did we gain rating from that though? No, we lost 5 rating. Oh no, come on. Still gained reputation though. Was that you that I ploughed on the last... Was that you that I ramshackled? It's good fun racing. Well, we did gain 1 place though. Good. $74 people are registered for the DTM. Should we do the DTM one more? Yeah, where have all these people come from? You win some, you lose some. No, it's good racing either way. The thing is, Game of Hustle, hello Neo. The thing is, it doesn't... Just dislike after the dive bombs. Hang on, is this the one that's rear wheel drive, isn't it? 1992 DTM Opel, yeah. Yeah, the thing is, it doesn't matter if you lose when you're having a fun race. It doesn't really matter. Like, it's fun driving, so it's quite fun being behind another car. Do you know what I mean? It's also, you can see when we were behind that other vehicle trying to race them, like we've been more active on the steering, trying to get better lines, which is just, you get that in AC and AMS1, but in iRacing you just don't have that. iRacing is just bloody trail brake before the corner and then try and take a trajectory that's slightly faster than the car. It's like there's no like adjustive driving. These vintage cars are quite good in that you're constantly doing like little adjustments and things on the throttle and trying to make some space, and then because you can have a bit of a contact, you can actually make a bit of space for yourself, which makes it a lot more fun to race. Why isn't there a scheduled day for Game of Muscle YouTube videos? Because we don't do videos every day. We do normally do a couple of videos a week though, at least. Normally we do videos when there's an update to something. Force Feedback's all right. It could be more detailed. In fact, I might turn up the road stuff. It's quite muted force feedback in this, but it's such an easy sim to drive fundamentally, and the tyres are very progressive that it doesn't matter so much. But yeah, it doesn't have anywhere near the detail of AMS1 or AC, but. Scheduled, I know. The thing is, like, if you don't do like 9-hour live streams regularly, it's a lot easier to do scheduled YouTube content. I think a lot of people don't realise the hours that we put into sim racing as well. Like over the last 2 years, we have 3,000 hours of iRacing, right? And iRacing is not the only sim we play. You know, we do like 7-hour races with subscribers in AC. We do flight sim. We do other stuff. So it's like, yeah. It genuinely is. It's quite possible that I have the most amount of hours of sim racing out of anybody. Because who else genuinely spends 9 months at a time of doing 8 to 9 hours of pure sim racing, like race after race after race? There's not many people, is there? Really, they've got better things to do with their life. I mean, there will be like mega dedicated iRacers and things that just do, you know, and like esports drivers that do stuff. But normally, then, if you're a professional, like if you're an esports driver, what you'd want to do is limit yourself to about 3 or 4 hours a day maximum for most people, because after that, after 4 hours of like, if you're trying to really be the fastest and, you know, like be at the absolute top level, after 4 hours your brain, the mental fatigue starts kicking in, and so you'll start reinforcing bad technique. So if you're an esports driver, you probably don't want to do more than 4 hours a day. Yeah, we do a bit of Fruity Loops. Got to get the Fruit Loops in there. Yeah, yeah, with poker, with poker you can grind low skill, low rank stuff. Or it depends what you do. If you're playing like mathematical poker at a low level, you can just grind it forever. But yeah, if you're playing against players that are actually good, you're screwed. It's mental. I'm sure you know poker players, like professional poker players, for sure they're taking stuff. There's no way you can do 2 or 3 days and be focused on what's happening without taking something. You'd just be tired. Yeah, I mean, but for some people that might work for them. But I'm just saying, if you were from what I understand for the evidence for this, generally speaking, around about 4 hours for most people. It's going to differ from person to person, but 4 hours is kind of like a long time for you. If you're really maximally focusing and applying yourself, it gets hard to pass 4 hours. And to do, especially if you're doing that every single day as well. Like you could do like 8 hours or 10 hours one day, but then the next day you're probably not going to be as good. So it's like that whole thing with like a lot of things which are physically limited. You might be able to do it one day, but to do it day in and day out, it's factoring in all the things. I haven't played a FIFA game since 2008. 2009. Right. Aren't there 2 modes now for FIFA though? They've got like an arcadey mode and a sim mode or something. CC Racer, are you maybe doing hypercars at the Glen? What time's that? Where's that? Wait, do you mean in Le Mans Ultimate or something? Where's the hyper? There's no hypercar races. What's this? I just think there's more things I'd like to hear his take on in YouTube format. What would you expect in 2026? What traction and other games more? Using connections. Yeah, the problem is sim racing is really small, and so you could do a video, you can do videos on certain things, but actually no one cares. No one gives a shit. So it's just it's a waste of time. Like, because I'm not a real race driver, no one gives a shit what I say. Which is fine. I don't expect people to, but the thing is, I could do a really good video laying out exactly why X, Y, and Z is the case and explain something really clearly, edit it nicely, give loads of examples. No one would give a shit on average compared to if some real race driver just talks a load of bollocks. That's it. So it's a waste of my time to explain these things to people that won't even listen. So it's like, well, you know. So it makes more sense to just when you've got like a game update or a new thing happening, it's got momentum.
I don't like.
It's got momentum in people looking for that thing, and so then I can say stuff within the context of that momentum.
But one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT
you know,
mods, it's really good.
It's just how it is. It's the Lord's work. Also, what you find as well, and this is the case with a lot of things in life, people that get stuff get it, right? And there's people that don't get things. And the thing is, it's taken 5 or 6 years of like general education and them to have a bit of critical thinking or a bit of experience for them to get things. So even people that are not being stubborn and are receptive to like reason and stuff, they won't get it unless they get it. Like they will have had to have done the other things first. It's like a plant can't flower until it's ready to flower. You have to have grown the plant first for it to flower or fruit, right? It's not going to magically... You could tell a plant how to fruit, or you could show it other plants that are fruiting, but it's not going to fruit before it's got to the point of time where it can fruit. So a lot of things are like that as well. So, and a lot of things happen over much longer time periods and time scales. It's a German wife metaphor. This is what's interesting with, like, you see this... I'm surprised I haven't seen more people talk about this aspect of stuff. Like, obviously people understand it in terms of, like, poverty creates negative situations and crime, and education's really good, and people generally understand that long-term investments, what have you, but a lot of stuff is like reacting to the current moment of what's happening in the current moment. Like a lot of political talk, a lot of like general action, a lot of what motivates people to do what they're doing in the current moment is like emotive to what's happening right now. But that immediate time scale and time frame, it's already too late to enact something that will actually have a positive effect. You've already missed the boat. The ferry has left the port. So you can't, like, you might be emotively affected by something that's happening right now, but actually the time to do something was 10 years ago. Or so if you want to not have the thing happen in the future, or you want to enact things in the future, you have to do something now that's preemptive to what was going to happen in 10 years time. So if you're fed up with, like, right now, like the lack of critical thinking or science or all that stuff, the solution to that is just being very productive in critical thinking education and promoting that kind of stuff right now. you can't fix anything that's actually happening right now. Like, you know, it's all a band-aid. It's all like you know. Did you find a German wife and make her bloom? Let's go. But it's weird though. It's just weird with all like news and politics and things, how it is all framed as if it's all in the moment, and it's like, it's not at all. Like the way that they approach the conversation is insane. So like, if you're going to take like the I don't think immigration is actually as big an issue as it's made out to be. It is an issue, always is, in many ways. You can have a conversation on it, but the conversation has to take place in the context of what did the last 20 years of government do, not what's happening right this second. You can't ignore the previous 20 years. You can't ignore Labour going to war with Afghanistan and just doing what America said. You can't ignore the Tories destroying the infrastructure for processing immigration. You can't ignore the effect of Brexit on how that affects relationships with France and the processing side of things. You can't ignore that. Like, you might not like it or you might like it, but you can't ignore the greater historical context of these things, because it's a 20-year process for these sorts of things. They're not things that happen this year or the last 2 years. It's stuff that takes 10, 15 years for the end result to happen. So it's just really weird when people... Every interview online, in news or like conversations in articles, almost everything is as if stuff is limited to the last year or two, when it's clearly not. It's clearly, you need every conversation, you have to say, well, obviously we have to consider these policies. Obviously, you know, it just doesn't happen in the narrow time frames that people want to focus on. It's insane. I'm not saying to ignore anything. I'm just explaining the point I'm making is the time frames that people consider to be relevant time frames are often massively incorrect. And that observation is one that's not made enough. So you see it in sport as well. I mean, I've talked about this before because I just repeat myself over and over again. But like in football games, referees at the start of the match give yellow and red cards out differently to at the end of the match. And it's like, but why? It should always be, if you're being critical, the ruling should be consistent through the game, because what happened at the beginning of the match can affect the end of the match, and the whole game is a consideration, the whole thing. And then what happened in previous match, and then like stuff over 5 years is actually affecting stuff, not just there's a specific tackle that looked like a bad tackle, and that's within the narrative that's visually apparent in that game, it seems that was all whatever in terms of how humans perceive what's relevant. That's just, it's a blinkered view on cause and effect. And humans have this like massive issue with the blinkering on cause and effect is basically done based off narrative structures that happen to arbitrarily appeal to different groups of people, but also arbitrary time frames. So no scheduled YouTube video. Wow. Exactly. There you go. Also, shut up counter debate. You can't deny that the refereeing in football is absolutely insane. Like, and the way that it affects football. I used to be really into football until like Euro 2004, I think it was, when it was so blatantly apparent that the refereeing was the largest single component of the game, not the actual players of the game, and you have to be mental to not notice how inconsistent the refereeing is and the rule application is. Same thing happens in Formula 1 as well. Many sports. I'm not saying it's easy. It's actually really difficult being a referee. You can make the argument that the referee is part of the game and that's just how it is. But you know, it's mental. Why do you, it is actually worth moaning about force feedback because it has changed and people are becoming more aware about it. But normally if I'm moaning about something, it's because I'm currently experiencing the thing that I'm moaning about. So, like, the reason why I moan about iRacing when we're playing it is because I'm currently playing it when I'm moaning about it. So, when I get hit by invisible car netcode, I'm going to moan about the thing that's pertinent to the moment. When I'm complaining about iRacing's tyre model, it's because it's pertinent to it ruining the current session, right? So that's to do with that. It makes sense to draw attention to the thing that you're currently experiencing at that point in time. It's not necessarily about changing it. It's just being honest to the moment. Yeah, I'm not necessarily having the expectation that it would change things. I did moan about it 10 years ago. I should have moaned about ACC more than I did. I mean, I did moan about ACC a lot, but I just gave up. But I should have actually been even more vocal in videos. I mean, it became a meme that I hate ACC force feedback and that I didn't know what I was talking about. But so I guess maybe we did moan about it enough, but I don't know. Yellow cards and red cards are the same throughout the game. That's bollocks. No, they're not. Absolutely not. So, if a player time wastes at the start of a game, they categorically get more consequences than if they hold the ball at the corner flag when there's extra time, and the extra time is undefined as well because it's somewhat arbitrary to when the referee blows his whistle. And it's like, well, hang on, what? There are aspects of how much overtime that they set based off substitutions and things, but the absolute moment of overtime is somewhat arbitrary down to how the referee happens to perceive and feel what should be a fair amount of overtime, right? And absolutely. When it's 2-1 and there's a foul, the referee, you are allowed to hold the ball in the corner, but you're not allowed to do certain things that are actually considered time wasting. Like when it goes out for a throw, you can't like do weird shit all the time. Like you can get in trouble for that. I used to play football a lot. Yeah, if it's 2-1 or 2-2 and there's a dodgy foul in certain areas, or like potentially what would cause a penalty, if it happens earlier in the game, the referee's more likely to give it in many scenarios than if it happens at the end of the game, because if it happens at the end of the game, the other team will absolutely win if they get the penalty. So, you know, they absolutely do give different cards, different fouls based off arbitrary perception of the effect on the game. Like, you can't deny that. There's probably even very well documented analysis of this. Some people go, well, it's a good thing because it makes the games better, but I'm just pointing out it's not fair. Also, the diving aspect of football is insane, and what they then consider or don't consider a dive, you know, and the effects of that. So I'm sorry, but football's stupid. Because you even have stuff like, was was the ball kicked at a player and did they try to move the arm out of the way, or did the player intentionally block the ball with a hand? And so then you could go, well, so you have different rules on handballing, basically. So like if a player is standing in front of another player and the other player boots it at them and they've not got the hand stuck out, then they go, well, it wasn't intentional handball, so that's a whole different thing. To an intentional handball could potentially be a red card, right? So, and that is partially subjective how you evaluate that. Then more recently they started trying to make it more codified. And now you have the whole thing with VAR, where it's like, sometimes they go with VAR, sometimes they don't. I don't know if they now permanently go with VAR. Look, if you can't tell how stupid football is, I'm sorry. You just your inability. Just the dive, right? If football was a good sport, but already the diving would have been something you'd automatically get a card for it. Or basically, if you fall on the floor, you should have to stay on the floor for a set amount of time, so that you de-incentivize diving. It's like every game now. It got really bad since 2004 is when it started to go really downhill. So that's why I stopped watching it. Euro 2004. Also, partly to do with how England play football in the most annoying way possible. Can't bear. It's just torture watching them. If England scores a goal early, they will lose the game because they then go into mega defensive mode, and then they always lose. Then the other team obviously score a goal, an equaliser somewhere near halfway, and then score another goal, and then England can't get another goal back, and then they open up the defence, and then the team gets 3 goals. Honestly, England are the worst football team to ever watch. They only ever play good if they're losing at the start of the game. France were good to watch, and Germany used to be good to watch back in Euro 96. France was really good to watch. Germany was really good until the last few years, because that aggressive type of attacking actually worked out, but then teams worked out how to stop that type of play style from working, so that killed that. When you had Zidane in his height, that was when it was good. I think Counter Debate's a football noob. I think he's just a tribalist. I think that's the problem. He just wants to see his shitty team win. Doesn't actually care about what they're actually doing. Whereas I'm an enlightened fan of football. Can't help everyone, can you guys? But also, I think what happens with a lot of sports, you end up with the problem where everyone is at such a high level with team games. You selected really good people, and you have people at such a high level all around that once everyone's at such a high level, the variation between the players normalizes, so it means that you get a much less dynamic spectacle to watch. And that's what you see with a lot of sports and activities, is that once you've got 1,000 really high level people that have all gone through scientific training, that are all doing things really, really well, it's super impressive. You just don't have that. You're not going to get like a Messi or a Zidane or a whatever, you know, that just like is 30% better than everybody. And you see it's the same with like basketball that happened years ago. It can still happen, but like you see it in motorsport with someone like Verstappen because the competition is just not there. But eventually it would normalise out. Yeah, the analysis of football is insane, especially when all they do is say the exact same stuff every single time. It's like, and then they ignore. They all do it based off like what's that lottery fallacy, where they ignore. They look at stuff based on the end result, but not on the actual. You know, like a whole multitude of things could have happened. You can't just fixate on the end result. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Oh yeah, like if the team could be playing exactly the same as they always play, and they'll go, oh yeah, well, you know, our defence just wasn't there this game. It's like, well, maybe it was, but the other team just attacked better. And then when they get goals and things happen that are obviously as much chance as some other situation, and they go and they're like, yeah, you know, it's all as if it's all intentional. It's like, well, they had like 40 goes at it, and then yeah, one of them worked out. Oh dear. I didn't play football in a professional team. Ironically, though, I actually did have... when I lived in France, I did actually go to a training camp that was like... the professional players went there. But I was only allowed in because I was doing an exchange. I was too shit to actually have earned a place there. They were just like, oh, he's doing an exchange. We'll let him take part. Yeah, they take it really seriously. They were really strict as well. Oh, is it Girl Scouts? No, see, the telemetry for this with this game is not really working properly at the moment. Even with it updated, I don't know why, but... Wow, I could really do some oversteer there. Cars everywhere, guys. Yeah, I don't know how you add the visual smoothing. How you would code that in? Because you just want to get rid of those high frequency high frequency vibrations the cars are doing. Really could do with more oversteer on braking here. Probably just the ABS making us plough. I think it's just mostly shaders, Niels. Just more just tweaking, to be honest. I don't think it's not like they've not upgraded to a new version of DirectX. It's just more just dialing in stuff, I think. A few. I think they improved some of the reflections and some of the shadows and stuff. It's more just largely tweaks, I think. It's not really a new graphics engine. No, there's no PBR textures. You need DirectX 12 for physically based lighting. Yeah, but it's okay. You can get into a discussion as to how you're going to define that. What is PBR? Well, I guess technically it's like using more literal ways of calculating the way that light would color objects in the scene, and the problem is it's still not literal. Like, you'd have to read an article on it and then look at the different implementations. So even with like stuff like ray tracing, there's so many different ways you can do ray tracing, and then it can look worse than not doing it in technically the correct way. It's just, yeah, it's too complicated to just... There's too many different versions of doing it as well as to how it's relevant to really just say, oh, it's one thing. This car has a dog box, yeah. I need to do some hot lapping here so I get onto pace. What's funny though is, like, I do think Race Room's physics are a bit drawn out. The tyres are a bit sloppy, right? It's not as snappy and sharp and responsive as like AC or AMS1. But the general, you know, the general sort of slip behaviour, it's like what you'd sort of expect from real tyres that I think were a bit worn out or a bit lacking in bite, right? So what you do as a driver is the general right thing. Like, you can counter steer, you can hold the throttle, you can modulate the throttle, you can knock it into a corner, you can intentionally slide through a corner, you can intentionally get the tyres onto the limit, maintain that limit with the throttle, right? It blows my mind how someone can't see the difference between this and iRacing, like, or even this in ACC, right? Like, I don't understand why some people can't, like, separate to what you like and don't like and how much grip there is, I don't get why some people, a lot of people, can't detect the fundamental difference between Race Room, AMS1, AC, AC1, and then like iRacing, ACC and what have you. Like, I don't... It's really weird to me that it's hard for some people to distinguish the difference. It's like, it's so obvious. It's so stupendously fundamental to driving as well. It's like if someone went ice skating and a bunch of people were wearing shoes instead of ice skates and they were like, no, these are ice skates. And you'd be like, can you not tell the difference? Can you not see how it's different? Like, that you're doing, you know, you're really doing a different activity. Yeah, the problem is, Loose Wheel, it's not something you can explain in a... Like, the games are already explaining it. And from my experience, people that get it, they get it immediately. In the same way that, from my experience, people that are good drivers, they get it immediately. Within 3 corners, they will understand a car straight away. They'll be like, oh yeah, this is not that grippy, this is that grippy, this is how I drive it. Like 3 or 4 corners on a real track, they get it immediately, right? And then there's other people, they don't get it. And I don't know what you can even, like... I don't know what you can do for someone that's missing those brain cells for them to be able to perceive it. It's like how I think some people can't taste things, can they? Or some people can't smell things, or some people can't do certain things. I think they might literally just not have the mental capacity to understand it. Ice skate is pretty progressive, Tayson. Ironically, on ice hockey skates, ice skate is actually quite forgiving and progressive. Surprisingly so. Like, do a hockey stop on ice skates, it's actually quite bitey and nice with a bit of leading. What about those who get it but don't have the mental capacity to explain to you why? They're the worst. What about the people that clearly get it, but it's in their financial interest not to state things clearly, so they don't? What about those people? What about those people that intentionally are incredibly vague about stuff that's very obvious to them because they absolutely know that if they were direct and to the point, they would financially lose out? Then what about those people? Surely someone wouldn't do that. Are we in 12th place? Why sim racers shouldn't trust real race drivers. or should be more skeptical. Woo! Well, that was not our best result, but it wasn't too bad. We had a little bit of punting. We were right in the middle. I wonder if we gained any rating there. Probably not. We did beat some people with high rating in this. I want to do another MX-5 race. Why am I stuck on this? Oh no! It's bugged out and it's kept us on this screen. We'll just quit this. Oh. That gave me the UI when I did that. Why these games feel good because you're low skill? Yeah. Well, there are definitely some patterns that developers could take advantage of with that. Like if you make your simulator have really like vibraty force feedback for the road texture, you make your cars basically absolute mega grip to the road. And what else can you do? Vibrating force feedback are really aggressive left and right, but no detail, just super aggressive left and right, so it's very hard to like spin. You're just pushing against a car, and then if the back's coming out, it just corrects it, right? No detail though. That would a lot of people would think that would be the most realistic. Adding loads of damper to your wheel, and probably most sim racers would be like, that's great. No, that's for you, Shumi, because you're not going to be happy unless it's bloody Assetto Corsa. So, like, this is still, in an absolute sense, this is like half as good as Assetto Corsa. I mean, it's got the online ranked racing built into it, and the netcode's better than AC. But from a pure driving the tyres perspective and feeling what the car's doing through the force feedback, it's like half as good. Like, it's not close to AC. The netcode's great though, and you can do jumping online racing. But if I know someone is the type of person that's going to fixate on the tyres at the limit and the force feedback and it being really precise, then you know, like, so if someone is more of an AC1 fan or Automobilista 1 fan and like very sort of precise tyre feel in the force feedback and very nimble, then the physics in this are going to feel sloppy to them and they probably won't enjoy it, especially if they're much higher skilled sim racer, right? So then the thing would be is the online racing enough for them? So that's what would come in there. But yeah, I know that you don't like anything other than AC, so unless it was better than AC, you're going to think it's shit. So, you know. Some people are like more demanding than others. For me, I played like iRacing so much. It's like and the bar is what it is. If it drives like a general car, I'm happy. I mean, it's so slow in this. The car stepping out and everything in this is so slow that you would just counter steer anyway, even if you wouldn't need as responsive force feedback. Like, the cars don't tend to insta snap out in this anyway. They're not as agile. They're not agile enough for that to really be the most relevant part of the. You're not really braking with vehicle, and the braking's not actually that sharp in this as well. Everything's really quite drawn out, so you're not modulating the brake to that degree where you're like having to, really fine control like you do in AMS1 or AC. So, it would also, it's going to depend on the vehicle, but every vehicle in Race Room is like really quite slow in response to braking and steering. Like everything's a bit drawn out. But yeah, I mean, like at the moment, it's just iRacing, isn't it? That's what everyone's playing. So that's the sort of benchmark. So like you just go, well, it's better than iRacing. So there you go. But you can download it and play it for yourself anyway. So it doesn't even matter. Just install it. Just give it a go. It's a driving game. And one person can't prioritize what's important for other people as well, as So like, Counter Debate is an idiot who likes football. So for him, just the VR with a bit of AI in Automobilista 2 is going to be more of a priority than everything else. How do I like Race Room? About like this. Yeah, I think it's fun to play. So on a sort of general, on an aggregate fun factor scale, I've always found Race Room to be conducive to having fun races. It's not the tightest of physics. It's not the most detailed of force feedback. But like on aggregate, you generally get quite amusing racing that I think if someone was an esports driver, they'd probably find it too dull and too simplistic. But if someone's like a mid to high level sim racer, or the vast majority of sim racers, they would find Race Room very pleasant to race and drive. And unlike AMS2, Race Room's physics aren't annoying. For me, AMS2 is very easy to drive, but it also has massive physics holes in it due to its complexity of physics. And just the way you drive around in AMS2 is just not satisfying. It goes so far against fundamental driving technique that I can't find it enjoyable. So whereas Race Room, I think it's still, like I say, it's like driving, like I'd say the envelope of driving is generally realistic. It's just like the tyres are a bit sloppy. It's like they're not the bitiest of tyres. You need to cater to your American soldiers and tell them what to think. Yeah, people need to think for themselves. Yeah, AMS2 is super easy to drive, and then depends at what level. Like anything is difficult to be the best at, but AMS2 has like it drives always over the limit. It's really weird how it drives. Since Project Cars 1 has had the same physics, it's like the cars are reluctant to initially turn in, but are massively responsive to throttle, and they're massively responsive to steering wheel input. So the braking and the braking and the lift off oversteer is really minimal, but then the throttle oversteer and the steering oversteer is really aggressive. So it forces you to drive in a really unbalanced way. So generally, when it comes to like more realistic simulators, the pedals, the steering, like the accelerator, the brake, and the steering, and how you choose to drive between all of those is quite balanced and neutral across them. Like another example, when you go into a corner, generally in a more realistic simulator, you will like trail brake into the apex, and the car will have like a balanced trail brake in response, or maybe lift off oversteer into it, whatever. And then at the midpoint of the corner, you then get on the throttle and you then have a balanced oversteer response, right? And different cars have a different willingness to turn in or oversteer or be corrected, or different bite or different speeds, and right? But there's a general balance to all those things, and when simulators are effed, you tend to find that you need to. So the way that Race Room is a bit messed up is it really encourages you to drive too fast into corners and lean on the front tyres and then wait for the front tyres to come back and then get on the power. So it's sort of like it encourages you to overdrive into the corner and lean on the front tyres more, rather than using the skill of trail braking and lift off oversteer more, or even intentionally putting the car into a corner more. It depends on the cars and it's other stuff, but generally speaking, that's how you notice where the sims tend to be a bit lacking in balance. In iRacing, it's all on the brake pedal, like it's all preemptive. The trajectory is all preemptive. The point at where you brake and like trail into a corner and where you get on the throttle in iRacing isn't necessarily wrong, but you can't lean on the tyres. So I guess it's a separate issue. AMS2 is good for bad drivers. Like AMS2 allows you to drive very badly and feel like you're a god. But ironically, AMS2 also has a behaviour where if you're actually driving at the limit, like you're trail braking at the limit of grip, it has this behaviour where the tyres just turn off and there's nothing you can do to recover it. So that ironically makes it super, super hard. If you're actually trying to trail brake effectively. So that's another aspect of these sims. Like iRacing, if you're driving under the limit in iRacing, it's actually really, really forgiving and like pretty nice to move around and everything. But if you're actually trying to drive at the limit, it's really weird. Yeah, the different metas for the different sims, despite them all trying to do the same thing. But then also, it's interesting how much of it comes from the tyre model versus like suspension and drivetrain and things. Because I think some things, it's obviously the tyre model is probably the biggest thing in most cases, but the weird thing with like Kunos is I never really understood why they struggled with suspension. Like why normally suspension is the thing that developers tend to find easier to get working pretty well. So it's really weird when you have a developer that does the complete opposite, where they seemingly get the tyre model to be by far the best, but then the suspension is like terrible. But maybe the tyre model isn't the best. It's just that the wonky suspension model lended itself to the tyres then behaving better. Who knows? The other big thing I think with Sims is that so many players of Sims are incapable of doing 5 laps within 2/10 of each other within 2 seconds of what would be general pace for that track. And unless you are able to do that, I don't think you can comment on the Sims handling. Like you can't, because it's not that hard to drive 5 laps in a row within 2/10 of each other, 2 seconds off the pace. If you put a bit of practice into it, right? That should be quite easy with lots of cars. So that's the thing, is and very few sim racers can do that. I think they're at the time. So like a lot of people, in terms of their view on Sims, is just based on how those Sims drive for their specific skill level. Some years ago, some YouTubers drove the 911 Cup in all sim. I know. What were they thinking? But it does depend as well. To what degree are you being critical about it? Because you could say, for example, the Ferraris in iRacing, Race Room, LMU, AC1. you can say like they do all have a kind of Ferrari-like behaviour, like a kind of Ferrari balance compared to a Porsche, which has a kind of Porsche-like balance with its oversteer. And it's only when you're really actually properly at the limit with them that you then be like, oh, this is where the real differences in the Sims really stand out. So that's the other thing as well. It's going to depend how like deep someone looks into it and what their threshold. But it's interesting, like with the car thing that Niels is doing. It's interesting that within the video game space, of all like reviewers and commentators on like driving games, it's kind of weird that the shit car driving behaviour has been like totally accepted for like 10-15 years, and it's insane. Like, you had games back in the days that were like either really punchy and snappy but made sense, like Burnout or I don't know, the old arcade races. But then you also had like stuff with slidey cars, like drift mechanics. Like Mario Kart's always been quite good. But then in the last 10 or so years, 10-15 years, you have this sort of on rails driving, or either on rails or infinite or mega understeery driving, which is sort of happened with the Need for Speed games. And even Grand Theft Auto, and it's just really weird that just like that became normal and nobody questions it. It's just insane, and it's so boring to play for anybody that, I guess, if people don't know, then they don't have a reference for how good it could be. They just don't know. And to be fair, I think what happened for people in the 90s, you will have like. You'd have seen like the driver games and the whole sort of oversteering and driving around, and it was sort of like that was presented to people as like, oh, that's fun. That's because they would have seen like the oversteering in films. People are aware of drifting now, and you do have like the Tokyo Drift games. So it's just really weird to like developers to move away from it when they must be aware. So it's so weird how these things happen with video games. I guess it's, if you make something on rails and literal, your average player can, without any knowledge, you can test it with someone that's shit, and it's like it's on rails, so there's less margin, there's less skill margin, that then makes it easier for you to then release a game with various objectives and player balancing. So the more limited you make your game, the range of skill possibility, the easier it is to release something that plays similar to all players. So from a development perspective, that makes a lot of sense. That's what's happened with a lot of games. You can't figure how to close a gap with 2 seconds. So if you're getting stuck at around about 2 seconds, it's probably because you're probably at a point where you're not trail braking particularly well, or your basic braking technique is probably off. So you should be able to get within 2 seconds, driving pretty badly, but driving the race in line. And so you're probably not trail braking the car into the corners, or if you are trail braking, you're probably trail braking at like a fixed amount of brake, rather than getting on it heavy and then coming off it and then getting on the throttle at the right time. That's once you get within 2 seconds of pace, That's when you're actually starting to have to focus on fundamental pedal inputs, is the differentiator between getting faster. I mean, assuming the car, let's assume it's fixed setup. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, the helicopters in Battlefield 6, right, by default had assists on them. I'm someone that can fly fully simulated helicopters pretty well and was really good in Desert Combat mod and really good at the helicopters in Battlefield 3, Battlefield 2, Armour, take on helicopters. So, like, basically, someone that has 20 years of video game and simulator helicopter experience, right? And so it should not be physically possible for me to jump into a helicopter in Battlefield and crash it immediately. How do you design something that badly? Like, how on earth is someone else supposed to get to grips with it? If you've got someone that's basically experienced every helicopter that's ever existed, from full sim to full arcade, and they instant crash, how is someone that's not even done anything meant to get it? So stupid. It's like, you need to go to Game & Muscle coaching school. I mean, look, I give Swolio a lot of stick, and I do think some of his examples are a bit of an oversimplification, but he does actually break things down quite nicely for like that sort of basic type of input and what will generally make you faster. So I do give him a lot of stick, but I think he does break things down quite clearly for a lot of people. So you can watch his videos, but I would also be skeptical of some of the stuff he says, because he's not particularly critical of iRacing, and he does oversimplify. He will say certain things that are actually not the case. They're sort of an oversimplification description of stuff. So just keep that in mind. But I think they're generally like, I think you'd have a hard time coming away from his content and being a slower driver. You know, Driver 61 as well. It's Skip Barber going faster, actually. Ironic, a lot of these sim racing coaches, right, you could trace back their information to like Skip Barber going faster. It's really funny. And they were like, they obviously read the coaching stuff. They were like, oh, I could do coaching. You know, I could do that. And then they just repackage the information that's been going around for like 40 years, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, it's to teach. Different people have different learning styles. It's kind of funny when they don't directly attribute where they got the information from. It's kind of weird, but oh, I tell you what, a really good thing to do actually to get faster is the race room hot lap mode. It's really, really good. Because you can see the ghost car the next best time, and you can see what they're doing. There's loads of Danny Lee put out a free coaching guide. Again, I give him a lot of stick, but I do think some of the stuff that Danny Lee does is actually quite good. But I just their shorts drive me insane. It's like torture if you're in the sim racing space. Again, the issue I have with driver coaches in sim racing is they really don't point out the meta. They have a tendency not to focus on the video game aspect of it and tend to present things in the sort of delusional, it's a real race car perspective. And when really, I think you should actually start from the fact that it's a video game, and the limitations of each specific video game are very relevant. Like the stuff I said about how in Race Room you might drive deeper into a corner than some other sim, or like the stuff I was saying about Automobilista 2, and how that you can drive from the steering more, or the throttle behaviour. Like, that's for someone playing the video games. Those things are actually more relevant than what's maybe realistic or not. Or in iRacing in particular, which is what most driver coaches use iRacing because it's the most popular sim and the audience has the most amount of money to waste. The thing is, you cannot do iRacing content without mentioning how shit the tire model is. Like, it's just lying to not mention it, right? and to not mention how the netcode defines the racing. It's insane. Yeah, it's just you'd have to mention it. If you're a coach and you're teaching people how to do it, it's absolutely appropriate very early on to tell people, yeah, the netcode doesn't allow close racing in this way. Yeah, the tyres don't allow these basic fundamental techniques. It's like if you were if you were a go-kart coach and someone came up to you, like you had someone's parents come up to you, and they were like, oh, our 8-year-old son wants to be a race driver, right? It would be utterly irresponsible for you to not then tell them, oh yeah, to not explain that in order to be a race driver, it's probably going to cost at least £400,000. Like, it's going to, they're going to have to do national karting, which is going to be like £80,000 to £150,000 a year, and unless they have that sort of money, there's no point. It would be ethically irresponsible to not just, to not be matter of fact about it, especially if you notice that they were like clearly a poor, like a middle class family. Oh yeah, I'm not going to mention. You're paying me to teach you something with the express goal of getting a certain outcome, but I'm just going to not mention that. Do you know what I mean? It's ridiculous. You'd have to ethically. You would have to be honest with them about that aspect of it. So that's my view anyway. What, you can't get VR working? It should work. Yeah, maybe turn the resolution down. What, I do find it weird. Can I put up a tutorial? I don't have a crystal headset, but there probably are tutorials. I do find it weird when people are in a position of knowledge of something and they decide not to share that information when they know that it's very pertinent information. I mean, I guess you go, it's just business, right? Oh, we're going. Okay. It's just business, guys. Oh, what's going on here? There we go. Yeah, well, you'd make a lot of money with information and being selective with how you give it out. Oh, here we go. Yeah, the problem with Race Room for online, if you're in like North America, it's not very active because we've been doing some late night driving. But for like this MX-5 jump-in racing now, or like the DTM, there's been people on it all day long, which is nice. iRacing's really good if you're doing MX-5, Formula Ford, F4. It's always active. Here we go. Give this guy a push. Oh, don't drive away. I'm literally pushing you forwards, mate. Oh dear. He could have just held his line and then we keep pushing him forwards. Oh well. It's such a shame. He could have done with just let me push him and then we'd all be with this gaggle. Now I'm going to have to defend him into this corner. Probably not optimal for pace. Oh, we might go away with it. The MX-5 stuff's great though. Like, as I keep saying, sorry I repeat myself all the time, guys. I've only got 4 brain cells. You can have a driving sim that's literally just MX-5 racing with ranked racing and that's it. And that is a good video game. Change the track every week. Like what more do you, like Rocket League is the same thing over and over again. FIFA, same thing over and over again. Counter-Strike. An MX-5 is already a lot for someone to learn. Oh, as you can see there, there's a lot going on, you know. Learn like the corners, the track, the racing line, the handling of a vehicle. It's a lot. It's already a lot. Don't you dare reactively turn into me here. Well, you could even do the same track. I mean, how many times do people do BLGP? Yeah, but most people don't play the different modes in Rocket League, do they? That's not the fundamental game. In fact, they even simplified Rocket League because they had the courts with the top side bits, like the city level, and then they've just flattened it out because they realised that people actually didn't want the different courts. Supersonic Battle Cars as well had even more courts. It's hard enough just doing a bloody aerial consistently. Rocket League's so hard. It's a good game. It's really hard to be good at. So punishing. 1v1 in Rocket League is torture. Oh, death behind us. We don't want to play the same car. A lot of sim racers do actually, on average. So most people don't have enough time. I'm not saying to only have one car. I'm just saying you that's perfectly good for a simulator to just like. Why do you think like ACC was so successful? It's just basically one car, GT3. Obviously one class, but P5. Look at Jorg hyping us. I'm not going to do a glider stream. Actually, it's 8, 9 o'clock. We could do some gliding. Gliders are life. It's been a while since we went in a virtual glider. Because Rocket League is actually a better football game than FIFA. So, deal with it. Like, Rocket League is the closest video game for me playing it to when I've done real world sports. Rocket League feels more like roller hockey than football, but like the way you position, the way you pass, the way you set things up, it's the closest video game to real sport. So I won't be having anything against Rocket League. What's rematch? I've not even played that. NHL Blitz on the GameCube was very good as well. That felt like roller hockey. Even had roller hockey mode in it. But Rocket League, you'd use a lot of like movement, prediction, covering, and then, you know, like oh god, here comes the old field. Yeah, you really don't want to be on the inside of that corner. Oh, shut up, Counter Debate. Oh, Carnage behind us. They keep battling each other. That's all good for me. Can I move the thanks for wasting your time marquee? Ah, okay. Is it too distracting? We can get rid of it. We can get rid of it flashing. But how else are people meant to know that I appreciate it when they waste their time and money? That saves me having to say nice things whilst I'm live streaming. I hate live streamers that are like, oh guys, thank you everyone for supporting us. I wouldn't be here without you. I mean, I do that as well, but, you know, there's a fine balance, isn't there? Guys, I would have died if I didn't have you guys watching. Can't believe how lucky I am. So you don't need to say it if it's just how it is, right? Oops, track limits. If it's that American thing where they have to keep saying the obvious positive stuff, and then it's like it forces everyone to then have to like compete on positivity, because if you dare to not say it, then you're automatically pushed into being not a positive person. Which so it's like aggressive positivity. I think I have more of an Eastern European view on these things. Everyone should have a dour, miserable face and tears. Everyone on the face of it should look really miserable. Oh, bloody hell, see? This is the problem. Marius Malbardis. DD girl with a DD wheel. Welcome Marius to the Frostly Back Club. It's the DD girl with the DD wheel. AccuForce, Fanatec, Simucube, Magic. It's a DD girl, dreamy girl. Servo motors for her legs. Marius has a DD girl as she's rotating in his bed tonight. Everybody wants a DD girl, put a DD girl in your sitting rig. She's so powerful and strong, but if you put her in your bath, turn off the power or she will fry. DD girl with a DD wheel, a beautiful time to be alive. It's a DD girl, dreamy girl, 50 Newton meter 4-wheel drive. Girl, stupid ride. Thank you. Thanks for that. Get in the bath with the toaster. Does that even work? I don't think it does. Power goes off. Thank you very much. Was that live? Was what live? Groans loudly. Yeah, I made teabag emotes. Isn't that good of me? All talk, no trousers. Is that pre-recorded? Yeah, I was. Yeah, that was pre-recorded. Yeah, my lips were just moving in time with it. What do you mean? You could tell by the high production. Yeah, and the fact that I already knew that you were going to become a member, so I said your name. Yeah, skill. How do we do it? It sounded like an old. It's the same notes that were in Good Morning. Was it GMTV? Yeah, Good Morning Britain TV or whatever. Good Morning TV. That's why it reminds you of that, because it's the same final notes. Yeah, it's quite funny. This is all pre-recorded. Three minutes to go. Mr. Baldini's in front of us. Yeah, GMTV, yeah. See. Ah, Wolf. Why is he trying to pass? What's he doing? That's not going to work. Why even bother? I just don't understand why G-Sync is working today, but it wasn't working yesterday. Does it make any sense? What's the name of this track? I like to call it Bob. But many people call it Watkins Glen, but I think Bob is the name I've given it. Could be a Jonathan. I think that was a little bit of a reactive block from me there. I'd like to apologise for being a total hypocrite. But actually, he wasn't getting past us anyway, so it's fine. Zolder, yeah. Whoa, thanks for the push. Wolf's had a few drinks here. It's got a good grass on this track. Don't do a fake up the inside from that far back, matey. That's never going to work out. Just serve a penalty there. Oh, they're driving into each other behind us. We're holding on to 5th place. Apologise too soon. Huge error. Are you stupid? Well, he's sim racing, so probably. This guy's all over the place. What's he doing? Where's he going? I'm obviously going to defend the inside, aren't I? Where are you going, mate? And Marsovic, does he think I'm going to fall for him moving out? Does he think I'm going to follow him outwards away from the one defensive line? I think he's going to pump me. Where's he going? What's he doing? Why would you stay behind me and then try and go around the outside there? This car's not got enough grip for that kind of technique to work, I'm afraid. Why would you do that? That's really weird. Very creative. Fair play to him. He could have just waited for the final corner and probably sent it up the inside. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Strong and stable. That was some weird driving there. That was in honour of Maris Malbardis for the membership there. Thank you very much. What a time to be alive. That's sim racing, guys. Yeah, thank you. 5th place. Thank you. I'd like to dedicate that also to my throttle pedal for not falling off. Yeah, the thing with this car, what you really need to do is work with people to bump draft up, because if it's just 1v1, oh, he's got a Caterham 7. Nice. Look at that, he's put a trophy on it. It's a nice looking car. Yeah, with this car, you really need to work with the pack to move forwards, and then on the last lap, battle it out. Trying to just beat someone straight up is probably not going to work, because if they just defend, you're kind of done. 20 people registered to the next GT3. I don't know. I'm quite enjoying just doing the MX-5. Let's have a look at our results here. Whew. It's the 9 o'clock. I mean, how would you get even more? Thanks for subscribing, Spectre. How would you get more people in Race Room? It's free to download. It's fun to play. Did it have more players today than yesterday? Steam charts. I do feel like if they focused on an MX-5, it's a niche. I still run like DTM and stuff as well, but emphasize the MX-5. I feel like it's the niche in sim racing where obviously LMU I think has the GT3 niche now, but I think people are a bit tired of that, and I also think a lot of people struggle with the GT3 still. It's too hard for them. And then iRacing is obviously iRacing, so it's a completely separate thing, but MX-5 is very popular on that. So I feel like potentially you could, I think it might be worthwhile Race Room doing some more promotional videos with the MX-5 in particular, just highlighting MX-5 racing over and over again, and then making sure they run that as like, you know, it's like every half hour MX-5 race. But how do you? Thanks for subscribing, Marius. He becomes a member before he bloody subscribes. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it's weird how these things work. Well, it doesn't really work paying off YouTubers necessarily. Like it can be to get them to pay attention to stuff briefly, but YouTubers are mostly motivated through what's already popular, because that tends to just make the most money. Well, not really counter debate. That's not what I'm really saying. I'm just saying highlighting the MX-5 in particular. So it's not, you're such an arse. Such an idiot. But the problem is, just because they do a promotional video doesn't mean people would watch it, you know. Well, no, the thing is no one's interested in historical racing. So that doesn't draw people in. So the way marketing works, generally speaking, is you have to find something that's pre-existingly popular and already has like a contemporary drive to it. No one actually gives a shit about vintage racing, even though it's better. No one actually gives a shit about it. There's a specific group of sim racers that are obsessive about vintage racing, and I think it can have a solid niche, but there's no new people that are interested in it, because it's got there's no current marketing surrounding vintage racing that is then that can then be leveraged by a current thing. So for example, GT3, when a video game has GT3 in it, it's partially leveraging the fact that real world GT3 is currently active and currently there's like marketing around it, right? So it's basically attaching itself to the existing marketing that's happening, if that makes sense. So it's whereas so that saying to people, oh, this is awesome vintage driving, well, but no one cares. Even if it absolutely is, even if it is a better game. I mean, you might be able to like target a specific niche and it could pay off, but yeah. Well, I don't think the esports thing particularly works for promotion either. Right, let's have a look here. Do another MX5. Thanks for subscribing, Shulk Paneer. I mean, I guess what is quite good for Race Room is like if I'm streaming it and I get all right views on Twitch and YouTube, then what you do see with like streamers, when you see like a streamer that's getting okay views on stuff, then other people are like, oh look, they're getting okay views on that. Maybe if I play it, I'll get raided by that streamer, or like you know, on Twitch, people will be like, oh, that seems like it's more popular. Or with YouTube videos, people would be like, oh, if I do a video on that thing, it gets more views, so that encourages them to do it more. Yeah, it doesn't really work, Loose Wheel, for promotion. I mean, having Bread Tin play anything it's going to be good promotion to his audience, but a lot of Bread Tin's viewers are Gran Turismo players, or they like Bread Tin. I don't actually know if Jimmy minds being called a Bread Tin. I think it's funny, but I don't know if he's sensitive to that. but they like watching him. It's like a narrative thing, so I don't know how much it's weird. It's like when like Matt Malone, for example, is like very well known in iRacing. If he plays other sims, it's not necessarily how much crossover will there be. It's weird how these things work in terms of promotion. And then the real driver thing is, it's not necessarily the case that you see, like if a real driver is playing a game, unless it's like a Formula 1 driver and people are mega fans of it and they're like, oh, I might get a chance to race this Formula 1 driver, and then it's kind of like, so where it works with iRacing is people are like, oh, Max Verstappen plays it, or Lando Norris or whatever, or I've seen Alonso in it. Then they are like, oh, well, that means it's a legit simulator and I might race, you know, they'll see the YouTube videos and they'll be like, oh, I might be in a race with this famous driver, which is utterly irrelevant to playing a video game, but that can work really well for marketing, but you really need the driver to play it quite a bit for that to happen. Many bloggers keep silence about Race Room. 4th day in a row. Do you think? I don't know. Well, let's have a look actually on you, because the thing is, right, the ranked racing in Race Room, if you're generally interested in online racing, like fun online racing, the ranked racing system is good fun, right? So if you're someone that likes sim racing, it would be weird not to mention the Race Room stuff, right? In the same way, it'd be weird to only mention LMU, or to ignore iRacing, or to ignore Evo. Well, do you know what I mean? It'd be weird not to try this out and be like, oh, okay. So it'd be strange to not highlight it, 'cause it is good fun. But then again, it's hard to know, like with influencers. I mean, sim racing, I don't think it's that bad, but it's a lot of influencers are just doing whatever is the thing that's popular, right? They also do it because they want to, but it's also the sort of it makes sense to do that. I'm not even knocking it. So they might feel like, oh, they're not going to get many views, or, you know, I don't know. Let's have a look on YouTube. I do think Race Room is quite confusing though to buy, isn't it? Influencer lifestyle, right? Race Room here. So Moto Games TV, Race Room September update, before and after. They just used the promo stuff. Race Room themselves. 7 months ago, James Baldwin did a Race Room comparison video. Traction did a thing, hands-on preview 5 days ago. That's good. Yeah, I watched some of that actually. Traction do a good job. They cover everything. They're like a general media thing. Did Overtake do a video on it? Yeah, Overtake haven't done a video on Race Room, which is weird. I don't know why they haven't. Has Overtake and Race Room got beef? You'd have thought Jardier would have. He's so busy now doing real driving. If I was Jardier, I'd be wrecked. When you go to if you do real world driving, you've been moving around all over the place. It's like absolutely ruin your sim racing. This is the big irony when sim racers. I think it's really good for Jardier. Like, I think it's a good thing for him to do, and I'm really happy he's doing it. But like for the sim racer audience, when a sim racer starts doing real world driving, it's almost always worse for the audience that want to just do racing with the sim racer or want to watch them sim race, because that's how they got to know them. And if you're doing real world stuff, it takes up so much time. The DD Girl P song, it's well good. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird that there's not more people covering it. I guess maybe they just don't care. maybe they just don't care. I don't know. Maybe I'm like off the wall. Oh no, see, Sim Racing 604's done a video. This is the thing, right? I do think there are like certain sim racing channels where they're obviously generally like, so I'd say with Mike from Sim Racing 604, I think Random Call Sign as well. The problem is it's a lack of time. It's so difficult, and people forget that sim racing is just not that profitable. Unless you're like in the top 3 sim racers, and ideally you're playing Gran Turismo or F1 or whatever, Forza. It's very hard to make a full-time income out of sim racing. Yeah, I'm not saying it's difficult as a thing to do. I'm saying it's difficult to statistically turn it into a living. Like, most people would probably want to make at least, like, I don't know, 80, 100k a year, right? Dollars. That's not what I'm saying, Shumi, you penis. You know what I'm saying. Like, out of the software side of it, unless you're doing a hardware review, it's very hard for someone to make like the skills that would be required. They'd be better off doing a different job if their income mattered to them, right? Well, that's it. Yeah, the time. Yeah, it's been so hard for me. Yeah. Well, I'm not. It's like I'm in the coal mine, to be honest. Really, I should be respected for all the hard work I do, leeching off developers' work. I mean, I'm manually serving this content to hundreds of people. Don't work anymore, Novotny. It's attractive women are all over the place now. It doesn't work. They don't stand out like they used to. It's not good enough anymore. You can't just be attractive. That boat sailed like years ago. I'm trying with the pizza. Oh no. Oh, okay. Yeah, so Overtake did a thing with the Opel and stuff as well. Oh yeah, Race Room Hypercar preview. That's good. Yeah, I think people have. Oh no, Champion Joe did a stream, new update stream. So yeah, no, like I think people have generally covered it. It's not like there's people ignoring it. Yeah, sim racing hardware companies should just send me food. That'd be amazing. I'll do that, and I could just eat. I could just eat sim racing company food, like stale German bread. What a time! What a time to be alive. Heike did a race as well. No, people are playing it. Yeah, people have generally covered it. Sort of, if you were to like take a general spread of sim racing people that cover stuff, I think they have. Yeah, it's weird though. Like, what gives the perception of? So I've noticed this with Microsoft Flight Sim. Actually, nobody cares about it. There's actually right now there is some hype for Flight Sim because it's coming out on PlayStation 5 with PSVR, so there's a bit of hype for that. But generally speaking, nobody cares about Flight Sim updates at all. Flight Sim 2020, there was quite a lot of hype, but I think a lot of the hype for things comes from like the just marketing budget. And you have to spend so much to generate that type of hype, where it's like self-sustaining hype. You like millions, if not hundreds of thousands. So like, that's the thing. PMR, Project Motor Racing. They've done. They're doing Sim Racing Expo. They did a press event, and they were at Gamescom. But they've not done like a huge amount of marketing, and there seems to be quite a lot of hype behind PMR. Probably partly my fault. But I think that PMR's actually, I think they've done a good job in how they've approached it. But I've not noticed like aggressive marketing from them, and yet there seems to be quite a lot of general interest. But yeah, the Flight Sim thing is quite interested. If I had to bet on yes or no, well, I don't bet because I'm not. I don't like gambling. Do I think PMR is going to deliver on all promises? No. So what I think will happen with PMR, my view is, I think from what I've only played like some cars in it briefly on like their trade show demos. From what I played, it like handled perfectly fine. Like it didn't make me go, oh, this is better than AC, but it was like sort of ballpark R Factor 2, bit race roomy, bit R Factor 2y, better force feedback than LMU, but you know, better than Automobilista 2, kind of a bit slidey, kind of R-Factor 2E slidiness, right? So it would just be down to do they get the online ranking to generally work, and how buggy is it, right? So that's the thing, really. They need to. It's about the polish of it, really, and I do have a suspicion because it's so much work to release. I don't know how long they worked on the game, but to release the game, it is in. They do have like a closed alpha thing that you can sign up to. You might get into it, like their driver development thing, where they get feedback and stuff. So you could try it out for yourself. You might even get into it. I've not used that on purpose because I want to review it without being distorted from doing the beta and stuff. But I have a suspicion I think it'll be kind of how Project Cars 2 was, in that I think it will be fun. I think on console it will do really, really well. I think it will sell well. I think it will be generally well received, but then I'm pretty sure it'll have some like weirdo bugs in it that really dampen how fun it is. And then I feel like at launch they're going to have networking issues and server issues. And I think that will be quite a problem at launch. Just because that's every developer seems to struggle with that, and especially when that's like a large part of the game. But if they've got the AI working okay, and if they've got the single player working okay, the way that what they intend to do with their single player, where you have like you can't restart, and you basically like it's like a roguelike. It's what I've been saying as driving games need as a single player. If that works and the AI is like AMS2 level AI, and you're just trying to do as good as you can, and I think that could be really compelling. So I think, well, I know the developer, they have a good game designer, and the developer knows what they want to be doing, and so it's unlike Forza, for example, the developer was bloody clueless. Not Horizon, but Forza Motorsport, clearly the developer had no idea what was actually required. I know that with PMR, the developer absolutely knows what is good game design and what is a good thing. So it's a question of the technical delivery, basically, which is, at least they know. At least they know what they. There's so many developers with console games, especially, where the developer is genuinely clueless. Like it's a large publisher developer, they're just chasing their tail. So yeah, it's cautiously optimistic for PMR. I want it to do well, that's the thing. But then again, I wanted Flight Sim to do well, and look how that's been. Why are most of the race drivers in our races straight up class? It's not that bad, Elliot. Oh, you're Elliot Faggiter. Is that your real name? Yeah. It's just how it is online. I thought the driver's been alright in this, actually, to be honest. It's not. Compared to stuff with iRacing. But I know what you mean. People are doing like reactive blocks and stuff, but then in this you can generally react to it yourself. Just stick your car in really obvious positions. Were you complaining about me? Is that what that was? If you're in the Race Room Discord, look at the guys rejoining the general chat. Well, Afrofrick, I think the single player for Project Motor Racing genuinely seems like it's quite an interesting design. I don't think it'll be complicated. I don't think it's crazy. I think it's something that it's a way of doing single player I've been asking for years. It's just a simple way of doing it, really. Pancake. Well, it's frustrating, isn't it, when you get wrecked? Picostro, hello. We've been wrecked a few times this evening. But like the thing is with Race Room, you just play iRacing for a few days and then come back to Race Room, and you'll probably not complain about bad drivers. Like in Race Room, if someone drives badly into you, it might cost you some places and maybe the win, but you continue the race and you probably have an okay race. In iRacing, if someone farts in your direction, your car blows up like a Michael Bay movie. So, you know. But I definitely think putting the car really obviously being on the inside of the corner is a good thing to do in this. It'd be really overly obvious. Yeah, like you it's not. I mean, we finished that other race where the back of a car was missing and we're still able to race, which was good fun. Yeah, sim racing YouTube is pretty brutal though for getting views. It's like, I mean, you even see like Inside Sim Racing, which have like a huge subscriber base. I think you really have to target content, otherwise you just don't get views now. The way YouTube's changed how it promotes videos. It's really, it's brutal. Like, it's absolutely brutal. So, like, Inside Sim Racing's done some good coverage of that event in America, and the videos are getting like 1,000 views, and it's like bloody hell. Also, like shorts and stuff get a lot more views now, and so there's like that people doing a lot more short content to grow. But then short content, I think, is terrible, so... Profile. If it had a schedule with every car, like iRacing... yeah, the problem is there's not enough players in the game, so they need to make sure that they don't spread the user base too wide. So, basically... it's better for them to focus on what's going to have more populated people in it. The game is more populated now, but it's still a bit thin on the North America's time zone. Oh no, I've sold a premium pack. You don't need the premium pack. You can just get VRP and then buy like the stuff that's currently racing. And I'm not that the premium pack's bad. Like, I'm sure you get the value out of it, but it seems like people. That's. It seems like this is a consumer behavior with sim racing. Is that sim racers, I think, are the type of people that want to own stuff outright. And they don't want to do microtransactions. They just want to be like, right, we're racing that. I'm buying that. Right, I've got the whole thing done. Don't want to think about it again. That seems to be like a really common sim racing attitude for sim consumers. Like even people with iRacing, where it's like £1,000 to own it all. They're like, right, I need to get it all. Oh, well. I mean, your wife can feed the child. That's fine. Just give her some vegetable soup every day. That's fine. What else do you need? Divorce come in, but you got premium pack. I mean, you know. What's more important, nourishment or sim racing? I don't think it is FOMO. I think what it is it's the type of people that do sim racing are like completionists or like they don't like not having stuff. It's a personality type. It's like an unfinished jigsaw. It's a bit sort of autistic-y, isn't it? Is it autistic? Is that autism? I'm not sure if that's the right thing to really describe it as, but you know what I mean? Like, the picture's slightly wonky, it has to be straightened up, it's that kind of a thing. Yeah, it probably is a little bit like, sim racing definitely appeals to people with that are more on the spectrum, which is fine. But I think that's the developers need to be aware of that as well. What Tylenol? We call it paracetamol in the UK. That whole, I mean, they're so mental, isn't it? Imagine saying that. Stupid. This is the problem. American politics end up coming over here. This is why America stuff that happens in America is so annoying, because even if you want to ignore it as a Brit or a European, you can't, because we have idiots that start. I'm not saying. I know you're just joking, but like it affects. You have people that genuinely take what they say on board. It becomes like the international culture. I know, Loose Will, you're not saying that. Yeah, you just saying the fact that I know what's happening in America is mental. Because it's not really OCD that I'm talking about. We're not mixing it up. No, because we're specifically talking about the idea of like wanting to collect everything and have everything in place, which isn't necessarily OCD. It being in order. OCD is feeling like it's not in order when you've already done it. That's not getting it in order or wanting it in order. OCD would be like, oh, have I turned the lights off? I don't know. I need to check again. Oh, they are off, and then having so much feeling anxiety that you hadn't turned them off that you check again, even though you actually know that you probably did turn them off. Whereas the autistic component would be, oh, I need to make sure all the light switches are facing the same way, even though all the lights are off. It's annoying that all the light switches are maybe up and down, even though the lights are off. So I need to then change them all to make sure they're all, you know. I don't even know if that's autistic or just, you know. And my light switches have to all be the right way. I'm not on the spectrum at all, though. Because the thing is... hang on. Let's see how much we are apparently on the spectrum. Signs of autism in adults. No, so there's the aspect, the thing that people often associate with autism is like, you know, like the things having to be in order. I think that's a different thing from autism. Comes on with a picture. Ah, it's my face. This is what I was saying. There must be there's another thing for like that whole, the whole sort of collectioning behaviour, you know, where people want to collect everything or everything has to be straight and stuff. And that's not necessarily autistic. Sim raceritis. Trump will fix autism. I mean, I'll trust everything he says. He's the president, so... No, it's not OCD. Just explained OCD. It can be OCD. Aspects of that can be OCD. But as I say, normally the OCD component is the anxiety that something isn't in order and then needing to correct it even when it is in order. Like... It's not the enjoyment That someone with OCD typically doesn't find enjoyment at any point in time, whereas, like, the thing I'm talking about is that they genuinely enjoy just completing a collection, a stamp collecting. Do you know what I mean? It's not a negative. OCD is very negative, or can, not always, but generally is a very. That's why it's called a disorder, because it negatively affects people's lives. They're not enjoying it. Whereas stamp collecting, if someone enjoys collecting stamps and it's not making them stressed, and they enjoy, and you know, they enjoy filling out their stamp book, that's not a disorder. It's like they're having fun. It's only a disorder if it's affecting their life negatively, you know? That's how that works. Well, that's how you trap them, Freaky Leak. They never are satisfied. Well, now I don't know if that is an autism thing, Neolung. This is a thing. Like, it could be. I'd need to see how it's codified and how it's defined. But this is the problem with like autism, is just such a vague description of things. Yeah, there's no like clear line for this stuff. It's always like a range. I just think there's a lot of confusion as to, like, people say something's autistic, but it actually isn't. It's something else they're referring to. It's just, the Game of Muscle's not autistic. He's just a knob. He's just an annoying arse. Yeah, so that's a different thing. The ADHD thing, that's to do with memory issues, or not even memory issues, like focus on memory issues, and then being distracted by a thought or a different thing, and then not being able to remember. So yeah, so that would be definably different to OCD, because it's not because you have a compulsion, an irrational compulsion. It's because you can't remember. So you're like, oh shit, did I lock the front door? Okay, I better check. Then you end up thinking about something else. And then by the time you get back to did you lock the back door? You check, oh, it's locked. By the time you get back to the front door, you're like, oh shit, I can't remember. I was thinking about the football. Oh, I noticed that the clouds were particularly bright, and a certain type of cloud, and that's interesting. I wonder why condensation forms like that in the air at that altitude, and I wonder if that's simulated well in a video game. And then you're like, oh shit, did I check the back door? I can't remember. That's AD. That's attention deficit disorder. So that'd be different again to OCD. But yeah, I'm sure there's crossover. Your layout. No, I've had to lay this out in a way that it doesn't block the webcam and that I can see it whilst I'm driving, whilst also looking at the live stream chat. This is a fine balance. This is a fine balance between visibility and live stream chat, and yeah, and also I do enjoy the fact that the way I lay stuff out really annoys people. Oh yeah, you can't see it. I'll move the leaderboard down for you guys, just for you. God. This UI layout is basically like a UI A UI example of how organised I am. I've embraced it though. I get well stressed with organisation of stuff. It's so stressful because even when it's organised, it's still not organised for me. It's still like a mess. So then I just feel pressured to, you know, it just makes me sick. So it's like, well, let's just embrace the mess, you know. This is fine. And no, I think I'm just dumb. I probably do have attention deficit disorder because it's very common for dyslexics to have that. But it is what it is. It's not, you know. Also, I don't exhibit repetitive behaviours, and I don't hyperfixate on things, and I don't have any issues with insomnia. Shit. Oh well. Oh bugger. Oh, do you think we'll get another lap in? You can't do longer races? Yeah, see, I don't know if that's... Because what you'll find is, with people that have attention deficit disorder, certain things they can hyperfixate on and certain things they can't. And so it will depend on the person and what they're doing. You have to keep in mind that whilst I'm doing this, I'm constantly being distracted by a chat room. So that keeps the novelty levels up. I'm also talking non-stop, right? So that's the thing. If you're just sat there by yourself, that's a different type of sim racing to live streaming, right? We have 2 web cameras on us. I'm reading the chat room and I'm talking bollocks for like 5-6 hours non-stop. So with PKDD this, my brain could be going all over the place. This is why 1 minute we're talking about politics, the next minute we're whinging about tire models for the 5th time that day. Although when I play like a normal game, like if it's like Portal or Half-Life or, you know, like a single player game, I have to bloody complete it. Like I have to sit through it and I don't want to move away from it. Like I really just want to like finish it. To the point where like even I'll be exhausted. I'm like, I've got to finish the game. Not enjoying it, but we must get to the end. I do that with everything. It's like when I go into a buffet, I have to keep eating until I can't eat anymore. So I don't know what that is. Maybe that's just called being a fatty, maybe. We all have some kind of diagnosis. Yeah, well, you know, I'm incredibly intelligent and cool, and that, you know. She reckons she should be tested. Yeah, well, no. The thing is, as I said, I had special needs education when I was a kid, so and it's fine. Like, I'm not. I'm well aware of how insane I am. I've just got used to it. It's not really a problem. It's a problem for all the people around me. It's not my problem. Yeah, it would have been good. I think it's weird that because obviously I had the tests and stuff for dyslexia, but it would have made more sense. Like I think having like an ADD diagnosis and then here's some stuff like this is to be aware of. This you'll probably do this. These sort of things are useful to be aware of. That'd probably be useful when you're a teenager. By the time you're an adult, you've already worked a way around it. You know. I mean, as I say, there's no cure for being incredibly humorous, intellectual, charming, dashing, witty. There's no cure for that. It's terminal. Yeah, no, I think I've just embraced it, MMK. I think everyone should do that, really. As long as if you're not doing any harm to anybody, being like yourself is great. And it's good. Like, the people I know that are generally happiest are people that are more themselves. And what's weird is, though, so like I know some people that are definitely a little bit they're like a bit unique, whatever, like they're being themselves, right? And what's weird is when you see other people give them backlash for that. They're like, oh, why have you done that? Why are you doing this? Or, oh, they seem really gay or whatever. And it's like, look, when they're straight and people think they're being camp or something, or they're being too whatever, they're just being themselves. And that's really weird when I think some people are really shoehorned into a behaviour that's actually counter to what they want, and so then they, in a sense, it's a projection of the fact that they resent that the other person's not restricted by the rules that they've imposed on themselves. Whoa! I think there's a lot of evidence to suggest that when people, as long as they're not doing harm to other people, when they're doing what they generally want to be doing, like my sister, for example, she really likes houseplants and she keeps buying shitloads of houseplants. She's really happy with it, and so it's really good. It's not doing any harm. And she's insane with houseplants. I think that's quite a common thing for millennials, but you know, if you really enjoy that, it's not doing any harm. Who cares? The worst thing, though, are people that like gliders. Now, there's something wrong with them. Or the people that really like racing simulators. Or, you know, especially the ones that fixate on force feedback. Those people, that's something wrong with them. Thanks, TC Viper. People that really like force feedback and don't shut up about it, they are... honestly disgust me. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch.
So I can later unsubscribe.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the support. I shouldn't have any smokable houseplants. I think there is a weird personality type with gliders, for sure. Like, with people that like gliders tend to be... I've definitely noticed this as well, yeah. I think they're people that aren't in a rush to get anywhere. There's definitely... the same type of people that like grass and hills and things and clouds. It is weird, isn't it? There's definitely something... I would say I'm probably one of these people. There's something a bit... like, there's type of people that are quite happy to just walk around fields, not really achieving anything. Yeah, it's weird. It's like, oh, I'm floating in the air. It's definitely something... it's definitely a category of person. Maybe that is supreme autism. It's just, all it is a thinly veiled excuse to be away from people. I'm in a glider. I'm above people. No one can talk to me other than on a radio that I have full control over. Am I a woman in sundress, if that's what you're into? Look at this driving here. We're on fire, guys. Oh no, there was no way through there. I wanted to rocket through that. Man, I'm starving. I need to eat something. I'll make a sandwich after this, I think. My salad's gone off. My fridge is still messed up. It's terrible. Oh, I'll make a bean burger sandwich. There we go. I've just bought some stuff to clean my fridge. See if that works, but I might have to just buy a new fridge. Pain in the arse. You like things that get you into a flow state? Certainly, you don't enjoy watching these live streams then. This is a no state. Oh dear. The opposite of flow state, Game of Muscle live stream. About as much flow as like a bloody landslide. Actually, that's flowing. A concrete slab. Oh, here we go. Watch this move. Woo! I knew that was coming. I knew we could send it around the outside. Always coming around the outside of us. Good stuff, that. Yeah, I knew they were going to collide. I didn't think they would kill each other, but... I really need to do some hot laps in this. To actually find what the fastest line is. Oh, Elliot, yeah. Do you think he has bad memory? Because he's a forgetter? Oh dear. My thoughts on digital ID. Are we becoming China? No, it's just really the digital ID. We said this before. It's actually quite complex and nuanced. It's utterly bizarre for Labour seemingly trying to make everyone hate them. But so a digital ID is not inherently a bad thing, and we already have bloody passports, which is a digital ID. So the irony of the digital ID thing is it genuinely is. If your concern was illegal workers, right? Ironically, it is possibly the most pro-reform, anti-immigration, anti-illegal worker initiative. So, ironically, if you're like far right or right wing or conservative, you should be really pro the digital ID, because it actually would be a way to make it a lot easier for police to investigate illegal workers. You know, so it's funny to see all these people that are going mental about it. Okay, I can take that. Yeah, and then on the left side of it, the thing is, it entirely depends how it's implemented. Like, digital ID itself isn't necessarily a bad thing. So, for example, for voting, if it's streamlined and super easy to sign up to, and you don't have to repeatedly sign up to it, it's actually not a bad idea compared to the whole current voting thing where you have to, like, in the UK, you'll be like, oh, this is my address, and then you have to keep updating how many people live in the property and all this stupid shit that doesn't make any sense at all. So for that, it makes sense. So, the problem is, if you then go, well, to access this website or that website, or to do this or to do that, fair play to him. I left it open. Fair play. I didn't defend the inside and he had space there. There's no point in me defending that. Yeah, so it depends what you then start using and enforcing how a digital ID is used, right? That's then its problem. Also, another side of it, it's much better to use a digital ID that's not as dangerous for identity theft as a passport. And so there's lots of situations where a digital ID would be more suitable to be used than a passport. You know, stuff where you need to identify yourself. But then you have you've already got driving licenses, which again is a digital ID. So the whole the point I'm making is, I'm not necessarily pro or against it. I can see pros and cons either ways. It entirely depends how it's implemented, and without knowing how it's implemented or then used, you can't actually have a good opinion on it. So what's mental is how people have decided somehow that it's de facto a good or bad thing without quantifying that, so it's another example of just how mental the conversation on these things are. But also it is weird, really weird for Labour to push for it how they have. Like, I guess it's early in their term, so they might as well get unpopular policy out of the way. Yeah, we're already being right. If your concern is fair enough, I'll probably move too late there. If your concern is data protection and like individual rights and stuff and government tracking, well, put your telephone in the dustbin. And I'm not saying people should. What are you doing, matey? I'm not saying I'm not saying phones are good. I think they're terrible. I'm not defending it, but I'm just saying if your concern is that, you should be really concerned about your mobile phone. So I think the reason why you need it for everybody is specifically for stuff like the health service and for work, for jobs, so that you have a codified, structured, normalised way of being able to determine that somebody is a British citizen, right? And so also means that there's a certain procedure for getting it, so that if, for example, the police had reports that someone was employing illegal workers, the police would raid that premises of business. At the moment, there wouldn't necessarily be immediate evidence that they employed illegal workers. If the workers aren't there and there's no documentation, they'd just go, oh yeah, well, yeah, they just the workers aren't here. So what are you going to do? Like, the police can't wait like a week. Like, they have a limited amount of time. So if they can then raid a premises and go, right, where's your evidence that we know you've got 10 employers? Where's their ID? Like their ID? You know, and be like, well, they haven't got it. Oh, okay, well, you're employing illegal workers, right? It makes things a lot easier. For, let's say someone's a non-British citizen and they use the health service, so they have to be, so they realistically, they should be using their insurance or whatever I don't know what the arrangement is, but they use the British health service because they're on holiday and they're ill. Well, it's quite possible that they could use it and then go home, and there's no way of tracking them or making sure they're put in the system as a non-British citizen, right? So, if for stuff like that, it can be quite useful. I'm not making an argument for or against. I'm just explaining the more nuanced aspect of it. Yeah, well, I'm not necessarily against having a. Yeah, I'm not saying what I'm for or against. Yeah, no, I'm not making that argument. I'm just pointing out the conversation on the digital ID thing is just a bit weird. What worries me is the level of conversation on so many of these issues is so insanely stupid, with people supposedly forming these really like passionate views on things based off nothing. Exactly. Well, just think whoever gets the contract for these digital IDs, they're going to make a fortune, so it's good for them. No, but we got 10th place. It's not the worst. Matt, I don't think it is totally effed. I think it's worth being aware of stuff and then going, yeah, sure, you can't. There's a limit to what you can do, but it's worth having a conversation and being honest about things, and just not getting just not being too emotional about it. Unless if news or the way things are is making people depressed, then they should not consume as much. Stormtrooper. I think without the ranking, there wasn't a big reason to really play it over the other Sims, so that's probably why. We actually just had a look at other Sim channels, which Sim channels covered the update, and actually most of the main channels did cover the update. Yeah, it had ranking, but it was more like you just join the server. That's not really the same thing. It's not the structuring component of it is very important for ranked racing because it makes it very obvious what's active, what isn't active, what you can jump into. I'm going to do another one of these. It's good fun. It's nice and chill. So having this thing of like, oh, you got a race, you sign up for it, you're anticipating the race, try and do a good result, see what your ranking is. It's a fun gameplay loop. No, you can rank up like iRacing now, and they do have splits. And so we have our rating here. You can see we're currently moving up through our rating. Our safety rating is getting too good. Yeah, so like. Ooh. I think a big thing is what you need to from a sim racing perspective. As I said quite a few times, is the way it generally needs to work is you go, oh, I feel like playing a racing game. I kind of feel like driving an MX-5, or I kind of feel like driving a DTM car or GT3 car, and then you'd be like, oh well, if I join Race Room, I'll be able to do an MX-5 race. If I join LMU, I'll be able to do a GT3 race. If I join iRacing, I'll be able to do an F4 race. And that's the important component of the ranked racing. And also, if you've got good single player, you're like, oh, if I load up AMS2, I'll be able to do a single player race. I'll be able to play the game, right? With a lot of the Sims at the moment that didn't have single player, it'd be like, oh, what do I play? Well, I don't know because I don't know what's got people in it. Do I recommend getting the Pro or Premium pack? I'm not sure actually. I don't know. I haven't looked as to what gets what content. I would like them to do a sale at some point, and then the Premium pack ends up being a lot more affordable and a lot of a better purchase. So it's hard for me to, without sitting down and going through it and working out. Well, they normally do well, it's November soon, isn't it? So they'll do like a Black Friday sale. The problem with AMS2 is basically dead online, but if you're doing single player, it's alright. I need a sandwich, guys. Woo. The lack of look the replay. No, we had a look the replay moment. Look at this. Look at this. Look the replay. Watch what happened here. This was a pure look the replay. You ready? Don't know what they were doing. See, we look the replay there. Oh yeah, someone wanted us to move the. Oh yeah, we need to move the other thing as well. We could put this under us. Or maybe above us. There you go, look at that. That's what people wanted. There you go. Look at that. Is that acceptable? Move it back. Chaos. Oh, you're moving back to New. Oh, okay, this is very confusing. There you go, guys. This someone asked us to move it, so that's what we're doing. I need to make a sandwich. Oh, I need to. Oh shit! It's gonna take like 15 minutes to cook. I've got to put a bean burger on, guys. Someone talk about the banner. Coca Cabana. There you go. Cut it up. Oh, I might do some glider flying. It's 10 o'clock. We can do one more of these. Yeah, I'm going to put my some food on. Be back in a second, guys. see where we are on the leaderboard. We've got a bean burger in the oven. I think we need to... What was the number to get the leaderboard back on the top? Where's the meat? Oh, I did have some steak today. So it's not all bad. No big deal. Well, I'm mostly being vegetarian, but I hadn't eaten many lentils or other stuff, so I was like, well, I'll get some red meat. I'll have that. $263, bloody hell. Oh, there you go. See, this is what's good, having the ranking racing, have the practice be this hot lap mode, means that you then get really good times to hot lap against. No, Neil from the Young Ones. I'm not sure if I really like lentils that much. I had 2 mushrooms today as well, which was nice. Yeah, I did, mate. It's not really the same though. It does work quite well if you get a big mushroom. Hang on, we've got exactly the same time as the cars in front of us. What's that? Next thing you'll do is people will be able to qualify for the leaderboard on the daily races. I'm confused. Oh, you'll be able to qualify for the race without qualifying in the race? I don't get it. Oh, you won't need to... Quali will be separate from the races, so there can be more races without having to do the qualifying thing for the race. And then you can have more races without having to have a 7-minute qualifying. I really like this hot lap mode in general though. Man, I would really like to find some penny bun mushrooms near me because I'd really like to cook them. And they're huge when they're really awesome. It'd be really fun just to eat loads of wild... Like, mushrooms are expensive. It's like £1.50 for 3 mushrooms in Lidl's. And I quite like them. And so it'd be nice to be able to just forage for them at this time of year. But I've only found poisonous mushrooms near me, so... Confirm with the professional forager. No, like you just... you don't need a professional forager. You need to be very... Check shitloads of reference images. You're not going to go eating random mushrooms. How long we got till we can join? 2 minutes. Do one more lap. Getting up there. But yeah, this hot lapping with the time at the top and the ghost of your... Is the ghost the next best car? Or is it your previous lap? You can set it to next best car, I think. It's really addictive doing this, trying to get faster. Hey up. Yeah, I'm never aggressive enough in Race Room. You can also just ram the once you're on the throttle out of the corner, you can just push through the tyres. If you don't get the entry in the first place, like that time, we wouldn't have got it anyway. Okay, we're going racing anyway. It's a bit faster. We've played Richard Burns Rally. Oh, my tea, I forgot. Oh, how good is tea? Fucking hell. If I didn't have tea, guys, I'd be so depressed. Oh, so good. And this is with UHT milk as well. Just Yorkshire tea, so good. It's like my 6th cup of tea today. Even better when it's a bit colder outside. You appreciate tea even more. We should do a tea list. You've been vegetarian for a year once. Now you just don't eat pigs. Not for religious reasons. Not for religious reasons. Well, pigs are pretty clever. This is what's funny, right? English people will be like, oh, Chinese eating dogs. Ah, Chinese. It's like, you eating pigs, mate. Cows and pigs are like dogs. Like, you can train a pig. Like, a pig is... Okay, you could maybe argue that a pig's maybe not quite up there with a dog in some ways. You could maybe argue it. But certainly up there with cats in many ways. But yeah, definitely many breeds of dog. Maybe not like a sheep dog or like a... You know, certain types of dog are very intelligent. More intelligent than like a Labrador is a bit dumb. But like... yeah, pigs are pretty damn intelligent animals. So it's kind of weird for people to eat pigs but get all upset with dogs. You probably should. I mean, I guess you can raise a pig outside and in a certain way, but still, yeah. Loose wheel, not really. No, caffeine doesn't really keep me awake, to be honest. Same with my other people in my family aren't affected, but it doesn't make them alert or awake. Caffeine makes me agitated, but it doesn't make me. I don't sleep any better or worse with caffeine. I find it hard to sleep if I have a lot of sugar. That stops me from sleeping. Yeah, I also get caffeine gets it makes me find it hard to focus on like I think it causes like my thinking sometimes to be a bit weird. Like I can get what's it called? Like looped thinking. It's like probably like mild schizophrenia. I don't know. What's it like when you keep thinking of different things, jump into thought to thought. It's proper annoying. It's really not a nice. It's just frustrating. You're trying to relax and your brain's like bit, 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 bit. Terrible. Yeah, probably cancer. Oh, alcohol keeps me up. Yeah. I was in last time I was in Germany for Gamescom. I had one shot. To be fair, I don't normally drink. I was like the first drinker I'd had in like 2 years. But I had one shot of this random drink, and I didn't get to sleep till 5 in the morning. And I've been up all day doing stuff. So yeah, drinking alcohol keeps me awake. It makes most people fall asleep. It makes me awake. Oh no, yeah, everyone likes a cup of tea. Australians are the same as well. It's really weird. Yeah, I'll put this channel on for a snooze. No, it is really weird how, yeah, Red Bull doesn't make me alert or awake. It just makes me feel a bit weird. I did, I think it was at the first Rensport event they did. They had, someone said to me, oh, it was this German Coke drink, Coca-Cola. Is it like a Fritz or whatever? Fritz Spritz. And it's got shitloads of caffeine in it, and it was all that was there that was non-alcoholic, that was like Coke. And I was like, oh, I'll just drink. And I was doing loads of videos and stuff. So I was drinking shitloads of it. I had like 15 bottles of it over a few hours. Yeah, because I didn't realise it was like a caffeine drink. And by the end of the evening, I'm like, what's going on? Because I was like, it was just a thing to drink whilst, talking and stuff. Ah, dear, that was, yeah, did not sleep well that night. I didn't even know until the next day. This probably could have died from that. Death by Fritz Cola. Yeah. I felt so weird though. That was what was I just felt weird, like yeah, like really agitated. So that was a good lesson. I just thought it's cola. Why would it have caffeine in it as well, you know? Yeah, well normally I wouldn't be drinking that many bottles of things. Normally I just drink water. But sometimes at events and things, you're filming loads of stuff, you're talking to lots of people, you know, you want a bit of sugar or whatever to be a bit alert. And also you normally talk, it's noisy, so you're talking quite loud, so your throat hurts, so you want a cold drink, not just like a random drink. And then the cold drink's normally only Red Bull or something. So yeah, Germans put too much. The problem is in Germany. Here we go. I'm going to slag off Germany again now. It's really hard to find diet drinks that are good or like sugar-free stuff. Everything in Germany has salt and sugar in it. I don't know. Maybe it's because Germans smoke, but so much stuff in Germany is just salt and sugar. And it's not like a small amount of sugar. It's like 1950s sugar amount. Slag off. Yeah, Mezzo Mix. What's that? That's what's the other one? The Spezi. What's that? Is that Coke and orange juice, or is it? What's Spezi? Conflict of interest here. How about the German wife? Well, see, the German wife, she'll be really organised and she'll make up for how useless I am at everything. And I like walking. Germans love walking. I also like luften. I like opening my windows and it being cold. So I'm basically German, apart from the meat stuff and the salt. But that's not all German food. Like German home food's different to. I think it's because German food, when you're eating out, is obviously eating out food. So there's just, you know, it's a culture of that's food you have when you're out and about. It's not what you're necessarily eating all the time. Although weirdly, Germans do really good like salmon and rye bread and cheeses. So you can always find really nice rye bread in Germany. That's hard to find in the UK. And salmon is normally shit in the UK as well. So credit where credit's due. You can get well nice salmon. Go to like a bog standard German restaurant and ask for salmon and stuff, and it'll be really nice. It's not that expensive compared to UK. Salmon's really expensive in the UK. So, like, food prices for restaurants in Germany are actually better than the UK for quality as well. It's weird. It's the same in France, actually. It's like similar prices. Like, even in... so I was in Paris recently, and the prices are similar to UK prices, but the quality is way better. Way better. So like I had a lamb shank in Paris, and it was like, I mean, to be fair, I didn't pay for it. To be fair, a publisher paid for it. But right, I had a lamb shank. If I was prepared to pay for it, and it was only like 13, 14 euros, and it was like I struggled to eat it all, and it was really nice, really nice. And that would have cost like £30 in the UK. So it was actually a lot cheaper and a lot nicer. Steaks and stuff as well are a lot better quality in Paris than UK. And they cook vegetables really well in Paris. Generally, like even if you go to like a bog standard, you know, your average restaurant, I'm not a fancy restaurant, just an average place, it'll be much higher quality. You have to be picky in the UK. Eggs Benedict. It's not a good thing to have out Eggs Benedict. It's often really minging. If it's done properly, it's fantastic, but Eggs Benedict is, they often don't do a proper job with the sauce. Or they don't cook stuff properly. Hello, Retro Gamer, yeah. Hang on, we can get rid of the top bar here. Resize bar. Never have a lamb shank in a public place? Well, in France and Spain, it'd be really good. Spain's well good at doing lamb stuff. They are... We're good, Retro Gamer, thanks. Spain is... They understand lamb. They're the lamb. They will do the best lamb. Yeah, New Zealand as well is probably really, yeah. UK, you're probably more like Scotland or something. It'll just be a rip-off in the UK. Why am I'm really not attacking that last corner? Oh, well. Yeah, in the UK, it will just be... you just have to find the right places to get good food. Like, there is really good food in the UK, but you really have to know the place that you go into. There's just a lot of variability. That's my experience anyway. To be fair, it's like that in what's that island that people go on holiday to in Spain? Mallorca. There's a lot of shit places there actually because it's all tourist bollocks. But like on the mainland in Spain, it's a lot nicer, I think. I think the French, I think just their bar for food quality is so much higher because, like, even when I was in school in France, that was a private school, so it's obviously probably better than what you'd get in your average school. But like they, you know, they have like, they would be like, oh, here's nice baguette. It is like a range of food and vegetables and meat and stuff, you know, and then. Most people win jobs in France, they have like an hour to 2 hour dinner break, so I think they expect to eat nice food. If you're going to sit down for an hour, you're going to probably want to eat something nice, not something rubbish. Well, UK, if you were to speak to like food experts, London is supposedly the best capital city for food, like because you can get proper legit Indian food, Thai food, Chinese, whatever. Like it's kind of like right in the middle, and you know, you've got London has like one of the greatest cultural diversities of any city. So, as a result, you're going to get people that have come from other countries that then make their food, right? But you just need to know where to go. Yeah, that's what's funny with Spain and France. Although you say that, I've been actually the supermarkets in Paris were shit. But your average local French supermarket when I was younger were really good, and local food places were really good. But I think That's the thing, though. I think, like, in Europe, it's more normal to go to, like, a proper butcher's or a proper, you know, like a specialist. Whereas in the UK, everyone just goes to a supermarket. It's probably less popular in Europe, so it's probably why the supermarkets are shit. Like, Carrefour is normally garbage, when the ones I've been to in France. Yeah, like butchers used to be. It's much harder in the UK to find good butchers now because people just buy all their stuff in supermarkets. Whereas in the 80s and 90s, you would go to a butcher's, right? You didn't even have supermarkets in the same way until like what was it, like 95 or something. You didn't really have the big supermarkets, and then it wasn't until like 2005 or 6 that you had the mega supermarkets like the Asda's and what have you. The 24-hour thing, which they then got rid of, weirdly. I was just thinking, in France, I think they have a food culture where they really do care about the quality of stuff. So there's a benefit to being a bit arrogant. Your food in England is not good. Filthy Englishman. Poo on the English. Wow, no, I think Italian food's overrated because Italians are so, like, prideful of their bloody food, right? And a lot of Italian food it's not necessarily that much better. No, it's overrated. Like, Italians, they don't get, yeah, obviously there's really great Italian food, but again, they tend to put too much salt on things, and then, yeah, they're just, they're too pretentious. Like, it's not. There will be really great Italian food, but honestly, it's overrated. For sure. Like, even when something's average, Italians will act like it's amazing. It's all... they're so prideful of the food. The best food I ever had was in Croatia, not Italy. Just basic good quality food. Another strike against Game of Muscle. Mass unsubscription. Game of Muscle slags off Italian food. Look, maybe I need to go somewhere nice in Italy and experience this superb Italian food that everyone talks about. I've had nice food in Italy, but it's always been a bit overrated. That's all I'm saying. They like act as if it's all like the best thing ever. It's like, well, it's not bad, but it's not necessarily better than the French food I've had. I like the reactive block there. Yeah, I mean, like pasta, come on, it's just bloody rice and egg. Oh, our pasta's so perfect. It's like, oh, come on. It's bloody pasta, mate. It's like getting carried away with your beans on toast, you know. It's like, yeah, I like beans on toast, but I ain't going to pretend it's anything mega special. Oh, death behind us. Compared pasta to beans on toast. Like, pasta's like dry. Like, okay, fresh pasta is going to be different, but you know, still. Yeah, look, see, they're like, oh, how could a Brit laugh at Italian food? Look, just because British don't feel the need to, like, be pretentious about their amazing food, it just, you know, we're confident in it, we don't have to oversell it. Oh, God, do people have to reactively block every single time we get a good run there? See, look, the Italians can't cope. They're like, oh, no, we're Brits. Oh, but they can't think of actually anything to say. Yeah, give me a good jacket potato and give me a vegetable bean burger. Good times. Look, we have talking about fresh ingredients. We have some of the best carrots in the world here. We have some fantastic mushrooms at this time of year. See, Italians will be like, the mushroom season. Look at this mushroom. But the pacinale or mushroom. Right, and we'll go, yeah, that's the brown round. We won't. Italians will call the same mushroom like the patanella di millennio della Palestina. And in the British will be like, oh, it's a mushroom, mate. The brown fungus. They all have to be all fancy. It's like it's the same thing. They're trying to compensate. Italian, like in the UK, it's carrot. I bet Italian for carrot is the orange, beautiful orange vegetable of the ground. Vitamin E, beautiful carrot. You know. We just call a spade, right? Or like a what's the saying? This is what it is. It's just a carrot. I like carrots. Yeah, 30 words for tomato. A red, beautiful red, fresh vegetable. No, it's a tomato, mate. It's a tomato. It's nice. I like tomatoes, but come on. Deal with it. Oh, I squeezed him. Right, so we're not getting past Italian passport, are we, this time? That's it. Italian visa revoked. Italians didn't even invent the pizza. That was like from Romans or something. Not Italian Romans, but it was like that was from somewhere else. Also, is Italian food better than a good curry? I don't think it is. Like the fact is, Indian food is better than Italian. Fact. Or Turkey, like a kebab. Can you beat a kebab? Do you know what I mean? You don't get Indians doing that with their curries, do they? They just go, yeah, it's a whatever. They just say what it is. They don't make up some like elaborate story for it. Italians invented parking all over the road. You've never seen an Indian eat? I have. Yeah. Referring to a type of flat. Yeah, but flatbread existed before. Come on. I could eat a curry any time of the day, any mood, any degree of hunger, right? But you probably wouldn't want a pasta for breakfast, would you? Do you know what I mean? Like, or you could eat a curry sober or drunk, but you probably don't really want pasta if you've got a hangover or you're drunk. So this is what I mean. This is how you know the true test of a food. Like beans on toast, you can eat that anytime. It's quality. Or cup of tea. You can have a cup of tea whenever, even in hospital. Yeah, I'd have curry for breakfast. Why would you not have a curry for breakfast? A good vindaloo to wake you up. What about like a tandoori chicken? A nice chapati with some curry for breakfast. What is a typical Indian breakfast? Yeah, tandoori roll for breakfast, see? I look like generic. I look like player model number 7. Average player model number 7. I've got one of those faces. I should have become an actor because we could play like any sort of average average white European man, and then we could do like from Turkey to Scotland. We're covered. Yeah, we're having a bean burger in a minute. We put it in oven. It's in oven. Cappuccino and cornetto. I never liked Turkish breakfast, which was like a boiled egg and some fish. That was not good. Which is weird because I really like Turkish food. But yeah, boiled egg and some anchovies is not really my... don't want to wake up to that. I'll have some Greek yogurt, but then that's Greek, not Turkish. So... I wonder what Turkish yogurt is. It depends on the fish, actually. If it was like freshly caught fish and, you know... Depends on the type of fish. Hard to beat a smoked salmon. Yeah, I like... Yes, the salmon's alright for breakfast. I suppose salmon with some cheese is nice. Fish with gingerbread enough. What about when I was in Paris? They had prawns with mint. It was quite nice, actually. Minty prawn. Woo! Oh, the AI's wrecking everyone. Beautiful. Nice. Look at that. 360 no scope race finish from him. Nice one. Well, I'm going to get my bean burger now. We might do one more of these. It's 11 o'clock. These like... What's wrong with me? Do we game rating here? I had a weird dream actually the other day about octopus, and there were octopus everywhere in the ocean. And I was thinking, oh, that'd be good. We could go and go octopus hunting, and I could eat octopus. I was like, oh yeah, if I got hungry, we could just spear hunt some octopi. You don't really see them. I've only ever seen like one in real life. I don't know, maybe like 2 or 3 in real life. They're normally really hard to find. Leave the octopus alone. They only live to like 4 or 5, so it's fine. It's fine. What's my biggest tip? To increase speed, push the throttle pedal further down. You always get top 5 on lap 1 and then sink back as everyone recovers from the lap 1 craziness. You probably need to do hot lapping practice. You probably have good like race awareness and positioning and overtaking, but you probably just have bad overall pace. So you need to just hot lap until you got a consistent pace, I think. Let's have a look here. Oh, we're moving up, guys. Right, let me get my bean burger. Be back in a second. Get another cup of tea as well. Because the MX-5, it's not a free car, is it? What's the free... Which cars are free? The DTM. That's it. Well, 21 people registered for the GT3. Oh no! Bless you, B. Thank you, Andrew. 88 months. 88. Can you imagine? 88 months. Bloody hell. Think what we could have achieved in 88 months. If we hadn't done sim racing. Could have taken the ring to Mordor. How long did it supposedly take them? How long did it take the hobbits? September 3018 to March 39. I did it in a year. 6 months. Oh, they ruined it. Ruined the story there. That's not that long, is it? Why did they have the ring? Hang on, the ring controlled the other rings. But why did they have the ring? I need to watch Lord of the Rings again. It's a bit of a silly name of a book, isn't it, really? Lord of the Rings. I'm a lord, and I have all the rings. Lord. Surely, King of the Ring. King of the Rings. King of the Ring. Or Thing with a Ring. Him with a ring. Or ding-a-ling-ding. Imagine if the books were called Ding-a-ling-ding. Ding-a-ling-ding, it's a ring. You'd be like... And that's what everyone would be like. Oh, have you read the book Ding-a-ling-ding with a ring? Have you seen the film Ding-a-ling-ring? Ding-a-ling-ding-dong. Oh yeah, it's a good film, that. Yeah, everyone just accepts Lord of the Rings. It's a silly name. It's a really silly name. I mean, King of the Ring is better. Yeah, they would have been way more successful. What's this? If you want to buy stuff at Race Room, don't buy it. Yeah, get VRP and then buy a pack. There you go. The Race Room tips. I'll eat my burger in 2 halves. Is this how you eat bean burgers? Right. What's the main plot of Lord of the Rings? A hobbit named Frodo Baggins' perilous quest to destroy the One Ring in Mount Doom, the only place where it can be unmade, to prevent Dark Lord Sauron from using it to conquer the world of the Middle Earth. Wow. Let's do some practice here. Oh man, I've got spice in my mouth, so when I drink my tea, my mouth hurts. Explore the rich legacy of touring car racing. What's the difference between a GT and a touring car? Go bowling. Hello. What's going on here? Oh no, the UI's forgotten to load. Oh, this is a bug. Oh no. Oh, no, there we go. Just slow, just slow. Here we go. put this on like 55 brake bias. I'm not sure where we're rated at the moment. Hang on, we're 200. Has it forgotten where we were? I thought we were in the top 100. Did it not save the last the best that we did? Cut the track. Otherwise, that's a good line. We have to slap it into that corner. Oh no, we did not get it in there. Huge error. Don't think we need to brake a bit earlier there. Slap it in. Not the worst though. Oh, that's better. Final corner. Do we do T1 in 4th gear? Surprised that the tighter line is faster through there. This is Project Race Room. Yeah, I'd be interested to see what they do. Will it grow or die? I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to know. Oh, you could have said hi. Was it at the Acertech booth? Oh, in the business area. Oh, you should have said hi, or after I finished filming. I don't mind. Pretty friendly. Ah, okay. It's a bit. It can get a bit hectic with filming stuff and everyone doing what they're doing. There's no chill at trade shows. I mean, did you get an ice cream from the booth? They had hot dogs and ice creams. I didn't have a pass. Like, people that were exhibiting in that booth had like a business pass or whatever. Their vouchers. I didn't have one, but then the guys that had that light gun, they blagged me an ice cream. That's what I do. I just sneak in. I just sneak stuff off people. Like a ninja. Oh, look at this laptop. It's well big improvement. Yeah, they had pizza as well. I had some of the little mini burger things they had. I was getting really hungry. It's really hard to find food at Gamescom. You have to go into Colne, the street with all the restaurants. It's quite good restaurants actually. It's quite nice, but by Gamescom, Colne Messe is shit for food. It's terrible. Even the train station has nothing in it. So, and then if you're in Gamescom, it takes you like 40 minutes to get out of Gamescom. So if you're hungry, you're like absolutely dying.
The pace car is out of control.
What's this? Show me do you need a cup of tea? What's this? Food talk. He's triggered. He's triggered. Shuey's having a food breakdown. Hey look, Gamescom food is where it's at. Chicken, it was spicy. She's sick of the food talk. What do you want us to talk about? Food triggered. He's got food poisoning. Look, I'm not in your office. I'm not in your office. I'm not subjected to the mundane office talk like you are, so it doesn't bother me. Your problem is you have like a real job where you have to put up with people you hate. I don't have that. I don't have that issue. This is the thing, right? Imagine having to go to a real job and listen to people that you don't like, and you can't tell them to go away because you work there. You can't escape it. That's like hell. Actually, the worst. Real jobs are terrible. I don't know why people do them. Hang on. I went to this nice place for lunch. We got a 10% discount. Had these lovely olives with bread. How do I get there? Is there parking? Oh, the discount thing. They always have to tell you the completely irrelevant discount. They have to tell you the utterly irrelevant discount that wouldn't have made any difference either way, and it's always such a like, it's an annoying amount of discount because it's of no bearing to anything. Like, the discount didn't mean that you went there because it wasn't like it was 80% off or, you know, surprisingly cheap, but they have to just say a number that's a discount as if it was relevant, but it isn't, and that's what makes it really annoying. Someone presenting something as relevant that's not is especially annoying. Look at this attention to detail, guys. I'm moving this for you guys so you guys can see the timing board. Do you like that? Look at that. I moved it just for you all. How nice am I? What a legend. Yeah, well, that's attention to detail. Maybe it's a bit too big. Let's make it a bit smaller. It's too far in the middle for me. Oh, thank you.
3 months of this nonsense. I need to get out more.
You do. Thank you very much. There you go. That's plenty big enough there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not subjected to that. I only talk to people that I want to talk to. It's well good. Have you never been in the office and someone's gone, oh, what do you currently feel about the current economic policy? Imagine, you couldn't even have a decent conversation in an office, because if you upset someone or you went into a subject area that was deemed controversial, you could lose your job. You would have thought in a normal job the conversation that people should be happening is how much pay they're getting, right? But in the UK, people don't talk about it. Like, someone should say, "Oh, I got a promotion in this department, and I'm now being paid X salary a year, and I'm spending this amount of time working. Is that similar to what you're getting for doing the same amount of work?" And then the other person would go, The other person would go, oh, actually, no, I'm being paid half that. And then you go, oh, well, really, then you should ask for a pay rise so it's matched with what I'm doing because I know that you're doing a similar amount of work to me. And then the workers could they could group together and then organise to make sure that none of them are being like unfairly paid relative to each other. And then what could happen is the central government could step in and make that illegal and disband it and then brainwash everyone so that they can't do that. And then allowing them to be exploited, and then that can all take place over like 20 to 30 years. And then you can make sure that house prices, food and everything is too expensive, so people are then effectively indentured slaves. Well, that's fair. Antoine, that's fair enough, but like, it's not really the amount of work, but like if you've generated X amount of wealth for a business, which is relevant, then you should receive a fair recompense for the profit that you've generated. So yeah, amount of work isn't necessarily the factor, but amount of profit you've generated is. The thing is, what's weird is, those are the conversations. As an entrepreneur, you literally go to you literally do networking events and you will literally talk to someone else that's another business owner and you'll say to them, you'll be talking, be like, oh, this market, how have you found working with this market? Or have you managed to, is it been all right selling these products here? Do you think there's great growth there? And actually, ironically, a lot of business owners are really like open with information, even though you could argue that would be detrimental because they might be introducing more competition to themselves. But in a lot of industries, they are like straightforward with the information. So, like, it's just funny that business owners often and entrepreneurs would often be way more open with what makes more money, where they manage to make more money, and what's been more profitable than employees can be amongst each other, when employees are effectively self-employed within a company and are effectively employee entrepreneurs and should be finding out what they should be earning, right? They're playing the same game as the business owners. They're just doing it from an employee perspective. So it's funny that it's actually quite open. From my experience, it's really open with lots of different businesses. I'm actually genuinely surprised how, like when I was doing some games development, people would literally just tell you, oh, this is how much we managed to sell this for in this area, and this is what they were looking for. And this is what they need more of, and this is what you can do. Like, just say it outright. There's no, I'm sure in certain fields where there's a lot more competition or it's very crowded, I'm sure it's different, but yeah, it's funny that basically never be an employee unless you're being paid well for what you do. I'm always, it's mostly tea for me. Weirdly, as well, right, for a business owner, it's actually probably better for the business owner if you have an employee that's doing good work, and they're generating profit. You want that employee to continue working for you. If they're generating profit, they are always of value to you as an employee, even if they're not making much profit. As long as they're making profit, they're of value, right? It's just how it works. So you would rather have an employee that isn't, that you're not making direct profit out of that employee as much as you possibly could, but then they stay in the business because they're a good employee, than having them leave the business to another company. Whereas in the UK, I think you have to, as an employee, you have to leave the job. Like, you're not going to move up through a company. You have to move sideways. You'd have to find another job somewhere else, and then you'll be able to get more salary. The whole structures of everything is set up like that, which is really weird because it's like that's very inefficient given how much of business is based on relationships and sort of really subtle structural knowledge. Yeah, but what... Yeah, it's weird though, isn't it, Shumi? Because what they end up doing is they then cut all those costs, get people doing more work, but then it's not sustainable, and then they have to rehire at more cost. What I find weird is with the AI stuff, where obviously people are going... some business owners are like, right, we can use AI, we can have an employee use AI instead of us employing another person. Great, so we've saved one wage, or we're paying the same wage as we were paying before, but the higher skilled employee can basically achieve more slightly faster. But what then happens when the AI companies increase the prices? You've given away like your strength and your freedom as a business. You've handed it over to an AI company that's obviously not charging the actual price that they will do in the future. It's so obvious that they will... It's exactly like taxi, Uber and stuff, where they will replace so much of the business, remove all competition, and then once everyone is trapped into using it, they will just keep increasing the price to the point where you might as well have been doing your own, like the other way. It's so obvious that that's what they're doing. I find it really weird that companies are so short-sighted. Well, I guess it isn't weird, is it? So whatever's a quarterly profit looks good. But then what's also seems really apparent with the AI stuff is it's superficial. It's really good for like stupid task stuff or searching through things quickly and removing like it's good for certain things, but when you actually want it to create something new or really do actual, like, not just be an assistant, it then really just falls apart massively. Like, you need to actually be competent and really know what you're doing to then take advantage of, like, the AI works as like a handy assistant rather than it being the equivalent of an employee that can effectively start doing their own thing at some point in time, if that makes sense. Like, it's more of an assistant to someone than it is another person. But the way it's being treated and a lot of people behaving about it is as if AI is another person, effectively. So it should be like how typists were replaced by computers, or like databases and computers replaced people that did filing and that kind of stuff, or like a library type person might have been replaced by a computer. So that's what it should be thought of, but people are thinking of it as if it's a person. Yeah, where AI works really, really well is when you already know something, but you can use the AI to reduce the labour, your personal labour, I think. Or searching through things is really good. Or doing anything that's been done before. If you're trying to do anything new, it's terrible. Yeah, if China produces good competition for it, yeah. But clearly the incentive, the incentive is for these. What it seems like is the way that these companies want to compete with AI is this assumption that if you throw more processing at large language models, they end up magically being better. And I think that might be wrong. I think what it's going to turn out as is that what makes the large language models better, if you're using that form of AI, what will make it better is better training data. So the cost should actually be you paying for more, like you're paying for like highly trained individuals to train the AI to a higher standard and for in specific niches. So you're inputting much higher quality data. That should be where the cost is going. Whereas it seems right now they're trying to sort of brute force better behaviors from larger training, like just global training data. So, but then also, if you're really good at something, why would you want to contribute to the training? Let's say you're an absolute expert in a specific niche. Why would you want to, unless you were paid absolute shitloads, maybe they are, but why would you want to contribute to the thing that's inevitably going to make you unemployed? The Moser AB9 twist stick is physically misaligned. It's 90 degrees. Oh, hang on. You might need to attach it to the actual base of the joystick differently. That might be what's wrong. The socket on it might be... You might need to rotate the socket in the... I'll show you. Let me do this race and I'll show you. Oh, I don't know where it is. The cable that's in the bottom of it might need to be rotated, and then you need to then put it back down in the correct position, if that makes sense. That's probably what's happened there. I don't know if I've got mine here. I took it off recently. Oh, here it is. So this cable here, you probably just have to rotate it round so it's then in the correct alignment. Do you see what I mean? Look at that for service, guys. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. I'm in the middle of a race in third place. Someone comes in chat with an ultra-specific force feedback joystick question on a specific component, and I happen to have it right here to demonstrate it whilst driving around the track. Stupid. Yeah. In third place. See, AI wouldn't have been able to do that. AI's not got the randomness of a game of Muscle to achieve that. Genius. Yeah. Oh. Why is it not attached? So the extension shaft is really nice for like flying helicopters and stuff precisely, but you'll find it's because of its length, it applies quite a lot of leverage to the force feedback. So you end up losing a lot of the force feedback strength. So it's actually, they need to do one that's like half the height. Because, yeah, also I'm using rudder pedals, but it's too long. It negates a lot of the force. Like you're losing like half the strength of the force feedback basically due to the length of it. But you do then get twice as much positional movement. I'll ask Moser if they can do a shorter one, or just someone could just do one that's an extension without the rotation. Would actually be a good idea. There's only a little bit. They did one for the Thrustmaster Warthog. Because what you'd want is something that's like half as much. Half as high. I feel like doing some flight sim in a minute, guys. We could do a little glider flight.
Three, two,
Oh, hello, Pixel Therapy.
go.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your Mosa Base head.
20 New Zealand dollars. Really appreciate that. Are you on the sponsor list for Sim Racing Expo yet? I think you already are, aren't you? Right, I'm going to add you to the gold at least. Thank you very much. Look at that, power in the muscle, fuel in the teacup. Imagine that if you had a petrol pump that pumped tea out, that'd be so good. Have you just got the AB9 or something? Is that why you're setting it up? I've got some force feedback profiles for stuff, which could be quite handy. I really need to sit down for a whole day and just spend the whole day saving out force feedback profiles for people on the different wheels. Probably doing like 2 profiles for each thing, so it'd be like a strong profile, and then like what I'd call like a light profile, because I really like to set up force feedback with games as to be as detailed as possible whilst being as light as possible because of the live streaming we do, and I think a lot of people might like that, but a lot of people would find it they'd be like, oh, it's too weak. When I do on my Patreon, I put force feedback stuff. But yeah. This would require organising and planning. 2 things we're not particularly strong at. Oh no. Keep getting penalties here. Do I have good force feedback? I just say turn all the filters off on your wheel. And then it's pretty basic settings, to be honest. I just have the game set at like 60, then you bind a force multiplier option to your wheel that lets you choose the strength of the car, and then the Moser, all the filters are off on the Moser, but we do run a bit of EQ to smooth out the signal a bit. Just press 8 on the road texture option. It's depressing that the pound's worth 2.3, what, is a New Zealand dollar? But you generally, apart from, I know New Zealand has a problem with housing and stuff, and so does Australia, but quality of life generally I think is a lot better in New Zealand than the UK. Better sheep. Hobbits. Mount Doom. What more could you want? difficulty for New Zealand and Australia is if you do sim racing, it's really hard to get equipment sent to you. Just good equipment, affordably. They always get stuff last. But New Zealand's probably even worse than Australia, actually. Guess like stuff has to be imported. What's grown in New Zealand? Like what's like a New Zealand crop? That's probably more affordable. I guess like a lot of milk and lamb and beef and stuff. But what about vegetables? A good yam. I imagine you can get yucca and stuff. Yeah, you're not too far from China, so you can probably get those and. Oh, I've done it again. You can do glider flying in New Zealand though, so stop complaining, you shit. How dare you complain? You've got bloody gliders and some of the best like glider locations in the world, so yeah, like if I lived in New Zealand, I'd probably have a basic job and I'd just go glider flying. That'd be, you know. And you could try and kayak across the two islands and then die like everyone that does it does. Genius. Didn't someone try to swim across it once? Which is insane. Oh yeah, you've got jet boat racing as well. Up rivers. What more could you want? All you do is complain. It's so expensive to live here in my glider with sheep and jet boats and beautiful countryside. Oh, I know. No, that's in Leicester. I know that video's in my head. Shoo me. That video's in my head. I don't need to watch it. Leicester bus miming. Fake glass miming. Yeah. No, that video's forever in my brain. Yeah, that was good. I'm pretty good at miming, I have to say. It doesn't make any sense, that. I don't know why we were doing that. Oh dear. Not much to do in Leicester, is there? Oh, bloody hell. Can we do that every single lap? Every lap I do a track cut. You'd think that curbing would be enough to flip a car, actually. Yeah, I tell you what, we'll do a bit of flight sim after this and we can give our force feedback profile. Check it, it's alright. I think we've got a good helicopter and a good glider and a good light aircraft. Yeah, that's the worst part of Australia. Like, especially if I notice this with content creators. They can do YouTube videos, but it's really bad for people that want to do live streaming. And then, like, if you do events and things, it just costs too much to get to Europe. And yeah, there's just no one online at the time zones, so it's also very laggy to play against other English-speaking places. And even if you game against Chinese, Chinese games tend to be these different games that they play, and it's still really high ping. Well, hang on, the AB9 is like 400, 500. It's good for what it is. It's a really good price. It's 2 really high-end servo motors. Like, keep in mind that the Brunner, which is worse than the Moser AB9, cost me 1,500, and the Moser it didn't cost me anything because Moser sent it to me. So that's a bargain, really, if you think about it. Really good price. They nailed the pricing on it. Also, they sent it to me before it even came out. Isn't that how it works for everyone, right? But no, for like £500 is a lot cheaper than the Brunner. Yeah, but it's not really the. It's good quality. It's yeah. I mean, obviously they can, if they're selling it for 500, they can probably manufacture it for like 200, I guess. Probably less than that, but it's got quite a lot that goes into it. Like two very high quality servo motors. The actual joystick and the base of it, like. You'd be hard pressed from any other country to get the basic components of it for under £300. Like, it's really good quality. It's really well made. Also, the force feedback from it's great as well. Like, the actual motors are really good. They're really super smooth. That's the for joysticks. You notice the smoothness. You really notice the smoothness in the joysticks. Your hands are more sensitive to it. Like the steering wheel, you sort of rotate it. You do notice it in the wheel, but the wheel is larger generally. Even with a Formula rim, that's still like, you know, it's compared to like most of a joystick movement is like this. It's like a small amount, so it has to be really smooth within a tight range. I think it's quite harder to do. Whereas a wheel, yeah, sure, you're doing a lot of stuff here, but you're doing that with a... What's that? It's like... You're already quite far away from the centre. Let's have a look at our rating here. Oh! We gained... 0.41. Oh no, hang on, what's rep? Oh, it's safety. So we gained 2.8 rating, that's quite good. Moving up. How many people are in here? So this is good, like this is midnight and there's still people online. There's still like a split. Which even if you go to iRacing, which is obviously way more popular than RaceRim, this is like, if only they'd done this ranking stuff like 6 years ago. iRacing here. Says like 36 people in that, 37 people in this, and 14 in it. So it's still just one, maybe 2 splits in this car. There's a lot in the GT3, but I mean, there's like 10 times as many people doing iRacing. It's the advanced MX-5. The basic MX-5 is this one. so 60 people signed up for the advanced one, so three splits. That's what you really need, I think. First sim is like 60 people with whatever you're racing, and then 3 splits is really good. And then once you've got that, once you start getting to 4 splits, I think then you can add more cars or add more races that overlap on schedule. See, this one had, bloody hell, 11:30 p.m. 22 splits of 11 cars. It's like 300 people. Oh, 256 people. All driving shit physics. How many of these people do you think are aware of how messed up iRacing is and that they're just doing a robotic process? Do you think that's crazy? Like, how many of these people do you think are unironically... No, it doesn't really matter. If they're having fun, you know, they're having fun, who cares? But it's super weird, isn't it? You can't race properly. Like, there's no car contact or anything. So all those people, there must be like over like 3/4 of them are there going, I'm in a race. I'm getting better at the MX-5. And then there's no balancing in slip properly, and there's no car contacts. Well, very mild car contacts, otherwise you're in trouble. All those people, right? All of these people, especially, even more so, right? Right. Even more, right. Fair enough. I'd say for like the top 7 splits. Oh my God, strength of field is one thing. Yeah, right. Okay. So maybe the top 3 splits, fine. You know, they're probably really used to iRacing and they're quite competitive with each other and they're going to be, you know, for the lap times they're doing. The top 3 or 4 splits, iRacing really makes sense because you're not going to find other people that put that much time in that are competitive. But I could guarantee you that from at least the 7th split to the 22nd split here, so 100 or so people, they would absolutely have a better time racing the MX-5 in Race Room. Like they would have better racing. They would have... It would be a better experience. Like, it would genuinely just be better for them. It'd be less frustrating, less arbitrary. Again, it's fine. Like, I'm not knocking people having fun doing what they're doing. That's good for them. But the fact is, I don't think you could argue it. I'm not saying which is better or worse sim. I'm saying if you're shit at driving, you would have a more fun play session in Race Room, right? Most people. I don't think that's an unfair thing to say. I'm not even talking about what's better or worse sim. Loose Wheel. I honestly didn't know how bad iRacing was until I started watching Twitch and Dan Suzuki switched to LMU. I have a crazy amount of hours in R Factor 1, but took a break for 8 years and saw how iRacing was... Yeah. Why don't you drive like GP laps with a clutch and a H shifter? Would make you more famous. Now, the reason why I don't use a clutch is because I have to then use my brake foot at an angle, or I have to use the clutch pedal and I have to H shift, and it causes me RSI if we do it for long periods of time. Ozfrog, yeah, I don't disagree. So like, there's a practicality of just having people in it, but yeah, I definitely think with iRacing, like I play a lot of iRacing, and I think once you get used to it and you know what to expect, there's a comfort in doing what you're used to, right? And you know what you're getting, and you know if you're happy with what you're getting and you know what you're getting, that's quite good, right? So I totally understand people that only play iRacing, but I think they genuinely, like you said, they're unaware. So the reason why I find it so frustrating, or in the past found it more frustrating playing iRacing, is because in my mind iRacing was like The Sim in 2007, and then new games came out that were better, GTR Evolution, 8 Netcar Pro, R Factor 2, right? And iRacing, like, so in my mind iRacing was just like ancient in terms of physics and car handling, right? But in the mind of iRacers, it's always been like the iRacing, it's just always been the new thing, it's updated all the time. So the problem is, if you're used to AC and like actually driving and balancing, it blows your mind to you really have to approach the game differently to play iRacing, which is fine. But then it's really mental when you point out the most obvious stuff if you've played other Sims, and then you get mental backlash. And it's like, well, yeah, the endurance stuff's great. Yeah, there's lots of things in iRacing that are fantastic. I might do... we don't have a track here where we can test the iRacing. Let's try. I want to drive the MX-5. iRacing force feedback's really nice as well with Marvin's app. Ozfrog, well, it was mostly that so back in the day there weren't, it's just that they had the ranked multiplayer and no other sim was offering that, right? And the iRacing originally was only really popular for oval racing, and the track racing was very obviously just like another additional thing on the side that was not really that focused, and then, or not focus. And then over the last like 7 or so years, iRacing's roadside has got sort of grown in popularity, and then they've done more marketing and things. And then the COVID thing, there weren't many sims for people to get into to do online that was easy to get into. So COVID really helped iRacing massively. So because there was one of the big problems when COVID happened, and they wanted to get real drivers to do promotional events and just use the real, like, take advantage of COVID as much as possible. It was really hard to be like, to get the real drivers to get on it. First of all, they had to get a computer and a wheel, and then you had to get them to install the game and set it up and join the thing. And a lot of the sims were actually quite awkward to do an event if you were going to host something and set it up for someone that had never played a driving sim before. Whereas with iRacing, you could be like, here's the account, sign up, and then here's a link to the event, join that. Because often with even during COVID, the real race drivers still have other stuff they'd rather be doing, right? So they don't want to be dicking around with the computer. So that was a really big thing. It's actually kind of weird how poorly other companies didn't capitalise on COVID. But, you know. It's not that they have lots of resources, though. That's the thing. I don't even know Oschersleben. Do I have it? Well, let's try practice. Well, Race Room's not a huge team. This is a thing a lot of people don't understand. It's a very small developer. Like, some of these sim developers are tiny studios. Like, they're the equivalent of like sort of indie Steam game studios. Well, is this a flight sim? I will try this out anyway. Why not? Well, there's just no money. Like, imagine you've got a job. Imagine a studio's got, like, let's say it's 10 people, but let's say it's like 2 key programmers and then an artist and a designer or something. Well, your job, you come into work and you're like, oh, there's a whole load of bugs that need sorted out. So you go and do those bugs, you sort them out. Great, right. Oh, it's the end of the day. Okay, next day. Oh, there's a whole load of bugs that need sorting out and, you know, stuff that we're trying to improve. Okay. Oh, we've run out of time. Okay, next day. Like, there is no marketing department. JG, hello. GJ, thanks for the raid. How's it going? JG in the house. JJ29. GJ, I can't say his name. Take your clothes off, it's all the same. Hello, we're just testing out MX5 in iRacing now. We've been playing Race Room. JJ. GJ Sports. J the Sports. Right, here we go. We've just been... So the thing that's nice with iRacing's MX5 is it's more pokey, right? Oh, I know this track, but I haven't driven this for a long time. But then, yeah, this like weird slidey behaviour. Straight away. It's just as soon as the tyres... Thank you. I really appreciate the raid. Welcome along, guys. Welcome along. We've just been playing Race Room ranked online. It's like, as soon as the tyres slip, you can see it's just like stuck. I mean, you could definitely say for Race Room that it's a bit in the other direction. It's too stiff. Like, nicely on the brake, it does turn in, but it's like turned in on a lock trajectory. The graphics in the cockpit are really nice, and I like the sound of this car in iRacing. But yeah, it's all on the brakes, iRacing. Like, hold the steering wheel at fixed angle, and then rotate the car on the brake pedal. No steering. It's entirely on the brake pedal. And then maybe you unwind out of the corner a bit, but never counter steer across. Just unwind out of the corner a bit. There's a corner there. It's, yeah, with iRacing, the car does not want to be in like balanced slip, whereas that in Race Room and AC and AMS1, your entire objective is to get the car into balanced slip. That's like the point of driving iRacing, the point of driving is to avoid slip. It's so weird. It's like so contrary to the point of driving. You're punished for doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing with the car, which is getting onto the tyres. So because that's when the car's most agile. Like, that is the point of driving, is drive the race, hit the brake point as best possible, apex, racing line, and do that with the car on the tyres at the limit. That's driving. Nismo, it's not that it's a fine line, it's that it's in one direction. It's really sloppy as well. You're not actually balancing the slip. You're in a power slide. It's literally a power slide. That's all it can do on the brake or on the accelerator. It's a power slide. It's not actually a... Oh, I keep forgetting. I always did. I used to do this in Race Room. I always forget this corner. No, they're not realistic when they're hot or cold. Either way. That's the new myth in iRacing, that it's only the cold tyres that are a problem. It's the new myth. It's actually worse in the new version of the tyre model. If you, we tested it on the centrifugal track, and it's literally worse.
You got a slow car on the left.
Well, who you said?
Right.
Who said?
Go left.
Most people that talk about iRacing just repeat iRacing's marketing. Just more dribble. Hang on, we've just done 7-8 hours of Race Room. So hang on, you've just come in and you're upset that because we're just comparing the iRacing MX-5 with the Race Room one, and you just say more dribble. But all we're doing is saying exactly how it is. But see how weird is that? Is that that's controversial? So upset. It's also the most realistic.
Car right. Keep to the left. Clear.
Need a cup of tea.
Right side. Keep to the left. Still there, hold your line.
Like, look
Clear
at
on the
that.
right. Car on your
It's
left.
insane.
Clear.
He just got stuck on me. It's crazy. Yeah, sorry, I think that was just the game being ridiculous.
They're about to change track, that's why.
Right side.
What doing?
Clear.
Trying to memorise the iRacing dribble.
Just set your fastest lap of the session.
Oh, I've missed it again. because you've got iRacing has good force feedback, and the tyre slip noise is actually quite useful in iRacing for knowing where the limit is or for knowing how much you're pushing the tyres. And I think if you've done a lot of sim racing, you separate the sound from the physics. To be honest, for sure, I can see how a more sort of brown noise scrub sound can lend the sensation of it having more grip perceptually. But you know, if you've done a lot of sim racing, the sound is just arbitrary, really. Hey, it's not you. Not everyone has to agree. You're not even a top-ranked driver. Go and listen to 9K drivers. Different opinion altogether, but what would they know? Yeah, I happen to have spoken to some pretty talented real-world drivers. And, yeah, they're in. I happen to have spoken to some very talented real-world drivers, and they will say exactly what I'm saying about iRacing. It's not controversial amongst real-world drivers. iRating really does not relate to your skill level as well. Like, if I can get 5k iRating as someone that's very bad at iRacing, you know, and that's with me 7/10 off the pace. iRating is just grinding it. You do have really good sim races on iRacing, though, as well. Yeah, he talked... Imagine a sim racing YouTuber that's been full-time sim racing YouTuber for 10 years happening to talk to some real-world drivers, or maybe even knowing people in the games industry that work with real-world drivers, or maybe even talking to people that work on professional simulators that top-tier race teams use. Imagine that. That would be strange, wouldn't it? Now, I guess we should just go to the 9K iRacer that happens to agree with our bizarre view on iRacing physics. Ignore all the people. Let's ignore the people in the industry that are actually doing work for Formula teams. Ignore all of them. Let's only listen to the iRacers for feedback on iRacing. I'm sure that they won't be biased in the slightest. They won't know. No. The person that's got 9K iRating, I don't imagine they'd have any bias towards iRacing at all. Of all people, I would imagine they would be the least biased.
That was your fastest lap of the session.
Bait of rage. Yeah, if you're not a race car, probably can't talk about it. You're always right. So that's not a very solid counter argument.
Clear.
Like, so again, like, this is hard to explain to people, but yeah, most people think they are right when they say stuff, because who argues from a position of them not being right? like, you know, who argues from a position of not being right? But again, how's that a counter argument to what I just said? As I say, like, we talk to people that work with Formula drivers. I talk to professional race drivers. You hope it's trolling, but it's hard to tell. It really is hard to tell, Tuna. Yeah, 3 out of 10 raise bait, but a 10 out of 10. They genuinely believe it, though. That's the thing, you can't tell. It's like we like some like really crazy religious people. You can't tell if they're joking or not. Arguing a position you don't think is right. You're not a real person to be asking real race drivers who drove real race cars. You know nothing. Oh dear. If they're serious, then they're morons. You'll not change their... Yeah, I know, but it's funny though, isn't it? So... There are genuinely, though, a lot of people that are absolutely on the iRacing Kool-Aid. Because why would you really put the time into it unless like... Either you're a masochist, which I am, and so you enjoy, like, the punishment that iRacing gives you. And it can be quite fun, actually, as a game, and there are aspects to it that are really fun. So either you're that, and I think that's quite a few people... or you might just enjoy the online racing. That's fine as well. It is what it is, just whatever the video game is. But there are genuinely quite a few people that put up with bad stuff, a game that's like badly designed, because they believe it's a simulator, right? So it's like, in fact, the worse it is, the more broken it is, like armor and stuff. The better they think it, the more realistic they think it is, because they think real life is hard. So if you make a sim that's less broken, it confuses them. What's the alternative? Well, yeah, no, there isn't the competition. That's the problem. It's a big problem with sim racing.
New fast flat for you.
Basically, it's like Gran Turismo is really active online. LMU's pretty good, but yeah, if you do Formula racing, you'd have to join like leagues and things. Ironically, if you're doing paid esport, you probably need to do Rennsport. Yeah, we made it to the hard equals realistic topic. Not a lot changed. And we've just done 8 hours of Race Room with its new ranking system. Well, yeah, and also, if we're commenting on iRacing because we're literally just trying it out, after played Race Room, if iRacing hasn't changed, how am I meant to have changed? Whoa! Oh, he's still saying the same thing about the thing that's still the same. Well, what do you expect? I still like tea. What are these complaints? What are these complaints? Oh, God. He still goes on about how good Yorkshire tea is. What a bastard. Oh, he's complaining about the British weather being rainy again. Oh, God, what a bastard. Oh, no. God. Stuff's the same. How dare he not change his view on the thing that's the same? This is a really good version of the track, you know. The Race Room version of this track, it wasn't even Race Room, it was GTR Evolution, I think. Was it Race 07? Was so bad. Well, I'm actually quite excited for the Forza Horizon, actually. To be honest. See, I like the lighting in iRacing as well. Do you see how the racetracks reflect in the sky? Not surprised. No, I probably won't play it. I'm not really a NASCAR type driver, really. Like, I mean, maybe, I don't know. I'm not going to buy it. If I get a press copy, I'll give it a go, maybe. It could be alright, to be fair, because it's done by iRacing, isn't it? And they do... iRacing actually has very good AI. So for an oval game as well, it could actually be quite fun if they make a single player okay. So it might actually be alright. But yeah, no, I think a lot of people don't realise that, because I've been sim racing for like 30 years, right? And so the GT3 thing, it's been 15 years of the same GT3 cars on the same tracks. And, you know, MX-5 is so much better than GT3 for racing. So is Formula Ford. There's loads of cars that are better race cars. I think GT3 is really good if you're a bit of a noob, or you're doing endurance races. It's really good for longer races. But for sprint racing, which is what a lot of people do with GT3, it's really not a good car. Or GT3 as well, once you're at pace with other cars, like if you're within 2 or 3 tenths of lap pace and other people are, there's so many tracks you're not going to overtake, especially on a sim where you can't have car contact. So really doesn't make any sense. Hang on. I followed him a while, then got tired of his endless opinions and general whinging pom. Well, my general opinions that happen to be correct on the state of simulators. Bloody... Oh, the 2012 DTM are really good. And they sound like a steam train when you do the DRS, which is nice. This track actually has a really good flow to it, you know. I used to hate this circuit. It's actually quite good. 30 years and 3K, 1K every 10 years. What? We did 5K in 1 month, mate. If we if we sit down and play for iRating, we do 1 month. 1 month from 2K to 5K. Not many people can do that. I think I've managed to get 2.5K in 20 hours before as well. Yeah, so Neo, the problem with... So, Dave Perel, it is a valid point that different tyres behave differently. However, the physics issues in simulators are much larger than the differences between tyre compound. So, basically, now when Dave put that video out, now what you have is all these people going, oh yeah, my simulator's not dog shit, it's just got different tyres. In order for them to maintain their delusion that their simulator doesn't have some humongous physics issues. That's the unfortunate side effect of that. Whenever a race driver speaks about a simulator, what happens is fanboys of each simulator latch onto specific things and then don't really think about it critically. MX2's okay, it's just a bit wonky. No, it's just a bit wonky, but it's alright, it's good fun to play. It's very inconsistent in handling. Like, so a valid thing that that you can say about Race Room, this is something that I agree with Morad, and I think everyone would agree with this, is that one thing with iRacing, because you can't use the steering wheel properly, it does force you to use your pedals very precisely, your braking and trail braking and your accelerator, and being very precise with pedal input. And so as a training tool, it's not realistic, but as a training tool to make people really preemptively trail brake into a corner and precisely brake into a corner, and then be hyper aware of what they're doing with the pedals, which is a very important part of driving, iRacing is really, really good for that. So, yeah, like, this is one of the things Morad said about some other games, is he I don't know how valid it is for him, but he's worried about negative training that you could get from weird techniques that work in other simulators. But you could argue that iRacing could encourage someone to underdrive or not use the steering wheel appropriately. So you could actually make the same argument against iRacing. But yeah, if someone was like, if someone was generally the type of person that was bad at braking and accelerating, or has a tendency to overdrive in real cars, getting them to understand iRacing would be a really good way to get them to be more focused on what they're doing with the pedals as a training tool. So, but if someone was underdriving massively in real life, you wouldn't want them on iRacing. You would want them on like Race Room or AC or something. Because iRacing is going to make them underdrive even more. And so what you find in real life is you tend to get like people that massively overdrive, like massively overdrive, or people that massively underdrive, and you don't tend to get people in the middle, like that are balanced driving. That's the crux of it. So these are the things to look out for. This is like, I know quite a few driver coaches, so these are the things that they point out to me. And you can also see it if you go to a track day, you'll see people that are mostly underdriving, to be honest, but a few people can catch cars quite well, because it's quite easy to catch cars in real life, and then they will massively overdrive. The cultists. I like this track though, it's really good. It's a free track in iRacing, or included in the subscription. I haven't really driven it, so it was good for doing that. I might do one of the races in this. It's a really nice track model, and it's a good track actually. I used to hate this track. Also, our force feedback's not set up very well. I used to absolutely hate this track. Let's sign up to the next race on here. It is weird though, isn't it? When we were just playing Race Room, right? And we were pointing, whilst we were playing Race Room, even with the developers of Race Room in the chat, we were like, oh, this aspect of Race Room isn't very good. The cars are a bit stiff, or you have to push through the understeer, like you really have to push into the corners, or the cars bounce over the, like, multiple times whilst driving Race Room, we were saying things about like certain aspects of the collision or whatever, and nobody, not a single person was like, oh, you're not skilled enough to know, or you do you know what I mean? It's really weird, isn't it? That's what it's like with most other sims, like same with AC and stuff. But in iRacing, you point out briefly that there's the obvious physics issue, and you'll get people going crazy. Thanks, Brent. Appreciate it. It looks like it's triangle here. Hang on. This isn't what I wanted. What? What happened? Why is this doing Circuit Navarra? Oh, it's changed. It's just changed. It's a new hour. Oh, I've been scammed. Oh well. I don't know this track. Yeah, we'll dump into Glider in a minute. Yeah, well, I think that's what happens with iRacing. As I say, I think iRacing has quite a few very delusional players that genuinely think it's not got issues, which is fine, but I think that's more the case with iRacing than some other sims. And then they get very upset when you say you can't balance slip properly. I don't know this track at all. It's gonna be a disaster. Oh, hang on. Isn't this in... Oh, no. Isn't this the track they do MotoGP on? Why have we got a hype train? Why is there a hype train going? Nothing's happened. Did someone donate or something? Why? It's not come up. Well, one sub hype train. Oh, right. Yeah, this track's the MotoGP track. Is this in Spain or something? I remember learning this on bloody MotoGP, I think it was. It's another good track actually, but it's proper hard to drive. Motorbike tracks are really good. MMK, thanks for the bits. Bloody hell, I don't know where we're going. Yeah, the Spanish love motorbikes. It's like how the French likes bicycles. Is this Italian? Mina, yes, thanks for the 7 bits. This is a good track. Yeah, the French love rally. See, the aspect of the iRacing MX-5 that is nice is you notice when braking, you have to like the back's sort of coming out a little bit on braking. It's a bit more nimble, whereas the race room one is just like it's not bitey enough. Do you know what I mean? It's too the race room one's too stable. Yeah. It's like if you had iRacing but combined it with AC1's controllable slip, it would be really good. Yeah, AC could even do with being a bit more nimble, to be honest. If you watch onboards of like MX-5 Cup cars, you can see that the back is really willing to come around on them. Especially, like, it depends on the setup, but like they'll set them up so that their back wants to come out really easy. It's just faster to drive that way. And the car responds really well to counter steer. Yeah, basically, if you could mix iRacing with AC, I think you'd have something really good. iRacing has much better suspension than AC as well. AC1's suspension is... I don't know what's going on with it. It's older.
You've just set your fastest lap of the session.
Or even if you mixed iRacing with Automobilista 1, that'd be good. Evo's got much better suspension, but the tire model's shit, so... Evo's got some really bad physics issues. Like, it doesn't have balance slip at the limit. and the cars are still quite stiff. So it's like, I'm not quite sure what the point of it is. This is a good track. Last time I played this was like, say on the MotoGP game, and it was bloody... It was so hard. The motorbike games is like... You have to like line yourself up for the corner super far in advance.
Car 5, just set the fastest lap. 1.201.
Yeah, it just changed. Our Oschersleben time is over. Didn't even get to race it. So this thing, I think what's quite nice with iRacing is the cars, as long as you're not balancing at the limit, do feel nice and nimble on the pedals, which is quite fun.
Car 99, just set the fastest lap. 0.901.
If PMR had as enjoyable online as iRacing, I don't think PMR. I think the thing with PMR is it's on console, so it doesn't need to be that good. Because Gran Turismo is pretty shit online, really, like the netcode and everything. So as long as it can beat out Gran Turismo, basically, I think that's good enough for a chance for it to be really quite popular sim. I want it to be good because I like having different sims to go to and play. So I like, you know, it's nice having iRacing, Race Room. With the jumping rank multiplayer, for me, it's really good. It's much more enjoyable to, because as much as I dislike aspects of iRacing, I do like that it's different. I get really bored of doing the same thing is boring to me. So I like Race Room. I like playing. It's not my favourite physics, but I like playing Race Room every now and again, and then playing AC, and then you know what I mean. Because it's effectively a different game, so it's a different puzzle. I get super bored playing the same simulator non-stop. Good night, McCaulin. Have a good one. And that's the reason why I particularly like the ranked racing, is it means I can go from sim to sim and not have to think about all the bollocks that goes with them. Yeah, it is really hard to predict. Yeah, Project Cars 2 sold really well. I made like 150 quid off that. Maybe even more, actually. It was like £300 or something.
99. Just set the fastest lap.
I only put in like £10, £15. Whereas Rennsport, it's kind of weird. It's not that bad, actually. I quite like Rennsport. That's why I play it. Like, I actually quite like how it drives. R-Factor 2 style physics. I think it's R-Factor 2 tyre model for the most part. And then their own stuff they're doing. I quite enjoy it. The issue with Rennsport is it doesn't have that many people online. And it requires a bloody supercomputer to get it to run fast. Yeah, that whole DLSS thing is a right pain in the ass. Hello. What? Wrong view. Yeah, to be honest, so I don't enjoy. And I'm worried that Evo's a bit like this. I don't enjoy Evo or ACC because as much as iRacing has kind of like only a power slide and one-way slip, ACC and Evo has no like real slip that you at all. Like it's just either you're under the limit or you're in this like bog standard passenger slide. Super boring, and the force feedback's terrible. Force feedback in iRacing is pretty good. Well, it's really good with Marvin's app. So this is the thing with with AC. I just don't play it. I can't enjoy it. I just can't enjoy it in the slightest. Whereas AMS1, AC, iRacing, whatever, I can have quite a lot of fun just driving them. Like the force feedback in iRacing with Marvin's app, I really quite like how it feels. Marvin's force feedback really makes up for iRacing's well, its default force feedback's a bit weird, but it really helps just make it more interesting to play. Same with I don't think I could play Microsoft Flight Sim without force feedback. I keep thinking there's a right-hander there. Yeah, but Dave Perel's a bit of a noob when it comes to Sims. I think he's a good real-world driver. he's a bit of a sim. Also, he plays his odd job in GoldenEye, so you know, can you trust? You know, really. I might get back into grinding Flight Sim single player. Every time I play it though, we always get bugged out.
Car on your left. Keep to the right.
Oh, the mods, not the in-game one.
Keep to the right. Car 190. Just set the fastest lap. 58.643. Clear.
This would be a really good track to do a track day on. I bet it's probably not that expensive either. Like the UK tracks are so expensive to do track days, like £200-300 for the day. Imagine like Portimao, maybe it's cheaper. Like Silverstone's even more expensive, I think. Oh, nice. Yeah, I really want to... You know the... what's the helicopter mod? What's it called? Performance Group? High Performance Group helicopter with the medical emergency stuff. I think that's... I want to install that. I keep thinking it's a left-hander. I need a rally driver. Co-driver. This is a really good track, guys. I thought this was dog shit, this track, when I was driving it in MotoGP. I couldn't even do a lap. Well, you say ACC teaches bad habits, but like, none of the sims line up to actual real cars in a literal sense. And in a real car, you're going to be feeling what's happening through your body, and you just, if you were to ever go into a real car, you'd totally separate it out from sim racing. Like you would do, like presumably you've done go-karting, right?
Just changed.
It's a different, it occupies a different part of your brain.
I already miss the old track.
It's like if you play Counter-Strike and you do paintball. They're two different things. Like, yeah, sure, you're aiming and shooting and stuff and using cover.
No, it's not.
But
it's Circuit du Navarro. It was the German circuit before.
They're two different
I drove
things.
this track like 2 months ago, and it's exactly the same.
Ah, yes. The track's still the same, but like in this season, it's just come in. Ah.
No, this is Zolder.
Sorry?
This is Zolder.
Is it?
Yeah, in Holland.
Oh shit. I did not know that.
I know Zolder's in Belgium, isn't it?
Well, that's kind of cool.
Doesn't make any sense. It's weird when a simulator gets it so well. So the thing is though, there's this meme of braking. This is another thing that real drivers started with, like ACC versus iRacing, right? I think it was Morad maybe that kept going on about it. Maybe some other drivers as well. I'm not even saying they're right or wrong. I don't care personally. But basically, what you have to watch out for is a real race driver. A real race driver will make a video and point out something that they like or dislike with a sim that they maybe have latched onto, and then loads of sim racer fanboys for that sim will just or haters will just regurgitate what that driver said, regardless of it being true or not, or them testing it, or it being relevant to people or not, or being relevant at different skill levels, right? So for example, I have personally spoken to a few drivers in regards to
I don't like ACC,
braking
like
with ACC, right, versus other sims, and some of the real drivers, like pro GT drivers, they will say, oh well, you can just mash the brake pedal and lean on the ABS and that's fine. And then some of them will say, oh no, it's really unrealistic. You actually want to avoid it more, or you don't ride it into the corner to the same degree. So you can't just go by what one driver said. And also, in a real car, it can depend. It depends on the settings. Like, you can set ABS settings up so that you can mash the pedal. And like a lot of real GT3 drivers that aren't, like, there's the works drivers and the pro drivers that are really good drivers normally. There's a lot of people doing GT3 driving that are shit drivers that probably are so far off the pace that they do just mash the pedal. So it's going to depend on a whole bunch of things, is all I'm saying. Yeah. The thing, the point I'm making is you should just be careful listening, like what you're listening to online and what you're repeating, because there's often contradictory. How's the leg strength? Not in GT3, not at all. I don't. What do you mean? with downforce cars, it can be quite hard to actually get the car to lock up. Like you'd probably struggle to put enough force on the pedal to maximally brake with downforce vehicles. GT3 cars, I don't know. Well, no, it's not that. It's just that if you have an ABS system, if you put the ABS system onto like maximum ABS strength, then a driver can push the pedal to a degree that would activate the ABS. Otherwise, the tires would be locking. But they're not really thinking about it. Like they're just riding the ABS through the corner. It's probably not the fastest way to drive. But yeah, just. That's what that's about. It's not about the strength of pushing the pedal. It's just. It's just really weird the degree to which sim racers parrot what they see online from YouTubers or race drivers especially, but from YouTubers and things as well. They need to just think for themselves. Well, the elephant in the room when it comes to ABS, I would say, is if you're really into racing, why on earth are you driving a race car that has ABS? That's the real, like, it's kind of weird to, like, be nitpicking physics when you're talking about bloody GT3 cars. It's like you've got a simulator with F2, F3, F4... God knows what cars. It's so absurd if you're really interested in race driving and racing that you would hyperfixate on bloody ABS of all things, or that you would genuinely be fixating on GT3. It's the shittest kind of car for sim racing. It's just like an arbitrary hyperfixation. That's how you know there's someone that's fixating on the braking and ABS. You already know that they're an idiot because anyone that's not an idiot would be like, oh yeah, well it's in ABS, so it's a car that's shit in the first place, so who cares? Do you know what I mean? You'd be like, well, you don't have people hyperfixating on, I don't know, some other thing. It's just really weird. What the hyperfixation should be on the netcode that doesn't allow you to drive close, or on I don't know, like the lack of certain content in the sim, not the ABS implementation. It's mental. Well, there you go. We'll give hypercars a pass. Also, what's funny is, like TC systems, in real cars it varies massively. Like there's real cars with really good TC, and there's real cars with garbage TC. So, and then the Sims have all their own weirdo ways of doing TC. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Emmett. Yeah, I totally get how it would throw someone off. But what should throw them off more is the fact they're driving a GT3 car in the first place. A tank with shit force feedback, flopping around a track where you can't overtake. I don't even understand how lateral TC is done in a race car. Like, TC is normally done by cutting the engine to the cutting the wheels, right? So I guess it can cut the left and right wheel, or maybe it can cut for the diff or something. But how, once you've got the rear sliding out, how does it know? How does it know how much lateral slip there is to know how much to cut it? It's really weird. Like, I need to watch some videos on it. Yeah, that's how TC works. But if you've got a different TC value, like normal TC allows a certain amount of slip, but that's separate, as I say, to like lateral TC. It then needs to factor in how much. Maybe it knows the yaw relative to the steering. Yeah, there'll be loads of different ways that it does it, but that's what I'm saying. It'd be interesting to actually. It'd be interesting to really see how it actually does it. Some of them, yeah, exactly. Some of them can even use the brakes as well. It's crazy. And the way that they've, because some of them use like really complicated math to do what they do, but then they bake it into a processor. You know when you create a computer chip that just does a hyper specific thing. So what's it called? What's it called when you turn a program into a processor? It's PID. Wait, well, what you do is you bake the software into a chip, and then you end up with, basically it can operate almost instantly because it's not actually having to process it as such. It's just going through like a defined path. But that's, you can only really do that if you've absolutely nailed the code, or you know exactly, you're never going to adjust it basically. No, not compiling it. It's like you build, instead of the processor having to be, you write code and then the code tells the processor how to work. The processor is literally a set program. Like it's the circuitry is like the same as like an integrated circuit, but it's a processor effectively, but it's not actually calculating the stuff. It's built into it. So this is like the idea to do with like some of the stuff with AI and large language models is once you've nailed it. Now, BIOS is just an input and output. No, that's just a type of processor. It's like you're asking the processor's not having to do as much processing. It's built into it. It's more like an integrated circuit, which is a processor. How much fuel do we need? Are we all good here? Fix that up. Fixed. We're good. Is that a ASIC? Oh, there you go. I don't know what the words are, but it's so like at the moment, for example, with like large language models, you have to do this like there's really complex stuff that requires like huge mainframes and things to do, but you can get to a point where you could bake a lot of it into a sort of defined structure, so you can't change it. You can't. It's not adaptable. So you have to make sure that your code and what you're doing is super solid. And then once they go into fabrication of those chips, it's locked in, and they would have to do a run of like 100,000 chips or whatever. 500,000 chips. So it's lol.
Green, green.
This is on the roadside.
Car on your left. Still there, hold your line. left side. Clear on the left. Left side. The next car's the leader. Go right. Keep to the right. Car on your left. Too wide. Car on your left. Go left. Clear on the right. Car right. Clear.
Are we good? I mean, that's iRacing.
Damage on the front end.
That's iRacing.
Yeah, that's a fucking classic right there.
I think we might be okay though. Like, how were we supposed to avoid that? And why was he spinning in the first place? Doesn't make any sense. We might be okay. At least it's not race over.
Left side.
What are you doing?
Clear. Car on your left. Keep to the right. Clear.
Have they,
Car right. Clear on the right.
What?
Slow car ahead.
what on earth? You plow.
Got damage on the back end.
No, even more. I've not done anything wrong in this. We've almost been taken out of the race entirely twice now. This is top split as well, I think. So now my car, I think we're going slow now because we've been driven into. We've not done anything wrong. This is what I mean about if you're like an average sim racer, if you're in the split 4 or lower in iRacing, you'd be so much better off doing MX5 in Race Room.
Go right. Go right. Go right. There's an incident ahead.
What on earth was that? I mean, dude sees smoke and drives right into it. We'd been driven into the ass, and then we were blocked left and right. Hang on, I'm like one of the best drivers at avoiding shit if you watch our live streams. We're really good at avoiding stuff. I think this is a really good track. The dirt particles are really, really good. Yeah, that's something other sims could implement. I don't know why they don't. The thing is, I think the damage that we've got on the car now just means that we're done in terms of catching back up. Where's he going? Oh, we got shift protection. That's good because I downshifted. Then we would have gone into neutral and spun. Blessed be the shift protection. Thank you, Lewis. iRacing definitely has a lot better force feedback than Race Room with Marvin's app. Like, way better force feedback. I think our car's just too wrecked here. We had pace at the start of the race, but it's since been pummeled. Mostly the same profile settings. Yeah, with iRacing we're using Marvin's app and we adjust the track detail and the strength from car to car. I think this is geared a lot higher than the Race Room one. Yeah, Race Room just its tyres are a lot more forgiving and simple as well, so it's less demanding.
There's an incident ahead. You got a slow car on the right. Car stopped on the right. Go left.
We still got the FSR wheel, we just need to do a summary video. Yeah, our car's proper damaged. We're struggling to...
Left side. Clear. Car on your left. Clear on the left.
Mate! That's top split, guys! Because I didn't move over to the right and I held my line. Because I didn't move over to the right and just held my line, he just was like, yeah, I will just drive into the car in front. Why not?
You got a slow car on the right. Car stopped on the right.
It's... What are they doing?
Stay on the right. Go right. Keep to the right.
It's constant.
To the right.
This is why I kind of stopped playing iRacing. Or why I can't take it seriously. It's absurd. The quality of driving is really bad because the netcode doesn't... He's just driven me off the track! Chuck himself out there. What is he doing? That guy just drove me off the track and then expects me to like move out the way. I'll give you a replay of that as well. What are they doing? He's saying, wow, stupid. That's entirely on him. We're allowed to be on the right-hand side of the track. And... we're allowed to hold our line on the right-hand side of the track, right? If he decides to wreck himself on us, that's him. Like, I don't need to drive off the track to avoid him. Approach, and we can watch a replay of this. This is the top split, guys. It's the top split. So ridiculous. The weird driving combined with the netcode. How long have we got left in this race? 2 minutes. Oh, it'll be a miracle if we finish this. Yeah, exactly. Like, we've had punting in Race Room, but nothing as ridiculous as like drivers just killing themselves on you or ramming you as they go off the track. Even with the 90s DTM cars, which is free to play. And this is the top split. So it's not like, oh, it's rookies, you know, oh, you have to rank up and it'll be better. It's like, this is the supposedly the better drivers. This guy's got no front of his car. It looks pretty cool, actually. His drift beater. Fair play to him. We've got one more lap here. Surprised his car's keeping up with ours nicely. It's a really good track, this.
The leaders consider 58.725.
To be fair, in real world MX-5 racing, the driving's mental.
You just got the white flag. That means one more lap to go. Car right, still there, hold your line.
Oh, fair play to him. He got a better exit than us.
Still there. Clear.
I think my car's got somehow even more damage than his car. He's just pulling away from us. The headlight lighting looks good. Track feels like it goes on forever. So many corners. There we go. 7th place, guys. Wow. What a mess of a race. Like,
Car stop on the right.
what a ridiculous race.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
So, holy 7th. Right. What on earth? What is this? It's insane. Right. Okay, so when the car wasn't wrecked. Right. We were catching everyone. Great. Nice. Got alright, good pace. These guys were all braking way too early. Then this guy spin. Why does he spin? Is it the tyres, do you think? No, he's just tapped. He's tapped and so he spins. Not that that's an unrealistic place to spin from a tap, but then that's it. Blocks the road. And then he's reversed a bit as well. Not really much I can do here. I should have gone right, but we just sort of drove into him. But there goes bumper. So that did pretty big damage to our car. But you know, that happens. It's fine. It is what it is. Oh, here we go. Car in the ass. Just absolutely shackles me ass there. What can you do? Fine, you know, nothing too bad there. So yeah, we've been full time for years. Oh yeah, we had another pile up here. What these guys do? He's just parked in the road. This guy just loses it. Just park in the road, why not? Then these guys all crash. We go around. Oh yeah, we're missing our bumper. No wonder our car was a bit slow. Okay, we avoid that. Great. Okay. But I mean, that was all like just incidents, you know, your sort of standard mistakes and things people make, which is fine. Get ready for the mental shit. I think we probably could have come like 3rd or 4th if we didn't have the damage though. Right, he was spun. Right. What is this? I mean, it's also netcode as well. Right. What? Right. This didn't happen in Race Room. Like, what is that? What is that? This happens all the time in iRacing. It's insane. Like, well, first of all, he's trying to rejoin whilst we're there, but whatever. What is that? This is all the time in iRacing. It's a premium monthly service. How are you meant to race cars properly if this happens? Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's latency. It shouldn't do this. Like, even if you're lagging, it shouldn't do this. It should be like, I don't know, it shouldn't do that. It shouldn't be like mental. It shouldn't affect you in such a crazy way. You could have a car contact, but it shouldn't be like absolutely mental. But, okay, fine. Then this guy just plows my ass. What are you doing? Why does this guy just plow me? On the throttle? Just straight into my ass. Fine. Yeah, it's just a lot of smoothing in iRacing, which is fine, but you need to make sure the damage is lower, and you need to make sure the tyres can handle the contact. You need to reduce how much force is pushed from one car to another car when you use this much smoothing. Like, I'm allowed to be on the outside of this corner. Where does he expect my car to go? We have half car overlap here. He's just took himself out on me. You can't... He's exiting off... I'm fully within my right to... I'm basically having to drive off the track here to accommodate him. So, like, look at the angle of my car. Where does he want me to go? I'm allowed to exist. I've even actually backed out of this to open it up more. And he's just pitted himself. Yeah, well, unfortunately, he squeezed himself out. Yeah, he's gone up the inside line, which is fine, but you can't then just throttle into the car that's on your outside. I've even tried to avoid him. The point of the spin, I'm off the road. At the point at where he's spinning, we're actually having to drive off the road here. Where does he want my car to go? I can't just magically disappear. Oh dear. It's ridiculous. Was there anything else that happened that was crazy? I mean, I know I even braked. I gave him... Oh, no, it's just crazy, isn't it? It was a good overtake by this guy. He deserved it. We had damage as well, but it's a nice, clean overtake. But yeah, I mean, how ridiculous... Right, so... The track's nice, and I like how agile the car is, and the force feedback's nice. But the... Did you notice how much of that racing was not really racing? Any time vehicles were close to each other, it was an exercise in just like not having iRacing's physics mess up, right? It wasn't who can get a better line to race through the corner. It was what when is iRacing's netcode and physics going to break? That's what this is. That's what iRacing is. When you're close to other vehicles in iRacing, apart from the rare occasion when you drive another driver that gives like half a meter space and fully understands iRacing's limitations, basically it devolves into, at what point will iRacing's physics break, or at what point will one driver exploit iRacing's netcode or physics to take the other car out? And that's what it is. Which is fine, it's just what it is. I just don't get why people pretend it's anything else than that. Whereas in Race Room, it's definitely a bit sloppy, the cars are a bit jittery, it's not as precise, Force Feedback's not as detailed, but it's more a case of, oh, let's actually try and race, and there's a bit of door banging and trying to get a better line and line things up. Like, you're more focused on the racing, the actual racing, than just avoiding technical issues with the simulator. I think that's the big difference, really. Well, there is no actual position. It's like Schrodinger's race car. So you always will, even in Race Room, it has a degree of smoothing. But what you're seeing in Race Room is because the car you're seeing in Race Room is not actually the other car. I mean, not same in iRacing, but it's just a visual, it's just a model of a representation of the other vehicle, which is then just updated its position. The iRacing one, I think it behaves as if it's like an AI car that's then informed where to position itself. For the, you know, there's some other stuff going on. Yeah, but that's not even so MMK. It's still shit, isn't it? Like, I mean, even when we're at like 3.54 KI rating with stuff, it's still, people are mostly still affected by the netcode, aren't they? Like with the Formula cars, especially. And then even with GT, even with IMSA and stuff, it's, you know, it's still the same. Come on, it's a bit of a... I don't disagree. Like, I think you're right. Yeah, so yeah, basically, once someone's got to 2.5 or I'd say basically around 3k, give or take, they normally have enough experience that they're aware of the limitations of iRacing. So 1.4 to 2k is kind of like people that are probably miles off the pace and don't really fully understand the limitations. By 3k, someone probably understands iRacing, but they're just not mastered it yet, or they're just not that confident with that car and track combo. And by the time you get to like 4.5k, you have someone that's basically within 7/10 of pace on a given car track combo. So, and they obviously do fully understand the limitations. But then what you find at like 4 to 5k, especially in like F4, Super Formula, you find people exploiting the netcode stuff, like purposefully driving behind someone close and braking slightly after them to punt them off, or purposefully pit maneuvering people. So, yeah, I don't disagree with what you're saying, MMK, to be honest, but it's just... Tuner, no, to get a pure higher I rating is just hot lapping and not racing people is the best way to gain I rating. But if you're driving against, if it's different on the GT side because it's more normally closer as well, and there's more cars in the fields, so you get a lot of people exploiting. Yeah, I think you're right, MMK. It's got a bit high now. Like 5k now is closer to what 3k was 3-4 years ago. It's definitely a lot easier to get 5k now than it was 3 years ago. It depends what you're driving in though as well. It's probably harder in GT3 because it's a lot more competitive. There's just more people doing it, and it's. But then again, if you the hot lapping thing, if you can if you can just qualify higher, you would get iRacing easier in GT3 because it's harder to overtake. You what? It sounds like something that someone who hovers around that range. Well, no, I think MMK's like what, 5k, 6k. I'm like, at least if I'm trying, if I'm actually trying, I'll probably like 5.5k iRating. If I'm genuinely trying to do iRacing. If I'm not particularly trying but I'm not dicking around, I'm 4k on the Formula side. If I'm totally dicking around, we're like 2.53k, but I'm literally jumping into stuff having never practiced it, which is not a good idea in iRacing if you're trying to get iRating.
I'm hot, and you're not.
Yeah, so especially, so what MMK is saying as well is like, so you notice it in the F4 in particular, you have a bunch of people that just do F4, like the go-kart bandits, and they drive it as if it's like real-life go-karting, and they're just doing so many races, it doesn't matter if they're crashed out of a race, because they want to win one race occasionally, so they will intentionally pump people and pit them and stuff, and they're around that sort of 4K rating. And they don't care because all they do is F4, and they do F4 in real life as well, or they're go-karters. They just don't care. They're just like, they're with a bunch of their friends and they're just dicking around on it, which is fine. And, you know, iRacing doesn't seem to care, and they don't care. So, and they're having fun at the expense of other people joining it, but that's just how it is. But the problem is for people to pretend otherwise. A lot of people don't understand how iRacing works. They've just blindly trusted the marketing material, and they think it's a highly regulated, super realistic. They think it's like VATSIM. If you guys know VATSIM for flight sim, it's like on VATSIM it's like you talk to air traffic controllers, you ask for permission on what runway to take off, and you go, blah blah, like a real pilot, and then they go, go to this runway, take off here, go to this altitude. And if you break the rules on VATSIM, you're banned immediately. Like, they go mental, right? And they'll do like crazy. That's what people think iRacing is. People are like, oh, it's real racing, but like they genuinely think iRacing is like real racing but virtual, right? They don't realise that iRacing is basically Mario Kart. It's not as stupid as Mario Kart, but it's literally just a multiplayer racing game. Like, which is fine, but they don't. The problem is the delusional view of iRacing is really prominent, and you see posts of people on forums and stuff. People going, "Oh, I'm really nervous to do an online race. Oh, I don't." And it's like it's a video game. It doesn't matter. Don't intentionally crash people, but it doesn't matter. You have YouTubers that do their full breakdown, the race breakdowns and stuff. It makes sense for views and things, but they talk about it and approach it as if it wasn't just a random online race session, which is what it is. It's really weird. Honestly, it's such a delusional perception of a video game. Anyway, it is what it is. Brands Hatch in the GT3. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh no. No, it's too late. We might have to do this though at some point. Tuna IRL. Yeah, no, I mean, what's his name? Who's the, there's an esports guy. Forgotten his name. Moritz Lerner. He specifically said that he finds real driving less stressful than sim racing because in real driving the cars are more controllable and the environment's more focused. So he finds esports sim racing more stressful than real world driving and harder, I think he said. So, which I totally understand with what he's saying. I don't think he likes iRacing, no. Yeah, that's even with it being real money. But if you're in a team, you don't really, it's not the same, is it? Yeah, the problem with real life is, I think with a lot of real world activities, they generally are easier than video games in many ways. Because I do kayaking, mountain biking, skiing, ice skating and whatever. Like any video game equivalent is always really wonky. The problem with real life stuff is when it goes wrong, you can die. So it kind of changes things, doesn't it? Like, you know, like if you fall off your mountain bike in real life, it might be quite hard. Like you can jump off stair sets and stuff in real life. It's not that hard. We do it in a game. It's like it's really tricky. You don't know what's going on. If you fall off your bike, you end up in hospital, right? Oh dear. Right, I need to clean up my kitchen. It's a shithole, guys. My house is a shithole at the moment. So we can't just live stream for 9 hours. Oh, that's what I did. It was really fun live stream though, actually. Really fun playing Race Room. I'm really glad they've got the ranking system in Race Room because it means we can do like AC with subs. Then we can do some iRacing. iRacing is just funny, and then you can do LMU when they've got their things on. So it's quite fun to, it's quite fun to have another game, and I really like how Race Room fits into stuff. Like Race Room's a lot more relaxed and more focused on the race driving than it is avoiding stupid technical shit. So it's a lot less frustrating. Like you don't lose the momentum of the race, I think, which is quite a big thing. You know, you're in the race. LMU's like that as well, I find, actually. You don't lose the momentum. We've had some really good racing in LMU that's been like good consistent driving. It's not I can read the chat and talk as well without it being, nothing stupid's going to happen that I can't avoid, so that's nice. That is good fun. Unfortunately, the Race Room developers are in chat, and they're really unlikable people, so that's a shame. But you can't have everything, can you? Who's on? Quirk's been fishing. Fishing for carp at night. Every time I look for Quirk, he's like fishing. Animal cruelty stream, that's what that is. Should be banned. I don't get fishing. Oh, we can raid this guy actually. Zach B Racing maybe. Yeah, let's raid Zach B. He's playing iRacing. He's a good. Zach B is a good guy. Right. Yeah, thanks for taking part, guys. Really appreciate the support. We had some big donations as well for our Sim Racing Expo pool. I'm really happy we paid for our food and our transport, so that's good. These are all sponsors for Sim Racing Expo, but that's good. Don't have to worry about that at all. So appreciate that. We'll keep that going. Every donation and stuff we'll add to that list. Yeah, good times. That's on like the 14th, I think, 15th of next month. Awesome. Woo! Yeah, off to Zach B. Thanks for watching. Have a good night, guys. Appreciate it. See you tomorrow. Check out our Discord. Check out our YouTube. Check it out. Check out your tea bags. Bye.